Section 1 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. James Monroe Abbot. Interview with James Monroe Abbot, Cape Girardeau, Missouri. I was born on December 25, 1854. My mother was Allie Ann Lane. After emancipation, I took my daddy's name, Abbot. He was Anthony Abbot, and belonged to old Joe Abbot, a neighbor. Our master was Joe Lane, and our missus was Jane Knox Lane. They had a girl, Barbara Allen, and two boys, Tom and Ed. Later years they had more boys, but I never knowed them. The white folks' house was big, with porches and flowers all around, and sweet locust trees in the dooryard. This was up in Perry County, a few miles from 76 Landing. When old master died, that was the father of young Master Joe. He were sick a long time. There he lay from open a spring, about the time flies come, till wheat sowing time in the fall. And it's the God's truth, all that time he made me stand side of his bed, keeping the flies offen him. I was just 7 year old, but there I had to stand day and night and day. Course, I'd sleep sometimes when he was sleepin'. Sometimes when I dozed, my brush 'ud fall on his face. Then he'd take his stick and whack me a few across the head, and he'd say, "Now I dare you to cry." I cried, but he didn't see me do it. But at last he died. Jane came in and said, "He's dead. You can go out to play now, James." She used to come in to old master and say, "Why don't you let him go out to play and let someone else stand here?" But old master say, "No, I want James." So now I runs outside. I meets my sister and I says, "By God, he's dead." I didn't know I was cussin'. She say, "I gonna tell mother on you." But I so glad to be out, I run till I meet Uncle Rube and I says, "By God, he's dead." Then I runs and meets my mother, and I tells her, "By God, he's dead." She just kind of turned her back onto me, and I could see her shaking. She were laughing. After the burying was over, young Joe and Jane stood there on the porch, and they called the darkies up one at a time. First they calls my grandpa, and young Joe says, "You old master's dead. Now I's your master, and Miss Jane here is your missus. Do you understand that?" Grandpa say, "Yes, sir," and pass on. Next he called Lucy, then Aunt Hannah. To each one he says the same. "I's your master, and Miss Jane here is your new missus." Some of 'em says, "Yes, sir." Some of 'em just kind of bows their head and pass on. When he called my mother up and said the same to her, she look at him a minute, then she says, "I knowed you all these years as Joe and her as Jane, and I ain't gonna start now calling you master and missus. I'll call you Joe and Jane like I always done," and she walk away. One time, 'fore that, she put near killed young Joe. She were hoeing corn in the field, and he come riding. I suspect he were just trying to be smart, but he tells her to swallow dat tobaccy she got in her mouth. She don't pay him no mind, and he tell her again. Then she say, "You chewin' tobaccy? Why'n't you swallow dat?" Dat make him mad, and he take a double rope and whack her across the shoulders. Then she grab her fingers round his throat, and his face war all black as my own 'fore they pulls her offen him. Then old master try to whoop her, but he couldn't by hisself, so he sends for 3 nigger buyers that's close by. When one of 'em tells mother to put her hands together so he tie 'em, she grab him by the collar and the seat of his pants, and knocks his head again a post like a battering ram. Then old master say, 'Men, you better go on home. I don't want my colored folks to get hurt.' He said it like that. My mother was big and strong. She never worked in the house none, but they warn't nothing on the place that she couldn't do. She could cut down a big tree and chop off a rail length and use a wedge and maul and make rails as good as anybody. Poor mother, she sure did have a hard time. They warn't never nothing for her but work hard all the time. She never came in from the field till dark, then had to feed with a lantern. George Swan, a neighbor, used to whip old Felix with a cat-o'-nine-tails till we'd hear him holler over at our place. I 'member one time the snow was a foot deep and I had to gather corn. I was barefooted and barehanded. My feet hurt so bad and my hands got so stiff I couldn't work my fingers, but I had to keep on breaking off the cone. That night my feet cracked open, and next morning, when I had to make the fires, I left a track of blood across the floor. They sure was mean to us, but God bless you, they's all dead and gone, and the Lord has spared me. When the war come, lots of colored men went off to fight for the government. Young Master Joe never went, but whenever the soldiers come round, Master Joe couldn't never be found. One time, a passel of soldiers come to the place. They didn't go to the big house, but that night they spread straw from the straw pile on the floor of our cabin, and slept there. We slept in the loft. Next morning they went to the barn and took the brand-new wagon and the best team of mules, and they went to the smokehouse and helped themselves. There was one man standing on the wagon, cutting down the hams and side of meat, and the other packing it in the wagon. Jane come out on the porch and started raising a ruckus about him taking the meat. The soldier, what was cutting down the meat, pull out his gun and say, "What that she say?" Jane went in the house quick, but he got mad the way she talked, and then he take all the meat, and cans of lard, and a barrel of molasses. We ain't never seed that wagon again, and it was brand new. There was a battle a few miles away, and they said you couldn't walk on the ground without stepping on dead men. When the war was over, they didn't want us to know about it. They wanted to keep us as long as they could, but it come out in the papers that the government men was going to come round and see, so they had to turn us loose. Abe Lincoln was the honestest president we ever had. If it weren't for him, we'd still be in bondage. If you put 2 horseshoes above your door, one up and one down, it'll sure catch the witches if they tries to come through. One time, it was in the evening, I was putting hay in the pen for the horses at night, and I see a big white light a-coming up the lane just a little above the tops of the fence. It was big and shiny white. I wasn't rightly scared, but I stood there watching it. It come up and followed the fence to the road. I watched to see did it go to the graveyard, and sure enough it did. It meant something, but I don't know what. And then one day, 'bout noon, I seed something. I was outside there, and a little dog come towards me. It wore a bright collar, shining like, and pretty. I ain't never seen nothing like it. I goes to it and calls, "Hey ya, puppy! Hey ya, puppy!" It stand there and look at me for a minute, then turn and jump over that 10-rail fence, and it's lost in the tall weeds. Now, you know no natural puppy could jump over a 10-rail fence. I goes in and tells Hannah the cook about it, and she say, "Lord have mercy, that's a token for something. I don't know what. Maybe somebody gonna die, but it sure is a token." End of section 1. Read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, April 22, 2025.
Section 2 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Florence Short. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Project Administration. Betty Abernathy. Interview with Betty Abernathy, Cape Girardeau, Missouri. My mother brought me to Cape Girardeau in 1862, and I was about 10 years old at that time. Her name was Melissa Abernathy, and she told me that old Massa John Abernathy was my daddy. Old Massa was mean to his colored folks, and so was old Mrs. Willie. We lived up in Perry County. The white folk had a nice big house, and they was a number of poor little cabins for us folks. Ours was one room, built of logs, and had a puncheon floor. Old Massa had a number of slaves, but we didn't have no school, nor church, and mighty little merrymaking. Mostly we went barefooted the year round. My mother and some of the other women done the weaving and sewing. I learned to spin. I could fill brooches and spin as good as any of 'em. One time old Tom Johnson, the nigger buyer, come up from Little Rock. He was going to buy Mother and her family and take us to Arkansas. But about that time there was so much talk about freeing the slaves, he was afraid to. Mostly we had right fair eatings. We didn't go into the big house much, just on cleaning days and such like. Old Massa often hired his colored folks out to neighbor farms, and he didn't care how they was treated. One time my two brothers was hired out, and in the evening they come and told Mother they were going to run away 'cause they was treated so mean. She begged 'em not to come there to hide 'cause they'd find 'em sure and most likely kill 'em right before her eyes. They got away, and old Massa come to the cabin to search for 'em. When Mother told him she didn't know where they was, he tied a rope round her neck and tied the other end to the rafters. Then he beat her to make her tell. After this we was treated so mean that a neighbor helped us escape. We all got in a big wagon, 'bout 10 or 12 of us, and drove us to the Cape where they's soldiers who'd protect us. I remember when we got there, they put us in a long, low-frame house that stood on the corner where Mr. Heck now lives. Here we lived for a long time. Mother and I had no trouble finding work to do. She hired me out for 25 cents a week, and I was so proud to be earning money that I never thought about learning to read or write. End of section 2. Section 3 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Florence Short. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Hannah Allen. Interview with Aunt Hannah Allen, Fredericktown, Missouri. God got a hold on her. One of the oldest ex-slaves encountered in Missouri is Aunt Hannah Allen of Fredericktown, who claims she is 107 years old. According to Madison County records, Aunt Hannah gave her age as 82 when she made application for a marriage license in Fredericktown in 1912. In spite of her extreme age, Aunt Hannah is able to do all of the work around the house, and she frequently walks uptown and back a distance of several blocks. Her eyesight is very good, and even at her advanced age, she does not have to wear glasses. She claims her grandfather was a white man, and she attributes her unusual health to several causes. She was well treated as a slave during her younger years when she was under the ownership of a family named Bollinger. She is childless and has been content to live on the same spot during the last 71 years. Being a Negro, she naturally does not take life seriously, but as she expresses it, just lives it like it comes." In reviewing the incidents which she was able to recall on the occasion of the writer's recent visit to her home, she outlined her stories as follows. Down in Pocahontas, Arkansas, a man had 400 slaves, and the boss would allow an old colored man to have meetings every Saturday night, and of a Friday night they would have a class meeting. Several of them got religion right out of the field and would kneel down in the cornfield. The boss went home and told his wife he thought the slaves was losing their minds, 'cause they was all kneeling down in the field. The boss' daughter also got religion and went down to the mourner's bench. The colored church finally made the boss and his whole family get religion. The old white mistress would sing and pray while she washed dishes, milked the cows, and made biscuits. So they called a doctor, and he come and said that God had got a hold on her. One of the darkies had a baby out in the field about 11 o'clock one morning. The doctor come out there to her. She was sick a long time 'cause she had got too hot before the child was born. After this happened, the boss got to be a better man. This old boss at first would not let the darkies have any church meetings. On Sunday, there at home, the colored folks could get all the water that ran from the maple trees. The slaves would get through their work for the boss, and then there would sometimes be 3 days when they could work for themselves. Then they would get paid for working for others, and then buy clothes. They had the finest boots. They did not want the mistress to tell me when we was free, 'cause there were only 2 of us slaves left there. The other slaves already done run off. I did not want to leave. When I was a slave, I learned to do a job right or do it over. I learned to sew, cook, and spin. We sat by the fireside and picked a shoe full of cotton, and then we could go to bed. But you did a lot before you got that shoe full of cotton when it was pressed down. This was almost enough to pad a quilt with. The white children would be getting their lessons then, and they used a pine torch for a light to see by. I was paid nothing after slavery, but just stayed with the boss, and they gave me things like a calf, clothes, and I got to go to church with them and to camp meetings and picnics. They would have big basket meetings with pies, hogs, sheep, and the like. They did not allow me to go with other colored girls if they had no character. We all sat down and ate at the same table with the white folks and tended the sick together. Today, if the parents would make their children do like they did in slavery, then we would have a better race. I was better off than the free people. I think that slavery taught me a lot. In Fredericktown, I worked for my mistress' sister and made $10 a month. My father told me to always keep myself clean and nice and to comb my hair. When I lived in Fredericktown, the people I worked for always tried to keep me from going out with the low class. After I washed the supper dishes, I would have to go upstairs and cut out quilts, and I did not like it, but it was good for me. My first husband gave $50 for this lot I am living on. That was just at the end of the war. He hauled the logs and chinked and whitewashed them, and we had 2 rooms and a hall. It was a good, nice, warm house. He was a carpenter. About 25 years later, my husband built him a frame house here and dug him a well. He had 4 dozen chickens, 15 head of hogs, 2 horses, 2 wagons, and a buggy to go back and forth to church at Libertyville, New Tennessee, or Pilot Knob. We lived together 50 years before he died. He left me this home, 3 horses, 3 milk cows, and 3 hogs. We had no children, but adopted a little boy. He was my husband's sister's child. The boy's mother took a notion that she wanted to work out, and she was just a young girl, so we took the boy at about the age of 3, and he was with us about 6 years. He went to a colored school then, but a white teacher taught him. We adopted a girl, too, from Marquand. The girl's father was a colored man, and the mother was a white woman. The woman then married a white man in Marquand, and her husband did not want the child, so we took her at about 3 years old. We did not have her no time till she died. We have helped to raise about a dozen children, but I have quit doing that now. I now has my second husband. He always liked to have children around, but we ain't had none of our own. When my first husband died, he did not owe 15 cents. He just would not go in debt to nobody. He attended the Masonic Lodge. After he died, I went to work. I brought wood, washed, ironed, and cooked. I have made as high as $15 a week and keep. I took care of a man's children after him and his wife separated. We have had 2 houses burned down right here. One of our houses was a little too close to Saline Creek, and it was condemned, and we tore it down and built the one we have now, 13 years ago. Harry Newberry has a mill, and he give us the lumber to build this house. We have a lot in the colored graveyard. I have no insurance, but Mr. Allen has some kind of insurance, so if he gets hurt traveling, he will get something. We is getting together $25 in pensions a month, and we is living pretty well right now. Some months we spend from $7 to $8 on food. Almost everything is cash for us. I've been going barefoot about 10 years. I come mighty near going barefoot into winter time. We've been getting a pension about 2 years, and we was on relief for 2 or 3 years before that. Our biggest debt is a doctor bill of about $60. Some of the colored folks is better off now, and some is worser. The young race says we who was slaves is 10 times worse off than they, 'cause we had bosses and couldn't read or write. But I say the young race has got all this to go by, and they ought to be much better off than they is. We is better off in one sense than the young race, 'cause about half of them don't know how to raise their children, and they don't know how to do nothing. I think our folks has just as good a chance now as the white folks, but they don't get cultivated. They say today that I don't know nothing 'cause I was a slave, and all I learned was what the master learnt me. But I know enough to keep out of devilment. I think all this speed shows that people ain't got no sense at all. Interview with Aunt Hannah Allen, aged 107, Fredericktown, Missouri. I was born in 1830 on Castor River, about 14 miles east of Fredericktown, Missouri. My birthday is December 24th. Yes, sir, I is 107 years old, they say, and they got the records up there in the courthouse to prove it. The first time I married Adam Ringer in 1866 and was married by Squire Addison in Fredericktown. In 1912, on August 11th, me and the parson was married in the Methodist church here, and this was the largest one in Fredericktown. About 600 or 700 come for the celebration. I guess I is about the oldest person in Madison County. My father come from Perry County. He was named Abernathy. My father's father was a white man. My white people come from Castor, and they owned my mother, and I was 2 years old when my mother was sold. The white people kept 2 of us, and sold mother and 3 children in New Orleans. Me and my brother George was kept by the Bollingers. This was in 1832. The white people kept us in the house, and I took care of the babies most of the time, but worked in the field a little bit. They had 6 boys. Our house joined on to the house of the white folks. Many times I slept on the floor in front of the fireplace near my mistress. They got hold of a big buffalo rug, and I would sleep on it. The Bollinger boy, Billy Bollinger, would go to the cabin and sleep with George, my brother. They thought nothing of it. Old man Bollinger sent some colored folk up to his farm in Cibola, and Billy cried to go along with them. He let Billy go. I stayed with old Aunt Betsy on Castor River. Before the Civil War broke out, we were at Cibola, and a Mr. Schaefer and Mr. Bollinger started to take the slaves to Texas. They got as far as Rockport, near Hot Springs. A man by the name of John Higdon from Colorado married Olive Bollinger, and he was injured in the arm in the Battle of Fredericktown. Then John Higdon went to Rockport after he was shot and had taken the oath of allegiance. Higdon's wife died in Rockport, and she had a child 2 years old. I took the baby to care for. The wife was to be buried back home, so they took the body in a wagon with just a sheet over it towards Little Rock. I was sitting in the wagon holding the 2-year-old baby. On the way, about 10 miles out, we were captured by Federal soldiers and took back to Rockport. The body was put in a room for 2 weeks and then placed in a vault above the ground and stayed there for about 8 years before Mr. Higdon took it back home to bury. Higdon took me and his child to about 8 miles from Hot Springs to a hotel he had bought. Once he come up to the hotel with 2 government horses and put me and the child on a horse, and we were on the way to Little Rock. We rode that way for about 2 weeks and was captured again near Benton. Higdon had on a Union cape. The soldiers asked us all about the horses, guns, child, etc. The soldiers let him keep his gun 'cause they said it wouldn't kill a flea. But they cut the buttons off the coat and took the spurs off of his heels and said he could not go any further. They took me and the baby and made us sit on the ground. The soldiers took Higdon to the river. It was late in the day. They said they was going to transfer him back to Missouri and sell the horses. Higdon had papers from Colonel Lowe and Chambers. The soldiers were Masons, and after a while they all come back just a-laughing and shaking hands. We were put on a boat at Little Rock going towards St. Louis. The child took the smallpox from a lady on the boat. When we got on the boat, they were firing at the wheels of the boat from across the river. I was feeding the baby, and the chambermaid come out and said I would drown him. I said, if you do that, you will have to drown me too. They had Higdon locked up on the boat, and he did not get to see the baby for 2 weeks when we got to St. Louis. Just as we got to St. Louis, 2 white ladies saw the baby who was so sick, and they went out and got some clothes for it. The doctor come on the boat and vaccinated me. The sores on the baby were as big as $50. Then after we got to St. Louis, we went to Whitworth's in Ironton, Missouri. Higdon was on the back porch, and a soldier shot at him and took him to headquarters that night. Whitworth had some soldiers take us to Cibola, 25 miles away. The soldiers then took Higdon back to Ironton until the war was over. Higdon married 3 times. John, the baby, was raised by his grandmother and stepmother in St. Louis. John married the daughter of a county clerk in Luxembourg, Missouri, and he became county clerk for 30 years in this county. John died about 2 years ago this July. I remember how they would treat one slave. The master took 2 boards and tied one to the feet and another to the hands and tied her back with ropes and whipped her with cat o' 9 tails till she bled, and then took salt and pepper and put in the gashes. I can remember when I was in Iron County, the soldiers stole the boss' horse, and the boss had to go to Patton to get it. Once the soldiers made me get up in the smokehouse and throw down some ham. The authorities gave the soldiers for stealing from the people. I had to carry some stuff out for Sam Hildebrand to eat. I've been living here since the Civil War. This is the 3rd house that I built on this spot. What I think about slavery? Well, we's getting along pretty well now, and I believe it's best to not agitate. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kenneth the Teller. Slave Narratives, a Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 4. W.C. Parson Allen, aged 78, Fredericktown, Missouri. I was born in Harrison County in 1859 and was raised in Georgetown, Scott County. Yes, I was born a slave. My boss was John McWigan, a Scotch-Irishman who raised hogs, sheep, hemp and darkies. He'd about 230 darkies on the place. We lived in log cabins. They had slipped doors for the windows. Man, what you talk about, we never saw a window glass. I had about 14 cabins, and they was placed so that the old master could sit on his porch and see every one of them. My mistress was Alice McWigan. I was kept busy shooing flies off the table with a peafowl brush, watching the chickens, and getting the maple syrup from the root of the trees. We made a pocket at the base of the tree, and dipped out the sugar water with a bucket. Had about 40 or 50 trees along the road, had all kinds of berries. We never got no whipping, only a little boxing. In church we sat on one side and the whites on the other. The white preacher always read a special text to the darkies, and it was this: "Servants, obey your master." John McWigan was a son of a Federal. His brother Keeney was a Confederate. When the Confederate army come, Keeney took the silver goblets down to the creek and gave the soldiers water to drink. Then, when the other soldiers come, Johnny would help his crowd. The soldiers took Mac's iron grey saddle horses to Lexington, and the boss had to pay $500 to get the horses back. He got some of his mules back. The bushwhackers and night riders were here, but the boss got round it this way. He had the slaves dig trenches across the road and tie grapevines over it. Then have the darkies go up on the hill and sing corn songs. Then the night riders come a-rushing, and sometimes they would get 4 or 5 whites in these raids. It would kill the men and horses too when they fell into the trench. On Saturday night we had a shindig. We would eat chicken and pound cake and, of course, whiskey made in Kentucky. The jail was called the Watch House. After the war, the government instituted religious training among the coloured people and gave them white teachers. I was in Lexington, Kentucky, when I learned my letters. Just how these latter-day children learn to read without the letters is a mystery to me. I's one of the preachers of the church here, and I'm a deacon too. I studied at the University of Louisville, where I was a theological student and was one of the main orators in the school. I've married a lot of 'em in Poplar Bluff, Kenneth, Farmington and Fredericktown, and have preached quite a few funerals. Have preached some brush arbour sermons and stood under a arbour when we was married. I baptized 42 in Pennsylvania. I ain't eligible enough to express 'bout slavery. I ain't saying nothing. End of Section 4.
Section 5 of Slave Narratives, a Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Darrell Doss. Slave Narratives, a Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Charles Gabriel Anderson. Interview with Charles Gabriel Anderson, St. Louis, Missouri. Hale and hearty at 119. Charles Gabriel Anderson, 119 years old, lives at 1106 Biddle Street in St. Louis, alone. He is 5 feet 3 inches in height, has mixed gray hair, and weighs 145 pounds. He is slightly bent, but does not have to wear glasses, and is able to go anywhere in the city without assistance. He has a good memory and a cheerful attitude. Seated in the Church of God in Christ, a storefront church next door to his home, where he attends because of the convenient location, he tells the writer the following story. I was born January 5, 1818, in Huntsville, Alabama, the son of Sally McCree and George Bryant. My owner's name was Miss Margaret Toney. She sold me to Edmund Bryant while I was quite young. I sometimes go by the name of Bryant. I was just big enough to carry water and help a bit with farming while Miss Toney had me, but I judge I was about 14 years old when Mr. Bryant got me, 'cause I was old enough to plow and help with the cotton, and I done a man-sized work in his field. I was his slave when the war broke out. I joined the Army in 1864. I used to get a pension of $65 a month. Now I only get $56 a month, but last month I didn't get no check at all. I don't know why. Wish I could find out, 'cause I needs it bad to live on. I used to nurse the white folks' children when I was a little boy. I made a better nurse than most girls, so just kept on at it till I was old enough to be a field hand. I had a hard time till the war broke out. Soon as I got a chance, I run off and went to the Army. I served 2 years and 6 months. I come out in 1866. Course I was in the hospital till 66. I don't know how long I was in there wounded, but I do know when I got better, I was such a good nurse the doctors kept me in the government hospital to help nurse them other soldiers, and there sure enough was a heap of 'em up there. That was in Madison, Wisconsin. After they turned me loose from the hospital, I went to work in a barber shop up there. I worked in it 1 year to learn the trade. After I learned the barber trade, I don't remember how much longer I stayed there. I left there and went to Dodgeville, Wisconsin, and opened a barber shop of my own and run it about 2 or 3 years. Then I went to Dubuque, Iowa, and stayed about 1 year and barbered in a hotel there. I come to St. Louis in 1876 and started being a roustabout and firing on boats. I changed from that after a while and went to driving private carriages and done glass cleaning. I got what little education I got attending night school here in St. Louis. I got enough to get ordained in the Chambers Street Baptist Church for a preacher. Then I come in holiness in Elder Jones' Church of God in Christ on Kennerly Avenue. I pastored the Macedonia Spiritual Church 8 years in East St. Louis, Illinois. I've been married twice and am the father of 3 children, all dead, and both wives dead. I don't know how long none of 'em been dead. My mother died while I was in the Army, and my father got drowned before I was born. I only had 2 sisters and 3 brothers, and they is all dead. My brother, Jim Bryant, died in the Army. He enlisted 1 year before I did, but in a different regiment. I has voted many times in my lifetime, and always voted Republican till this last election. I decided I better vote the Democrat ticket, and I did, and I don't regret it either. I gets my washing done by the neighbors that do washing, and I eat at the restaurant on the corner. The Ku Klux never bothered me none, 'cause I stayed up north, out of their reach. I remember the old slaves used to sing, "Amazing Grace, how sweet de sound." I want to be a soldier since the Lord has set me free, fighting for liberty. Why should we start in fear to die? Death is the gate to endless joy. And yet we dread to enter there. The pain, the groan, the dying strife writes our approaching souls away. Jesus can make a dying bed soft as downy pillows are, whilst on his breast I lean my head and breathe our lives out sweetly there. Sister, I just think this younger generation is gone totally. They ain't taught right in the home, and the teachers can't do a thing with 'em. If it wasn't for the prayers going up to the throne of grace from all of us old saints what's got sense enough to trust in nothing else but Jesus, the whole business would be gone plumb to wrack. They ain't even got sense enough to know that. The young folks' mind is on worldly goods and worldly pleasures, and there ain't no good in none of it, just misery and woe to all it touches. And still they don't seem to see, and don't want to see, and nobody got any sense can make 'em see. God help this generation is all dat I can say. I figured I lived this long 'cause, in the first place, I obey God. I never did drink liquor or smoke in my whole life. I never wore glasses but precious little, and that was when I did what little reading and writing I knowed how to do, 'cause after my children went to school long enough to read and write for me, I just stopped doing that little bit. Now, day's all dead, so I just makes marks and lets it go at that. I am a member of the Kennerly Avenue Church of God in Christ. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Project Administration. Section 6, Jane Baker, Farmington, Missouri. My mother was in a log cabin east of Farmington, and when Price's soldiers come through from Fredericktown, one of the soldiers climbed over the fence and robbed the hen house of eggs, and he put the eggs in his boots. Then, when he climbed over the fence to get back to the road, he mashed the eggs in his boots. The soldier took off his boots and turned them upside down to get the broken eggs out, and my mother ran out to the fence and hollered, "Goody, goody!" My mother said that the worst side of slavery was when the slaves were farmed out. A master or slaveholder would loan or sublet slaves to a man for so many months at so much money. The master agreed to supply so many clothes. The man who rented the slaves would treat them just like animals. My mother was sold twice. The first time she was 14 years old. She was taken 26 miles to the new owner, and it took all day. She tied all her belongings up in a red bandana handkerchief and went on horseback. One stream was so high that when they crossed it, they got all wet. Then, as soon as she got to the new owner, she was shipped the following day. One of my mother's owners was so good to her that she was treated as one of the family. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Interview with Mary A. Bell, St. Louis, Missouri, written by Grace E. White. She loves Army men. The subject of this sketch is Mary A. Bell, 85 years old, living in a 4-room frame cottage at 1321 Argus Street, St. Louis County, Missouri. Mary Bell has a very light complexion, light brown eyes, mixed gray hair, very long and straight. She has fine features. She is quite bent and shows her years, but is cheerful. She is living in the same yard with her daughter, who is married and lives next door with her family, Mrs. Virginia Miller, and 6 children. Her story follows. I was born in Missouri, May 1, 1852, and owned by an old maid named Miss Kitty Diggs. I had 2 sisters and 3 brothers. One of my brothers was killed in the Civil War, and one died here in St. Louis in 1919. His name was Spot. My other brother, 4 years younger than I, died in October 1925 in Colorado Springs. Slavery was a mighty hard life. Kitty Diggs hired me out to a Presbyterian minister when I was 7 years old to take care of 3 children. I nursed in that family 1 year. Then Miss Diggs hired me out to a baker named Henry Tillman to nurse 3 children. I nursed there 2 years. Neither family was nice to me. The preacher had a big farm. I was only 7 years old, so they put me on a pony at mealtime to ride out to the field and call the hands to dinner. After the meals were finished, I helped in the kitchen, gathered the eggs, and kept plenty busy. My father was owned by the Lewis family out in the country, but Miss Diggs owned my mother and all her children. I never attended school until I came to St. Louis. When Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, I had never been to school. That same year, I attended school at Benton Barracks and went about 6 or 7 months with the soldiers. There was no Negro school in St. Louis at that time. The next school I attended was St. Paul Chapel, 11th and Green Streets. I went there about 6 months. The next place I went to school was 18th and Warren. I went there about 2 years. My next school was 23rd and Morgan, now Delmar Boulevard, in a store building. I went there between 2 and 3 years. I was very apt and learned fast. My father, in the time I was going from school to school, was a nurse in Benton Barracks, and my mother taken in washing and ironing. I had to help her in the home with the laundry. I married at the age of 22 and was the mother of 7 children, but only have 2 now living. My daughter that lives next door and in the same yard with me, and a son in the Philippine Islands. I have 8 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren. I so often think of the hard times my parents had in their slave days, more than I feel my own hard times, because my father was not allowed to come to see my mother but 2 nights a week. That was Wednesday and Saturday. So often he came home all bloody from beatings his old nigger overseer would give him. My mother would take those bloody clothes off of him, bathe the sore places, and grease them good, and wash and iron his clothes, so he could go back clean. But once he came home bloody after a beating he did not deserve, and he ran away. He scared my mother most to death, because he had run away, and she done all in her power to persuade him to go back. He said he would die first, so he hid 3 days and 3 nights under houses and in the woods, looking for a chance to cross the line, but the patrollers were so hot on his trail he couldn't make it. He could see the riders hunting him, but they didn't see him. After 3 days and 3 nights, he was so weak and hungry, he came out and gave himself up to a nigger trader that he knew, and begged the nigger trader to buy him from his owner, Mr. Lewis, because Marser Lewis was so mean to him, and the nigger trader knew how valuable he was to his owner. The nigger trader promised he would try to make a deal with his owner for him, because the nigger trader wanted him. So when they brought father back to his owner and asked to buy him, Mr. Lewis said there wasn't a plantation owner with money enough to pay him for Spot. That was my father's name, so of course that put my father back in the hands of Marser Lewis. Lewis owned a large tobacco plantation, and my father was the head man on that plantation. He cured all the tobacco, as it was brought in from the field, made all the twists and plugs of tobacco. His owner's son taught him to read, and that made his owner so mad, because my father read the Emancipation for Freedom to the other slaves, and it made them so happy they could not work well, and they got so no one could manage them when they found out they were to be freed in such a short time. Father told his owner after he found out he wouldn't sell him, that if he whipped him again, he would run away again, and keep on running away until he made a free state land. So the nigger trader begged my father not to run away from Marsa Louis, because, if he did, Louis would be a ruined man, because he did not have another man who could manage the workers as father did. So the owner knew freedom was about to be declared, and my father would have the privilege of leaving whether his owner liked it or not. So Louis knew my father knew it as well as he did, so he sat down and talked with my father about his future, and promised my father, if he would stay with him and ship his tobacco for him, and look after all of his business on his plantation after freedom was declared, he would give him a nice house and lot for his family right on his plantation. And he had such influence over the other slaves, he wanted him to convince the others that it would be better to stay with their former owner and work for him for their living than take a chance on strangers they did not know and who did not know them. He pleaded so hard with my father that father told him all right to get rid of him. But Louis had been so mean to father that down in father's heart he felt Louis did not have a spot of good in him. No place for a black man. So father stayed just 6 months after that promise, and taken 11 of the best slaves on the plantation, and went to Kansas City, and all of them joined the U.S. Army. They enlisted the very night they got to Kansas City, and the very next morning the paddy owners were there on the trail after them to take them back home, but the officers say they were now enlisted U.S. soldiers and not slaves, and could not be touched. In the country where I was raised, the white people went to church in the morning, and the slaves went in the afternoon. I was converted at the age of 14, and married in 1882. My husband died May 27, 1896, and I have been a widow ever since. I do get a pension now. I never started buying this little old 4-room frame dwelling until I was 64 years old, and paid for it in full in 6 years and 6 months. I am a member of St. Peter's AME Church in North St. Louis. I told you my father's name was Spot, but that was his nickname in slavery. His full name was Spotwood Rice, and my son's full name is William A. Bell. He is enlisted in the Army in the Philippine Islands. I love Army men. My father, brother, husband, and son were all Army men. I love a man who will fight for his rights, and any person that wants to be something. End of section 7, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, May 13, 2025.
Section 8 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Florence Short. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 10, Missouri Narratives by United States Work Projects Administration. William Black. Interview with William Black, Hannibal, Missouri. He's quit having birthdays. William Black of 919 South Arch Street, Hannibal, Missouri, is one of the few ex-slaves living in Marion County. He is now about 85 years old and has lived his entire life in Marion, Monroe, and Rawls counties. In chatting about his life and experiences, he says, "My mother and father come from Virginia. I don't know how old I is, but I have had one birthday and the rest is anniversaries. I think I is about 85. I was born in slavery and when I was 8 years old was bonded out to Sam Briggs of New London. Mr. Briggs was a good master and I didn't have a whole lot to do. My job was to take his children to school and go after them of an evening. In the meantime, I just piddled around in the fields. In the evening when the work was done, we would sit round and play marbles and sing songs. We made our songs up as we went along. Sometimes there would be a corn shucking, and that is when we had a good time, but we always shucked a lot of that corn. I did not go to school any, and today I do not even have the sense of writing at all. Unless someone guides my hand, I cannot make a mark. I wish I wasn't so old now, so I could go to school and learn how to read and write. I remember one day when the master was gone, us darkies thought we would have a party. I guess the master knowed we was going to have one, 'cause that night, when we was all having a good time, my sister said to me, "Bill, over there is old Master Sam. He had dressed up to look like us and see what we was up to." Master Sam didn't do anything to us that time, 'cause he had too good a time hisself. At the age of 13, my sister was bonded out to some man who was awful mean. She was a bad girl, too. After we were freed, she told me all about her old master. She said, one Christmas my master was drunk, and I went to wish him a Merry Christmas and get some candy. He hit at me, and I ducked and run round the house so fast I burnt the grass round that house, and I know there ain't no grass growing there yet. When we was freed, our master didn't give us nothing but some clothes and $5. He told us we could stay if we wanted to, but we was so glad to be freed that we all left him. He was a good man, though. During the war, we could not leave the master's house to go to the neighbors without a pass. If we didn't have a pass, the patty rollers would get us and kill us or take us away. After the freedom come, we could vote, but some of us never done it. To this day, I ain't never voted. The government has been as good to us as they could. I get $10 a month and think I should have more, but I know they is giving us all they can, and someday they will give us ex-slaves more. I am glad that we have our churches and schools. We don't have no business being with the good white people. They is cultured and we is not, but someday we will be as good, and they will be glad to have us round them more. Just 'cause we is black is no sign that we ain't good niggers. I don't like the way the younger generation is doing. As my neighbors say, the devil is getting them, and it won't be long for he will come and get them all. When I was young, we didn't act like they do nowadays. We didn't get drunk and stay that way and kill each other. The good Lord is going to do something to all of them, mark my word. I can't remember some of the songs we sung, but when we was freed, we sang, "Master's body is molding in the grave," and I know some of them is. William Black lives by himself in a house owned by his daughter. He is unable to do any kind of manual labor and has not done any kind of work for almost 5 years. He is active in religious affairs and attends church regularly. He is one of the few persons living in Marion County who raises tobacco. His garden plot, 5 by 10 feet, is close to his house. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives by United States Work Projects Administration. George Bollinger. Interview with George Bollinger, Cape Girardeau, Missouri. He saw many haunts. George Bollinger is a typical old-time Negro who lives in Cape Girardeau. In his younger days, he was big and powerful, and even now, at the age of 84, he is above the average in build. He owns his home, and his is the last colored family to remain in this neighborhood, which is rapidly being built up with modern homes. George has little education, unlike his wife, who is much younger and uses fairly good English. He sits on his porch and thoroughly enjoys talking of the long ago with those who appreciate listening to his story. "Benton Hill?" he said. "Sure, it's haunted. I seen things and heard things there lots of times. Good gosh almighty! One night we was drivin' through there and we heard something that sound like a woman just a-screamin'. Old man Osbury was with me and he wanted to stop and see what it was, but I says, 'No, you don't. Drive on. You don't know what dat might be.' Another time we's drivin' by there and there was a great big mule just standing across the road, and he just wouldn't move. I says, 'Just drive on, and he'll get out of the way.' But he didn't. When we gets to him, he just parts right in the middle and half stands on one side and half on the other. We didn't look round. No, Mo, we just made that hoss go. I don't know what makes them haunts round there. Less'n it's the gold what's buried there. And you know the spirits always come back for gold. Sure dey's money buried there. Didn't you all know that? Lots of folks is dug there, but they ain't never found it. Why, dey is holes round there where men's been digging for that gold. They was one man had a vining rod that points to where things is hid, but he didn't find it neither. And then, out by the Mayberry place, close to Gordonville, whoo-wee, I sure enough seen things out there lots of times. You know where that clump of peach trees is, at the corner of the fence? They always seems to come from right there. I worked out there for a long time. We'd get out to work early. Sometimes 'twasn't good and day. One morning I was coming along there, on a hoss I was, and I met a hossman. He looks funny to me, and when he asked me something I says, 'Get on, I ain't talking to you.' But he says, 'Wait, I wants to talk to you.' As I says, he looks funny to me, and I pulls out my pistol. I always carries my gun, and I think if he makes a pass at me, I'll get him. But I goes on without looking back. Now, just that one man is all I seen, but when I gets past, there is lots of talking like there is 6 or 8 men. But I didn't look back. One morning, I'd got out there real early, too early to go into the field, and I thinks I'll rest a while under the tree. I had my eyes shut for a while when something bothered me. When I opened up my eyes, there was a lot of strange hosses standing round me in a ring. I jumped up and hollered, 'Get out!' They turned and ran, and they run right off a steep bank on the other side of the field." "Did you see them down there?" he was asked. "'Course I never. Nobody else never neither. They wasn't there, that's why," he answered. "Lord, when I thinks of the way we used to work, out in the field before day, and work till plumb dark. My boss would say, 'George, take 2 men, or maybe 3 men, and get that field plowed, or that woods patch cleared.' And he knowed if he tell me, the work would be done. And I worked at anything. One time I steamboated for 8 years. But what do these young folks know about work? Nothing. Look at that grandson of mine, just crossed the porch. Why, he's 14, and he can't even use an axe. Too young? Go on with you." "I tells you, these young folks just don't know how to work. They has too much studying up here," pointing to his head and making motions like wheels going round. "When I was his age, I was working at anything I could find. I worked on a farm and on a steamboat. I carried cross ties, just anything where I could earn money. And I saved money, too. When we bought this house, I had $2,400 saved up. And men was stronger in them days and had better health. These young folks want too easy living, and they ain't brung up to show respect to old folks like we is. If I goes down to walk, and a bunch of young folks is coming along, I knows I's got to step out of the way, 'cause they won't give any. And if some little ones on roller skates is coming down the sidewalk, you better get off, or they'll run right into you. I was telling you about Miss Katie coming to see me, wasn't I? Well, just last week, her boy come to see me. He's maybe 25 or 30-year-old. Somebody told him about me, and he comes here and he sits right there on the porch for an hour and talk with me. He was a fine young man, he was." Interview with George Bollinger by Molly E. Smith. Note: George Bollinger and his family live in a nice 1 1/2 story house, which they own. They have always been industrious people, and their home is nicely kept. George is 84 years old and seems to enjoy life. He was glad to talk over old times, especially after he recognized me, the me being Molly E. Smith, and recalled that he used to work at my grandfather's tan yard. George Bollinger is living at 320 North Sprigg Street, Cape Girardeau, Missouri. We lived out on the edge of Bollinger County. Old Massa's name was Dan Bollinger. Old Missus we always called Aunt Polly. Then they was young Massa Dave and young Missy Katy. My pappy's name was Bollinger, and my mammy was Temple. My pappy was a smart man. He could read and write. I don't know where he learned it. And he had the power, my daddy did. He could break a hoodoo spell, and he could tell things that happened when he didn't see it. If one of the folks went to town, he could tell 'em just everything they done there. There was about 20, maybe 25, slaves on the place, and we all lived in a big old log house. My mammy was a good cook, and she could spin and weave. She made all the clothes we wore. Us chillens never wore no pants, just something like a long shirt made of homespun. We didn't know nothing about learning. They was a church, but we didn't go much, and we never had no kind of gatherings. They wouldn't let the colored folks congregate. No, sure. Why, even the man over at the stove wouldn't let more than 2 colored folks come in at a time. I didn't even know what money was. Massa had a chest about 3 feet long, up in a little attic. It was just full of gold and silver money. No greenbacks. It was covered over with rugs, and I never knowed what was in there. We used to go up there to play sometimes on rainy days, and Aunt Polly'd holler, "If you don't come down from there, the ghosts'll get ya." I never seed inside the chest till they bury it. That was in wartime. They put a big handspike under it, and the men carried it down by the sugar grove the other side of the graveyard. I could go right now and show you the very spot they bury it. The best time we-uns had was going fishing, and man, did we like to fish. Allus we had Saturday afternoon off, lessen it were wheat harvest or something special like, and Sundays we allus fished all day long. One time they was 200 soldiers come to our place. They was Southerners, and they was nearly stopped. Massa told 'em they could kill that big steer. They shoots him, and 'fore he drops, they was on him, skinning him. By that time, others had a fire belt, and the men pull out the knives, and they cuts off hunks. They puts 'em on a stick and holds 'em over the fire a few minutes. Didn't give 'em time to cook through 'fore they ate it. That old steer didn't last long, and Massa had 10 cribs of corn. He told 'em to help themselves. About that time a dispatch came that the Yankees was coming. They went up to meet 'em, and they had a battle over at Patton. Long about midnight, some of 'em came back, wounded. Aunt Polly helped 'em, but she begged 'em not to stay there, or the Yankees come in, burn the house down. Aunt Polly and Mammy always knowed what to do when a body was ailin'. They always had a bag of yarbs hanging under the porch. When the soldiers was comin', we always hid the hosses. Massa had lots of 'em, and Missy had the prettiest black mare. Its name was Kate. There's one time the hosses must have scared or something. The soldiers found 'em, and here they come riding up past the house with every one of our horses. A soldier was riding Black Kate. When Missy Katy saw that, she holler, and she ran and grabbed hold of bridles, one hand on each side of his head. The soldier put spurs to the mare, but she hung on just crying. I can just see her now, the mare a-rearing and Missy hanging on a-crying. She hung on till they reached the creek. Then she lose her grip, but she sure did cry. One night we had a big corn shucking. We shucked till way late in the night. Then some of the white men stay up all night. They was a pile of shucks higher'n dat door. Next morning a bunch of Yankees come by. As they was coming through the yard, they see one man running to hide behind the barn. They say, "Halt!" but the man keep running. So they fire. The bullet through his head and he stop. Then they say, if they's one man, they's more hiding. They looks round. Then the headman say, men ride through that pile shucks and in the hair. Then the soldiers ask them things, and if the answers didn't seem good, they hit 'em over the head with their guns. I was standing right here, and I saw old massa get hit on the head once, then another time, and he fell. I sure thought he was dead, but he warn't. And Polly fixed him up after the soldiers was gone, but the bushwhackers got him. They must have heard about the chest of money he had buried. They tried to make him tell, but he wouldn't. Then they put a rope round his neck and pulls him up. Then they lets him down, but he wouldn't tell no how, so they finished him. Yes, the nigger buyers used to come round our place. It was sight to see. There'd be maybe 5 or 6 men a-riding fine horses and a-driving a whole flock or slaves along the road, just like stock all chained together. One day there was Pete Smith, old Tom Johnson, and Fred and Sam Dory, all nigger buyers. They was at our place, and they would all sit there, and us slaves had to stand up in front of 'em, and they'd bid on us. I 'members I was full-chested, and they laid a stick across my chest to see how straight I could stand. Old Pete Smith was going to buy me, but my young folks begged massa not to sell me, 'cause we'd all played together, so he didn't sell me. But they was going to buy my pappy and take him way off, but my pappy was smart. He had made baskets at night and sold 'em when he could, and saved the money. That night he goes to the fireplace and lifts up a stone, and out of that hole he pulls out a bag of money, and he runs away. I ain't never seed my pappy since. Last I heard of him, he was in Indiana, when Mr. Lincoln made his proclamation. That was 'fore the war was over. Young Master Dave set us free. He gave us a yoke of oxen and a wagon full of everything we needed. There was a feather bed and quilts and meat and provisions, and he sent us into the Cape, and we've been living round here ever since. All my white folks is dead, 'cept Missy Katy, and do you know, some year back, she come to see me. Yes, sir, her car drove up, right there, to the sidewalk, and she made all her grandchildren get out and shake hands with me. She sure was a fine woman. Ku Klux? Yes, they was round sometime, but they didn't bother if you mind your own business. But the darkies better not congregate, 'cause they sure take 'em out and flag 'em. If they ketch you at a neighbor's house after dark, you sure better have a pass from your massa. End of section 9, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, October 5, 2025.
Section 10 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kenneth the Teller. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 10. Annie Bridges. Interview with Annie Bridges, age 81, Farmington, Missouri. I was born on March 6, 1855 on Wolf Creek in St. Francois County. My mother, Clausa McFarland Bridges, was born on Wolf Creek too, but my father, Jerry Bridges, come from California. William McFarland was our boss, and he had a lot of slaves. Us lived in a log cabin with 2 rooms. Yep, there was a floor and we had a bed, but it hadn't no mattress, just roped and corded. Holes was in the side of the bed, so as the ropes could go through. We all wore jeans and wrapped an old sack round our legs. Most of the time we went barefoot. We always used catnip tea to cure most everything. It was pretty good to us, but we learned that old MP Case, he was a slaveholder, he would beat Hunter Case, an old nigger man, every Monday morning till his back bled. Then he took salt and he put it in the gashes. My brothers were Alvin, Jerry, Reuben, Lewis, and Nat. My sister Mary, she went to Rolla and married. Me and my brother Jerry are the only ones living. I married over to Sutherland when I was 26 years old. Abe Cohen married us, but we are not living together now. I never had no children by him. My first job was with Dr. Jim Bram For 1 year and 9 months I got $2.50 a week. I did all the housework there. After the war was over, my mother went to Pilot Knob to work in a hotel. Me and my mother went up on Pilot Knob berry hunting one day, and we seen the leg of a man, and his ankle bone was sticking in his shoe. There weren't any flesh on the leg. It was near the old fort, Fort Davidson. My mother told me that they used to sell the little children away from the breasts of the mothers. My mother ploughed in the field, and she would leave her baby lying at one end of the field. Well, she ploughed clear to the other end and come back. She knowed a man who had a child by one of his slaves, and then sold the child as a slave. Wasn't that terrible, selling his own son? The young folks call us old fogies, but we knew how to act, and lots of the young uns don't know that now. When I was growing up, with company, and we would have to wait until the folks was through eating before we could eat. Some of my mother's friends come one day with a reticule. They were eating, and I was sitting on the ladder that led up to the attic. I come down the ladder and was sitting near the bottom, and these grown people was eating. Then they lay back to rest a while, then they eat a little more and rest a while. I had to sit there and watch 'em. After a while I says, "My time now." Well, just for that my mother gave me one of the worst whippings that I ever had. Sometimes I had to stand in the closet or stand on the floor and hold one foot when I was punished. My mother's stepfather was poisoned in whiskey. His name was Charlie Gibson. Once the man held up a bottle and said, "I'm drinking the poison off." But he was putting the poison in. After that, Charlie Gibson drank the whiskey out of the bottle, and in 9 months he was dead. Simon could call the snakes, and they would come from all directions. He would take the skins of these snakes and put them on the roof of the shed, and then when they was dry he would make powder out of them and hoodoo people. We all went to a party one time, and Scott Cole's sister ate a big apple there. After a while she died. So as my mother told us not to eat anything that people give you, it may be poisoned. I've been told that if people die satisfied, they don't come back, but if they don't die satisfied, they come back. But I never seed nothing. One of the religious songs used to be, "Jesus in his chariot rides. He had 3 white horses side by side. When Jesus reached the mountain top, he spoke one word, the chariot stop. He's the lily of the valley, oh my Lord." Following is a love song she sang when she learned as a girl when attending play parties. I'm wandering down to Greybook Town, where the drums and fifes are beating. The Americans have gained the day, and the British are retreating. My pretty little pink, I used to think that you and I would marry, but since you told me so many faults, I care nothing about you. I'll take my knapsack on my back, my rifle on my shoulder. I'll open up a ring and choose a couple in to relieve the broken-hearted. Following is a song she learned as a child. I'll tune up my fiddle, I'll rosin my bow, I'll make myself welcome wherever I go. Rye whiskey, ain't no friend of mine. He killed my old daddy and he injured my mind. Following is a song she learned as a child. Rain, rain, rain all around, ain't gonna rain no more. And what did the blackbird say to the crow? You bring rain and I'll bring snow. Rain, rain, rain all around, ain't gonna rain no more. Old hawk and buzzard went to roost, the hawk came back with a loosened tooth. Rain, rain, rain all round, ain't gonna rain no more. I had an old hat and it had a crown, looked like a duck's nest sitting on the ground. Rain, rain, rain all round, ain't gonna rain no more. Following is a speech she gave as a small child. I love the cheerful summer-time with all the birds and flowers. I love the gentle flowing streams. I love the evening breeze. I love to go to school, to read, write and spell. I love my teacher's smile again and get my lessons well. Following is a speech given as a child. Hear the children gaily shout, 4:30, school is out. Merry, merry, playful girls and boys, thinking of games and toys. Slates, sleds, dolls and books, oh how happy each one looks. Now for snowballs Harry cried, and to hit his sister tried. Sister Flora, full of fun, with her little hand making one. At her brother Harry threw, swift it flew and hit his nose. Have I hurt you, brother dear? asked his sister, running near. No, indeed, said he. This is only sport for me. Following is a familiar prayer when she was a child. Saviour, tender shepherd, hear me. Bless the little lambs tonight. Through the darkness be they nearest. Watch my sleep till morning light. Bless the friends I love so well. Take me, when I die, to heaven, happy there with thee to dwell. Following is a very familiar song. Dear mother, said a little fish, praise this naughty fly. I am very hungry and I wish you would let me go and try. Sweet innocence, the mother cried, and started from her nook. The hurried fly is but to hide the sharpness of the hook. So he thought he'd venture out to see if it was true. Around the hook he played with many a long look. Dear me, to himself he said, I'm sure it's not a hook. So as he fainter grew, with hallowed voice he cried, If I had minded you, I would not then have died. Following are some old riddles. They may be of no value. Riddle. I rode over the bridge, and yet I walked. Answer. Yet I was the name of the dog with me. Riddle. Big at the bottom, little at the top, something in the middle goes flippity-flop. Answer. Churn. Riddle. Way down yonder in the meadow is a little red heifer. Give her some hay and she will eat it. Give her some water, she will die. Answer. Fire. Riddle. I went over Heffel steeple. There I met a heap of people. Some were Connect, some were Knack, some were the colour of brown tobacco. They were neither men, women, nor children. Answer. Bees. Note. Annie Bridges is quite a character. When giving her speeches and singing her songs, she dramatises them while walking across the room. She is hard of hearing and can be heard for quite a distance. She receives an old age pension. She is considered by many a sort of nuisance around town. She is always begging for something. Some are afraid of her. Following is a song of Abraham Lincoln she sang. If it hadn't been for Uncle Abraham, what would we have done? Been down in the cotton field, picking in the sun. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louise Jaeschke. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 11, Betty Brown. Interview with Betty Brown, Cape Girardeau County, Missouri. In the old days, we live in Arkansas, in Greene County. My mammy was Mary Ann Millen, and we belonged to Master John Nutt and Miss Nancy. Our white folks live in a big double house with an open hall between. It was built of hewn logs and had a big porch on the west side. The house stood on the Cache River at the crossroads of 3 roads. One road go to Pocahontas, one to Jonesburg, and one to Powhatan. Now, what for you want to know all them things? Are you trying to raise the dead? Some of 'em I don't want to see no more, and some of 'em wants to stay where they is. Poor mammy, I sure had one sweet mother, and I wants her to stay at rest. There was just one family of colored folks on the place. You see, Miss Nancy hired us from her father, old Massa Hanover. Just my mammy and her children. She had 5 'fore the war was over. Our daddy, he was an Irishman named Millen, and he had the biggest still in all Arkansas. Yes'm, he had a white wife and 5 children at home, but my mammy say he like her and she like him. You say I don't look half white? Maybe I's fadin'. We live in a little old log house. It was so low a big feller had to stoop to get in. Our folks was mighty good to us, and we stayed there with 'em after we's freed. I don't rightly know how old I is, but the priest writ it all down for me when I's getting my pension. Sure, I's a Catholic. Is there anything else? For 15 year I attended the Catholic church, swept and dusted and cleaned, but I's too old for that now, and I's poorly in my back. Can't get round like that no more. We lived the old-time way of living. Mammy done all the cooking, and we had plenty good things to eat. Mammy made all the clothes, spinning and weaving and sewing. I learned to spin when I was too little to reach the brooch, and I could help her thread the loom. And Mammy was a shoemaker. She'd make moccasins for all of us. 2 of the Nut boys made shoes too, heavy big ones they was, but they kept our feet warm in winter. And they had a tan hand. I used to wade barefoot in them pits and work with them hides, but I wouldn't want to do it now. There was a grove of post oak timber, 'bout 5 or 6 acres, all cleaned out, and in there they raised bear cubs. Why, they raise 'em to eat. Lord, that's good eatin'. Just gimme some bear meat and then let me go to sleep. There was fruit trees planted all along the road, planted just like fence posts for about a mile. And all the fruit that fell in the road the hogs got. We-uns could go get any of it any time. And travelers along the road was always welcome to help themselves. Massa never planted no shade trees. If'n trees was planted, they had to be fruit trees. 'Ceptin' the holly bush, he liked that 'cause it's green in winter. There was some flowers round the house, snowballs, bachelor buttons, old maids, just such old-fashioned ones, no roses ner nothing like that. Massa raised some cotton, but old Massa Hanover had such a big cotton patch you couldn't look across it. And they all kinds of fowls you'd find anywheres, guineas, ducks, and geese, and turkeys, peafowls, and lots of chickens, of course. My mama could hunt good as any man. Used to be a couple of peddler men come around with their packs. My mammy'd always have a pile of hides to trade with 'em for calico prints and trinkets and such like, but mostly for calico prints. She'd have coon hides and deer and mink and beavers. Lord, I can still hear them beavers splashing round that dam. This time of morning they's away sure busy. And folks in cities go to parks now to see such animal. I seen all them things I wants to see. Good Lord, we didn't know what church was, ner school nother, and the whites never nother. There was a couple of men used to come by and hold a camp meetin'. They'd build a big arbor with branches o' leaves over the top and build benches. They'd come after crops was laid by and preach till cotton was opening. I never knowed what sect they belonged to, ner where they go, ner where they come from nother. Yes'm, we seed soldiers, and we seed lots of 'em. There was the bluecoats. Some of the folks call 'em blue-belly Yanks. They had fine blue coats and the brass buttons all over the front of 'em shining like stars. They call us little colored folks Cubs, and they burned down Jonesburg. Yes'm, we seed Jonesburg down in ashes. Them bluecoats was devils, but the gray coats was worser. They turn over our bee gums and they kill our steers and carry off our provisions, and what they couldn't carry off they ruined. Then they go around killing all the colored men and bayoneting the children. No, that wasn't the gray coats doing the killing. That was bushwhackers and Ku Kluxers. They sure was bad. They shot my little sister in the back of her neck, and they shot me in the leg. See that scar? That where they shot me. And they killed my grandfather, they sure did. Grandfather's name was Jim Hanover. Old Massa Hanover, he was a lawyer, and he educated my grandfather to be an overseer. He lived with Massa Hanover for a long time. He was a good man, my grandfather was, and he was smart too. And when the war surrender, they make him mayor of Powhatan. And he made a good mayor too. People all said so. And they was going to elect him for 4 more year. And the Ku Kluxers said they wasn't going to have no nigger mayor. So they took him out and killed him. They was awful times. Now, you know that wasn't right. And who's the curse for such things going to rest on? I disremember just when we come to Missouri, but it was when Hayes and Wheeler was elected president. Down in Arkansas, they say they gonna make us all vote Democrat. My stepdaddy say he'd die 'fore he vote Democrat. There was 2 white men say they get us to Cape Girardeau. They had 2 covered wagons, and there was 48 of us colored folk. We put our belongings in the wagon. There was a couple old grandmas rode in the wagons and some little fellers, but the rest of us walked every step of the way, and it rained on us every step of the way. At night we'd lay down to sleep under the wagon, so tired we never even knowed it was raining. When we got to St. Francis River, they ferried us across on a big flat and had a rope tied across the river to pull us over. But we had to ford Whitewater and Castor River and Niggerwool Swamp. When we'd come to the river, the white man would say, "Act like soldiers." The horses would swim across, pulling the wagon. Some of the big folks would grab a hold of the feed box, and the rest of us would each grab one round in the front, and that way we ford the rivers, with strings of folk hanging out behind the wagons. Hoodoos, ghosts, and signs? No, ma'am. I don't believe in none of that. Now you is trying to call up the devil. But wait, I can tell you one sign that I know is true. If the dog just lays outside the door, sleeping, and has his head inside the door, you's going to get a new member of the family before the year is out. And just the other way round. If the dog sleeps lying inside the door and his head hanging out, you're going to lose a member of your family for the end of the year. There was something funny happened when my little girl died some time ago. She was a sweet child. She was staying with Miss English on Henderson Avenue, and she lost her mind. I don't know what's the matter with her, but I brung her home to take care of her, but she don't get no better. One day she standing looking out the front door, and she holler, "Hey, dey's coming after me." I don't know what she see, but she run to the back of the room and stand right there. Her daddy and me looked at her, and there was a big ball of fire hanging over her head. We picked her up and put her to bed. We sent for the doctor and for the priest, and we got the nurse that we had when she first took sick. I never knowed what was the matter with her. The priest wouldn't tell me. The doctor wouldn't tell me. And I guess the nurse was as green about it as I was. Some folks tell me she was conjured. My poor little girl. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Florence Short. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Steve Brown, Richard Bruner. Interview with Steve Brown, Cape Girardeau, Missouri. Mr. Joe Medley and his wife, Miss Addie, was my young master and mistress. Old Master John Medley done bring us from Kentucky when he moved from there to Cape County. I was just a baby den. I never knowed nothing about my daddy. The white folks had a big log house. It was an awful big house with a big porch on the north side. There was some cedar trees in the yard and some fruit trees. There was a big log barn and split rail fences all round. Us little fellas had to help carry in the wood and help do the feeding. They had lots of horses, cows, and pigs. There was a separate house for the spinning and weaving, 'cause all our clothes and shoes too was made on the place. Massa was mighty good to his colored folks. He never allowed none of them to be sold, and I don't recollect ever seeing anyone get whipped. No, we never had no gatherings nor schools nor nothing of the kind. Massa had a fine big carriage, and one Sunday he'd take all the white folk to church, and the next Sunday he'd put the colored folks in the carriage and send them to church. That's how come us to be Catholics. We come all the way to Cape, to St. Vincent's Church down by the river. We lived away off there in the backwoods, and we didn't see much of soldiers. Just a few scattered ones come by after the skirmish at the Cape. When the war ended, we moved to the Cape and worked on the college farm. When I was little, the mostest fun we had was going fishing. We spent most of our time down there by the branch, and I guess the big folks was glad to have us out of the way. Steve Brown lives at the end of Elm Street, Cape Girardeau. Richard Bruner. Interview with Richard Bruner, Negro preacher, Nelson, Missouri. The subject of this sketch, Richard Bruner, is one of the oldest Negroes in Saline County. He claims to be 97 years old and lives in the little town of Nelson. His humble dwelling, a gray and weathered frame building of about 4 rooms and 2 porches, sets in a square of yard thick with blue grass, old-fashioned flowers like hollyhocks, flowering pinks and marigolds, making bright spots of color. Heavily laden fruit trees, apples, peaches, plums, and pears shade every part of the plot. A splendid walnut tree towers over the smaller fruit trees, the house and the porch, while at the side of the house a garden spot contains a fine variety of vegetables. As the writer approached, the old man was seated on a cot on the little porch. The wall back of him was hung with all kinds of tools, a saw, a hammer, bits of wire, a piece of rope, part of a bridle, and a wing, apparently from a big gray goose. His long, curling gray hair is neatly parted and brushed, and he wears a mustache and short beard or chin whiskers, an unusual thing among Negroes in this part of the country. His skin is a light brown color, and his eyes bright, with a second eyesight which enables him to look on the world without glasses. Back of the house and down the hill is a well-equipped slaughterhouse, where for many years this old man has taken care of the butchering of the meat for his white friends and neighbors. He is too old now to take charge of this work, but the house and equipment is still in good repair. This aged Negro has been for many years a highly respected preacher of the gospel. His own account of his life and adventures follows. Yes'm, I remember before the war. I remember being a water boy to the field hands before I was big enough to work in the fields. I hoed tobacco when I was about so high, measuring with his hands about 3 1/2 feet from the floor. Yes'm, they thrashed me once, made me hug a tree and whipped me. I had a terrible temper. I'm part Choctaw Indian. We went to the white folks' church on Sundays. When we went to camp meetings, we all went to the mourners' bench together. The mourners' bench stretched clear across the front of the arbor. The whites and the blacks, we all just fell down at the mourners' bench and got religion at the same place. Old Marsa let us join whichever church we wanted, either the Methodist or Baptist. No, I never went to no school. The colonel's daughter learnt me to write my name. That was after the war. No, they didn't care if we had dances and frolics. We had the dances down at the quarters, and the white folks would come down and look on. Whenever us niggers on one plantation got obstreperous, white folks' horns, they blowed. When the neighbors heard that horn here, Dey come to help make dat obstreperous nigger behave. Dey blowed the horn to call the neighbors if anybody died or were sick. In response to the question as to where he joined the Federal Army, Bruner replied, "Well, you see, I was a runaway nigger. I run away when I was about grown and went to Kansas. When the war broke out, I joined the 18th United States Colored Infantry under Captain Lucas. I fit 3 years in the Army. My old marster's 2 boys, just older than me, fit for the South. They was mighty good boys. I liked them fine." End of section 12. Section 13 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Florence Short. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Robert Bryant. Interview with Robert Bryant, Herculaneum, Missouri. Slave, married 4 times. I was born out by Caledonia and is 75 years old. My mother came from another family. My old master brought her from another man. She died when I was about 8 years old, and my father died about 40 years ago. His name was George Bryant, but he went by the name of Brock. I was living in Pilot Knob when Price's raid come through. The government gave the old man a team to make it to St. Louis. Me and my mother and my brother, who was deaf and dumb, went with them, but the soldiers captured us, and the old man jumped off the mule and hightailed it to the woods. My mother got out of the wagon and took my brother to the woods too. The soldier rid up to the wagon and said, "Little boy, you don't need to be afraid. I'm after your father." I started to get out of the wagon and fell down under the mule, and there I was underground. I got up and made for the woods and got in a hole where the hogs was a-wallerin'. I had on a dress and was standing in the mud up to my knees. I got lost out in the woods for 3 days. I just laid around and slept behind a log at night, and during the day I played in that mud hole. If I seed somebody comin' in the woods, I would go and hide. A colored lady found me after 3 days and called me and took me along. I stayed with her 3 weeks before my mother found me. I liked to eat up everything they had when I first got something to eat after being in the woods so long. We went from one place to another, and along about 2 o'clock in the night you would hear something hit the house like hail. Then we had to come out of there and hit for the woods. We would go to another house about 8 or 9 miles away, and I'll be switched if there would not be hail falling on that house about 2 o'clock in the morning. It was them bushwhackers again. We kept running for about 3 weeks. We would go to people's houses for food, and some of them would give us enough food to eat for 2 or 3 days. I'll show you now how my mother happened to find me. One night we was in an old house, and we didn't dare talk loud 'cause we was afraid the soldiers would hear us. We was afraid to light a light. All at once my mother, who was in the one side of the room, said, "I wish I could find my little boy." Then the lady I was with said, "I found a little boy playing in the hole where the hogs wallowed. Come over here and see if this is your boy." So my mother come over and said, "I can't see him, but I sure can tell by putting my hand on his head." So she put her hand on my head and said, "Yes, that's sure enough my boy." But I wouldn't go with her. I wouldn't leave that other woman. About 2 o'clock that night the hail began to hit the house, and we had to get out. So I went with the other woman, and it was about 2 or 3 days before I would go with my mother. 2 or 3 days later we all met again, and my mother said, "Don't you know your mother?" I knowed it was my mother, 'cause my brother what was deaf and dumb was with her. Then I went on with her. I would talk to my brother with signs. Then we went to a little place way away from Pilot Knob. Then my mother was free, and she said, "Robert, we is all free." I was too young to know anything about it. After we was free, we put in a little stuff in the ground. We had to go to the woods to get some brush and make a brush fence round the garden to keep the cattle out. We got permission from a man that owned the farm to build our own log house. It took 2 or 3 days to build a one-room house. We made up some mud with water and made it stiff enough to stick to the chinkins. Then we cut a big hole in one end of the building and got some flat rocks and made a fireplace. We put mud on the inside and outside of the chimney. Sometimes the chimney would catch on fire and we had to run to the branch to get water and put it out. Sometimes it would catch on fire 2 or 3 times in one night. We took old gunny sacks and put leaves in them to make a bed, and we slept on the floor and had an old spread, and the white folks gave us some old quilts. To make a fire, we got some spunk out of a log and then took 2 flint rocks, and directly it would make a spark and catch that spunk. We banked the fire at night. We never had no doctor. My mother would go out in the woods and get herbs, and if I had the stomach ache, we would put a little bit of turpentine on a piece of sugar. If I had the headache, we would put a piece of brown paper and vinegar or horseradish leaves on the head. In 2 or 3 hours, us kids would be out playing and kicking up our heels. We would go out and get some goosegrass and make a little bit of tea and pour it down for the stomach ache. We would get this black root for constipation. We used a turnip and scraped it and would bind the foot when it was frostbit. I've been married 4 times and had children by 2 wives. Had 8 children altogether, and all are girls but 2. Ain't but one living, and that is Ed McFadden, what's living in Fredericktown, Missouri. He works for DeGuire at the lumber mill and has been working there for about 30 years. Most of my children died young, but 3 girls lived to get married. I was married 3 times by a preacher and once by the squire. I steamboated 6 years on the Mississippi between St. Paul and New Orleans. I got $1 a day and board, and we sure would pack them sacks and sing them songs. The old mate would holler at us, "Give me a song, boys," and then we would start out. It 'peared like the work went ahead easier when we was a-singin'. It would take us 4 weeks to make the rounds before we got back to St. Louis. We hauled potatoes, sheep, wheat, corn, cattle, horses, and cotton. There was 45 of us altogether. I never got hit but 1 time on the boat. The mate with knucks on hit me and another fella for cause. He was loafing and hit me and knocked me and my load in the river. I couldn't swim, but they fished me back in the boat and rolled me over and over to run that water out of me. I run on the bald eagle and the spread eagle. My mama got after me to quit, and when I got hit, she got uneasy about me. But I would hear that whistle blowing, my feet begin to itch, and I could not help but go down to the old boat again. The old mate had my name doubled up. It was Bob Rob. Then I went to wheeling iron ore at Sulphur Springs. All day long I worked with 16 men loading barges with wheelbarrows. Every time you took a load it had 800 pounds. And I's telling you all, that's some iron. This iron ore came from that big hill down in Pilot Knob. We had straps over our shoulders, and they saved our hands and arms. It took about a day and a half to load a barge, and we got paid by the ton. I did that for about a year. I give my wife all my money, and all the time she was giving it away to another man. So that was when I left her flat and went down to Charleston, Cairo, and Kentucky, and stayed 3 years. I was working in the tobacco for 3 years. There was too much stooping in that, and I decided to come back to St. Louis. We only got $12 a month in the tobacco fields and worked from 4 o'clock in the morning to 8 or 9 o'clock in the nighttime. There was 9 or 10 in the tobacco field. Then I worked in the iron foundry in a St. Louis furnace. I carried iron and hustled in the casting hall. They paid pretty good, and we got $1.50 to $1.75 a day. I worked up there 2 years and then come to Sulphur Springs and went on the farm and got $26 a month. I got to be a trustee, and they put it in my hands. I worked here 5 years for old Mike Green. I was single then. I went down on John Kaufman's farm in St. Genevieve County to work for him. Worked on his farm for about 15 years and got $26 a month and board. He had a gang of them working for him. He had rows of cabins most a mile long. That was where I got married a second time. After I left there, I went down below Fredericktown and went on the farm again and stayed right there for 7 years. I lost my wife at that place and sold my land. I paid $90 for 40 acres there and had paid about half on it. So I sold it back to the man what I bought it from for $45 and went to Bon Terre and worked for the St. Joe Lead Company and worked on the lead well and then went to tapping. I got $1.60 for 12 hours. I worked there until they moved the works up here, and then I followed the works right up here. Then I worked about 30 years here doing the same kind of work with the same pay. When I quit working here, it was about 13 years ago, and I was about 62 years old. The company just laid me off on account of age. Then the supervisor there got me a job as janitor in the colored school here at $7 a month. I've been janitor ever since. There is 10 colored families in Herculaneum, and about 50 colored people here now, but they used to be mostly all colored, but most of them done left. I lived here in this house a little more than 5 years without paying rent. Then after my son got on the WPA, they begins to take $3.85 rent a month. We've been paying rent about 2 years. The St. Joe Company owns all the houses here. We gets our water free. I's been getting a pension about a year now. I shot a fellow once in the leg. It was the man who my wife was giving my money to. I had a trial at Kimmswick before the Justice of Peace and served 3 months in the county jail at Hillsborough. The white folks come down and got me out, and it didn't cost me a thing. A man has got more his own say now than he did have. We can do more what we want to and don't have to go to the other fellow. Slavery might have done the other fellow some good, but I don't think it ever done the colored people no good. Some of them after freedom didn't know how to go out and work for themselves. Down at old John Kaufman's, lots of them stayed with him right along, same as if they wasn't free. They didn't want to leave here, 'cause they didn't think they could live if they left him. But when they got away up here in St. Louis, they know they can make a living without Mars John. But they got to go up against it, depending on somebody else's poor business. When I was working, I depended on myself. If they would have freed the slaves and give them a piece of ground, I think that would have been a heap better than the way they did. Look at the Indians. They's all living. I's always been able to eat and sleep. I can't hardly tell about the younger generation. I can say that if it was not for the old generation today, the young ones would go up Salt Creek. They don't want to work. Some of them is pretty smart. Pride is the reason they don't want to work. They dress up and strut out and have a good time. The old folks is the cause of it. They say, I don't want my boy to do that. I don't want him to work hard. I say, let him make out the same as us old folks did. If the colored people don't pick up and see about business, they's going to be behind. These young people won't go to church. You can't get them in there. That's the place they ought to go. I've been going to church since I was a boy. Colored folks did not raise me. White folks learned me to go to church. Mrs. Baker at Cook's Settlement would read the Bible every night at 9 o'clock, and she would explain it to me. If she was not able, her daughter read it. We need a workhouse for the young people. The first time I ever cast my vote was for Garfield, who got killed. It was in Kimmswick. Been voting ever since, and vote all through them all. I's been talked to lots of times, telling me how to vote. They even give me a ballot and show me how to vote. I would stick that in my pocket and vote like I please. I ain't never sold my vote, but I's been offered $10 for it. But I say, if you is going to get beat, I say you is just beat. You ain't no man to go over there and cast your vote. You got to stand for your point. The first automobile I ever seed had buggy wheels. It made a terrible racket. Mrs. Baker told me that people was going to sometimes be riding in automobiles and in the air. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Alex Buford. Interview with Alex Buford, St. Joseph, Missouri, by Carl B. Boyer, St. Joseph, Buchanan County, Missouri. The wonderful meteoric display known as the Star Shower, or the time when the stars fell, occurred in 1833. It was on the night of the 12th and 13th of November. Many ignorant persons concluded that the judgment day had come, or that the end of the world was at hand. Negroes especially were very much frightened. A dance was in progress on a Buchanan County farm, attended exclusively by slaves from the neighborhood. When the star shower began, the Negroes were first made aware of the fact by a messenger, who ran frantically into the cabin and shouted, "If you all wants to get to heaven, you better get to saying your prayers mighty sudden, 'cause the Lord is a-comin' with the fire and the glory, and the world be burnt up like a cracklin' for moanin'." The dancers ran out, fell on their knees, and cried for mercy. Not for many days did they recover from their fright. One old Negro declared that if the world and his life were spared, he would agree to break 80 pounds of hemp every day instead of 50, as he had been accustomed to do. The Negro was a part of the Earley Buchanan County family. They were black slaves and happy. The Negro Mammy had her proper place in the scheme of things. She was no fiction of a later-day novelist, but genuine, gentle, untiring, and faithful. The Negro Mammy merits a prominent place in the picture an artist might paint, for on her broad shoulders was carried the generation which made the early history of Missouri fascinating and great. When once a week came Johnny Seldom, as the hot biscuits made of wheat flour were called in old Missouri, all other kinds of bread faded into nothingness. Two kinds of biscuits were typically Missourian: the large, fluffy high biscuits, which looked like an undersized sofa pillow, and beaten biscuits, small, crisp, delicious, the grandfather of all afternoon tea refreshments. No "po' white trash" can make beaten biscuits. Indeed, much of the finest flavor of all cookery belonged intuitively to the Negro. How the Negro cook managed to get biscuits steaming hot from the cookroom, a quarter of a mile distant through the open yard, to the dining-room table, had always been a mystery. She did it, however, and successfully. Mr. Alex Buford, an ex-slave, lives at 1823 Seneca Street, St. Joseph, Missouri. Mr. Buford, everyone calls him Uncle Alex, does not know how old he is, but says he does remember that he was a grown man at the time of the Civil War. I heard about Uncle Alex from one of the ladies in the reference room at the public library in St. Joseph, Missouri. She told me I would have to see Uncle Alex right at the noon hour or in the evening, as he would be at work during working hours. I didn't ask her what kind of work he did, but I heeded her advice about seeing him at the noon hour. I arrived at his place about 11:50 a.m. As I got out of my car, I happened to look up the alley. An old Negro driving a one-horse wagon was just entering it. I guessed in a minute that this was the old gentleman I wanted to see. When he approached, I did not tell him at first what I wanted, but started talking about the weather. I saw in a minute the old fellow was going to be interesting to talk to. After we had commented about the weather, I told him what I wanted. Uncle Alex: "Yes, sir. I'll be very glad to tell you anything I can recollect, but I don't remember like I used to." He said, "I don't know how old I am, but I was a grown man at the time of the war, and I guess I's the oldest man in the city. I was born in Buchanan County, and have lived here all my life. I only been out the state once in my life, and that was over to Elwood several years ago." Elwood, Kansas, is only about 2 miles west of St. Joseph. "I just don't care to go any place." To my question about his family, he replied, "Yassa, I have 4 daughters and 1 son living, but they don't help this old man any. Until I got the old age pension several months ago, I had a terrible time making a living." Uncle Alex and his brother, who is younger than he, live together. The brother is an old man more feeble than Uncle Alex. After the war, Uncle Alex worked on the farm for the Connetts, near Fawcett, Missouri, in Buchanan County, for several years. Then he moved to town and worked for the same people in their brickyard until just a few years ago. The house Uncle Alex lives in now belongs to the people he worked for so long. He lives there rent-free. End of section 14. Read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, June 4, 2025.
Section 15 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louise Jaeschke. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 15, Interview with Harriet Casey, aged 75, Fredericktown, Missouri. I've lived here about 65 years. I was born in slavery on the Hill place in Farmington. My mother's name was Catherine. My father's name was George. A brother and sister of mine was sold as slaves 'fore I was born. I never saw them. My father was sold away from my mother. Our home was not pleasant. The mistress was cruel. Her brother would go down in the orchard and cut the sprouts and pile 'em up under the house so as the mistress could use 'em on us. She also used a bedstick to whip with. One day we took the cows to pasture, and on the way home I stopped to visit Mrs. Walker, and she gave me a goose egg. And then when we got home, the old mistress kicked me and stomped on us and broke my goose egg. Didn't mind the whipping, but I sure hated to break my egg. Our cabin was 1 room, 1 door, and 1 fireplace. Our mistress was a rich woman, and she had 3 husbands. She had a big square smokehouse full of hog, beef, deer, all pickled away. She had 12 cows and lots of butter and a spring house. To eat, we had cornmeal and fried meat that had been eaten by bugs. We had some gravy and all ate around the pans like pigs eating slop. And we had a tin cup of sour milk to drink. Sometimes we would have gingerbread. This was about twice a year. My brother, that was a slave, ran off with 4 or 5 other boys and never come back. He went west and died in Honolulu. They had a nigger breaker in Farmington who would take care of the slaves who were hard to handle. Once it got so cold that the chickens froze and fell out of the trees, and the mistress gave each of us a chicken to eat. We had no shoes even in winter. I can't remember having good clothes. One of our neighbors, Mr. McMillan, was a poor white, but he had a heart and was our mistress's guardian. I was too little to do much, but I would walk along the furrows and hit the oxen with a stick. My sister come and got me after freedom and learned me the alphabet. First thing I ever learned to read was, "I see you, Tom. Do you see me?" I worked for intelligent people and learned a great deal. After I married, I wanted to learn a great deal and how to read. At the camp in Mine Lamont, I went to school in a log house for about 2 months. They would whip us with a cat-o'-nine-tails and then mop the sores with salt water to make it sting. The traders would come through and buy up slaves in groups like stock. On the way south, they would have regular stopping places like pens and coops for the slaves to stay in. At each of these stopping places, some of the slaves would be sold. My uncle's father was his master, and the master sold my uncle, who was his own son. When my mother died, I did not know what a coffin was or what death was. So I went to my dead mother, where she was on the cooling board, and brushed my dress and said, "Look at my pretty dress." There was a tough gang called patrollers. They would scare the Negroes and keep them always afraid. The mistress would take a couple of us young ones to church, but when we got home, things was different. And I never seen so many soldiers in my life before or since than when Price came through on his raid. It was apple picking time, and the mistress made us gather apples and pack 'em to the soldiers, and we had to pack water from the spring to them. The mistress had pickets out in front of the house when the soldiers was in town. Once, when the Union soldiers was in town, a Negro soldier come and got him a turkey off the fence. The next night a white soldier come to get a turkey, and he looked all over the place and come up over the stile. Then the mistress goes out on the porch and called the dogs and said, "Sick the rogue." The soldier took out his pistol and laid it on the fence and waited a while and looked. The dogs were jumping up against the fence. So the soldier shot the dog and then went off and got on his horse again. One day a Union officer come up and had a saber and said he would cut off the mistress's head. The officer was a Dutchman. The mistress then ran to town for help. The soldier came right in the cabin and said, "Me no hurt you." The soldier went into safe in the house and ate all he wanted and then went to bed in the house. Finally, the law come and moved him out of the bed off the place. The soldiers would come at night and root the slave women out of bed and make 'em cook the soldiers a square meal. End of section 15. Interview with Harriet Casey, aged 75, Fredericktown, Missouri.
Section 16 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Joe Casey. Interview with Joe Casey, Festus, Missouri. Sold slave, ill luck followed. I did not get to see my daddy long. He served in the first of the war and came home sick and died at Cadet. I was born at Cadet. I lives here in Festus and am 90 years old. My mother was Arzelia Casey and was a slave in Cadet. Tom Casey owned both my mother and father. The master had a pretty good farm, and that was where I worked when I was a boy. Mr. Casey never hit me a lick in my life. He was sure good to us. I had an Uncle John, and they had to sell him 'cause they could not do anything with him. They took him to Potosi before they sold him. He did not want to be drove. Mr. Casey said if he had 100 niggers, he would never sell another one. He said he never had any more good luck since he sold John. Losing his children was his bad luck. Before freedom, we had our own house and stayed here after freedom. My master said, "Well, Joe, you are your own boss." I said, "How come?" He said, "I'll help you." They would not turn us out without a show. We stayed there free, and I went out into diggings into Tiff at Valley Mines. Some days I made $5, and then some days made 2. White folks would come and get Ma, and she would go to help kill hogs and clean up the lard. They paid her good. We must have stayed about 3 years at Casey's after the freedom, and then went to Mineral Point and worked for the Tiff and Mineral. I married up there and had about 13 children by 2 wives. I ain't got no wife now. They is both dead. My children is scattered, so I don't know how many is living. I got a boy that went to this last war, and I think he is out west somewhere. I got 2 boys here. One is working for the factory in Crystal City. The other one knows lots about cement. I got another child in New York. They don't write to me. I can't read or write. There was no school for niggers them days. I has to make a crossmark every time I do anything. I went to school 1 week, and my mother had to clean Tiff to make a living for dem children and get grub, so I had to go to work. I had about 7 sisters and brothers altogether. I done worked at everything. Steamboating, cutting wheat in Harrisonville, Illinois. I was here when this was all woods, man. Me and a saloon keeper have been here a long time, more than 50 years, I guess. I pay $5 a month rent, and just what I can give 'em. My 2 boys live here with me now, and I get $12 pension. That's when my old master run when them Blue Jackets come. They made me kill chickens and turkeys and cook for 'em. The lieutenant and sergeant would be right there. The master would go out in the woods and hide out and not come out till they rung the bell at the house. I voted since I've been 21. I voted for Roosevelt twice. Some thinks he is going to get in again. What's the use of taking money from a man for voting a certain way? If I like you, and you have treated me good all my life, then I'll vote for you. I don't know what I think about the young Negroes today. They is all shined up and going round. If they can read and write, they ought to know the difference between right and wrong. I don't think they will amount much. Some of 'em ain't got no sense. My mother would not let me stay out. Now, that is all they doin'. Last night the policeman put a knot on my boy's head. He was drinking and got into it with a coon. The young colored people is fighting all the time. I don't get out. Just go to the store and come back home again. There is a house right near where they has a big time every night. The whites and black ones was mixed up here till I stopped it. Right down in that hollow, I'll bet you find 1/3 white women living with black men. Most all the colored people around here is working in the works here at Crystal City. They will get up a war here if they keep on. You just watch, like they did in Illinois when they burnt up a heap of coons. It's liable to get worse the way they is going on. End of section 16. Read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, June 12, 2025. Section 17 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Lula Chambers. Interview with Lula Chambers, St. Louis, Missouri. Written by Grace E. White. The subject of the sketch is Lula Chambers, who is not certain of her age. However, she knows she is past 90 and that she was born in Gallatin County, Kentucky, near Virginia. She lives with a granddaughter, Genevieve Holden, 2627 Thomas Street, St. Louis. Lying ill in a 3/4 metal bed in the front hall room of her granddaughter's 4-room brick apartment, the old lady is a very cheerful person with an exceptionally fair complexion. Her brown hair is mixed with gray, and she wears it quite long. Her room is neatly furnished. I was born in Gallatin County, Kentucky, more than 90 years ago. Slaves didn't know their age in them days when I come along. I do know I was born in July, and my mammy's name was Patsy Lilliard. I don't know nothing at all about no kind of father. Course, I had one, but who he was I never knew. I ain't never even seen my mother enough to really know her, 'cause she was sold off the plantation where I was raised when I was too young to remember her, and I just growed up in the house with the white folks that owned me. Their names was Dave Lilliard. He owned more than 100 slaves. He told me that my mother had 7 children, and I was the baby of 'em all, and the onlyest one livin' that I knows anything about. They sold my mother down the river when I was too young to recollect a mother. I fared right well with my white masters. I done all the sewin' in the house, wait on the table, clean up the house, knit and pick wool, and my old miss used to carry me to church with her whenever she went. She liked lots of water, and I had to bring her water to her in church. I had so much temper they never bothered me none about nursin' the children, but I did have a heap of nursin' to do with the grown-ups. I used to get a whippin' now and then, but nothin' like the other slaves got. I used to be scared to death of those old Ku Klux folks with all them hoods on their heads and faces. I never will forget I saw a real old darky woman slave down on her knees praying to God for his help. She had a Bible in front of her. Course she couldn't read it, but she did know what it was, and she was prayin' out of her very heart, until she drawed the attention of them old Ku Klux, and one of 'em just walked in her cabin and lashed her unmerciful. He made her get up off her knees and dance, old as she was. Of course, the old soul couldn't dance, but he just made her hop around anyhow. The slave owners in the county where I was raised, the well-to-do ones, I mean, did not abuse the slaves like the poor trash and other slaveholders did. Of course, they whooped 'em plenty when they didn't suit, but they kind of taken care of 'em to sell. They had a great slave market there that didn't do nothing but sell slaves, and if they wanted a good price for them, the slave would have to be in pretty good condition. That's what saved their hides. My owners had a stock farm and raised the finest stock in Kentucky. They didn't raise any cotton at all, but they sure did raise fine wheat, barley, and corn, just acres and acres of it. The worst lashing our slaves ever got was when they got caught away from home without a pass. They got whipped hot and heavy then. In Arkansas, many of the slave owners would tie their slaves to a wagon and gallop 'em all over town, and would they be banged up. I saw a strange nigger come to town once and didn't know where he was going, and stepped in the door of a white hotel. When he saw all white faces, he was scared most to death. He didn't even turn around, he just backed out, and don't you know, them white folks killed him for stepping inside a white man's hotel by mistake. Yes, they did. I can't tell you any pleasure I had in my early days, honey, 'cause I didn't have none. If I had my studying cap on, and hadn't just got over this terrible sick spell, I could think of lots of things to tell you, but I can't now. Right after the war, they sent colored teachers to the South to teach colored people, and child, do you know, them white folks just crucified most of 'em. I don't know how to read or write, never did know. I am the mother of 5 children, but they is all dead now. I have 2 grandchildren living, and have been in St. Louis 7 years. I come here from Helena, Arkansas. My husband was a saloon keeper and a barber. He died in 1880 in Brinkley, Arkansas. I nursed and cooked in Brinkley after he died for 15 years for one family. I wear glasses sometime. I have been a member of the church over 50 years. My membership is in Prince of Peace Baptist Church now, and has been ever since I've been in St. Louis. God has been so good to me to let me live all these years. I just want to be ready to meet Him when He is ready for me. My only trouble will be to love white folks. They have treated my race so bad. My pastor, Reverend Fred McDonald, always tells me I will have to forgive them and love them if I wants to go to heaven. But honey, that's going to be a lifetime job. I don't care how long God lets me live. It will still be a hard job. I gets an old age pension. It is very little, but I thank God for that. I have nothing left to do now in this world but to pray. Thank God for His goodness to me, and be ready when He comes. This rheumatism serves me so bad I can't be happy much. Wish I could remember more to tell you, but I can't. The old woman is well preserved for her years. Emmeline Cope. Interview with Emmeline Cope, Joplin, Missouri. Emmeline Cope was born at McMinnville, Tennessee, on August 20, 1848, and is now 89 years old. Emmeline's slave father was King Myers, and her slave mother was Caroline Myers. They were both owned by one Tim Myers, a wealthy and prominent planter of McMinnville. After peace was declared at the expiration of the Civil War, Emmeline Cope was taken to Lowell, Kansas, and there afterwards was married to John Cope. 35 years ago John Cope died in Kansas, and Emmeline Cope then moved to Joplin with one girl child. They have lived in Joplin continuously since then. When interviewed, Mrs. Cope, slowly recovering from a paralytic stroke, seemed unable to give any details of the Civil War activities. End of section 17, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, June 30, 2025.
Section 18 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration, Peter Korn. Interview with Peter Korn, Herculaneum, Missouri. Peter tells how slavery began. I is 83 years old and was born in St. Genevieve County, and my old slave-time place was in New Tennessee, about 14 miles west of the town of St. Genevieve. My master had only my mother, my mother's brother, and an old lady by the name of Melinda. My mother had 6 children, but only 4 of us lived to be grown. Father was owned by a Mr. Aubuchon right there at Kaufman. Mother come from way south in Kentucky, and she was owned by a Master Calvin there. And when him and the mistress died, the slaves had to be divided up among the children. Then my mother's mistress left Louisville and brought her here to Missouri. When my mother came to Missouri, she was only 9 years old. My old mistress, I can't say a hard word about her. Before I was born, she was left a widow, and she treated us almost like white folks. She took care of us and raised us up. Mother died after she had 6 children, and we was left in the care of this old mistress. The Catholic people treated us like as if we was free. My mother and father was married by the priest, and it was lawful, but these other ones was married by the master hisself. When they married, the master could pick up any old kind of paper and call it lawfully married. An almanac or anything would do. But what was it? The colored people didn't know A from B and wasn't allowed to learn to read. If my master or mistress would see me reading a paper, they would come up and say, "What you know about reading a paper? Throw that down." This was done to keep us from learning to read anything. After we got free, what did we do to get lawfully married to our slave-time wife? Understand good now. Then the squire came around, and we had to get married all over again under the new Constitution. It would cost $5. When the master first married us, he would say in the ceremony something like this: "Now, by God, if you ain't treating her right, by God, I'll take you up and whip you." The girl's mistress would chastise her the same way. I would choose who I wanted to marry, but I had to talk to my master about it. Then him and the owner of the girl I wanted would get together and talk it over. There's lots of people right today who can't tell you how the new Constitution came up. In slave time, young man, we was stock, like cattle and hogs. If I killed 50 men, nothing was said about jail, but we got whipped then. That was your suffering for what you had done. Man, I never got but one whipping from my master. I can tell you just how it come. It was done through taking care of an old cow. Now, in them times, son, there was not gates like there is now. You called them slip bars, and would let down a rail fence called bars to let the cattle in. Understand, listen at it good now. Every morning I had to go up to the straw stack and drive the cows to the barn. To milk them, we had to drive them down a lane to the house for the old woman to milk. As I drove these cows, they all got through the gate. But when the last cow come through, she fell over the bottom rail, and the master was standing at the window and saw this happen. The snow was about 3 feet deep. Now listen good. The old master was crippled, and so here he come with a walking stick in one hand and a cowhide in the other. He said, "By God, I'm going to learn you, by God, how to let down bars." I said, "Master Jim, I let down every bar 'cept that one on the bottom." He jumped on me and got me down in that snow till I couldn't see him at all. Every time he raised up and come down with that cowhide, it cut through the snow and hit me. I hadn't nothing on 'cept an old pair of socks around my feet. You know, if you was raised from birth like this, you could stand it. It come to me, I thought that if I ever get to be a man, I would pay the marster back for that. And so after that, when we got free, I was growing on 13 years of age. My aunt and my brothers come and got me. My old master was a shoemaker, and one day my uncle told me to take a pair of boots and take them over to have half soled. I taken them over. I had not come across the old master since the time we was free until this day. But when I went in de house, de family was around there, and I forgot about payin' him back for de way he done treated me. Jim's mother, who was there, said, "Well, Peter, don't you wish you was back here livin' with us again?" I said, "No, ma'am." Then I went in de kitchen and talked to Jim's wife. She was a Republican and said, "Wasn't that hateful what she said about you being back here again?" The next time I met my old master, Mr. Galvin, was on de road. He was walking and could hardly drag. I was riding my horse and thought about getting down and whipping him. But when I looked at him, I thought I might as well be whipping a year-old child. I let him go. Later on, Jim got poor, and one day I met him at the saloon in Stobtown. He wanted to get some leather from another store. He asked me if he could have my horse. I said rather sharp, "No, I won't." Then I thought and said, "Mr. Jim, I'll go and get the leather myself." So I got the leather and taken it to his home, and set it on the porch by his door. Then he said, "Peter, I thank you 1,000 times. Any time you need anything in the shoe line, come to me." Later on he was down and out, and he came to his sisters. They could not take care of him, so they put him in the asylum in Farmington. I met him in Farmington on lots of days, and felt like paying him back for that whipping. But just looked like every time God would say, "No, don't do that. He will pay for that. He will come down." And he sure did pay for it. He died in the asylum out from Farmington. I never mentioned 'bout that whipping to Jim Galvin, not nary a time. When I was freed, I felt like I was going into a new world. It was the daughter of the old mistress what told me I was as free as they was. It was dangerous round the house during the war, so the old mistress broke up the old place, and us boys were given to our godmother. Mary was my godmother, and it was here I was told that I was free. We was little, and didn't know which way to go. My mistress said, "Now, Peter, you are free, and the first chance we get, we are going to send for your aunt to come and get you." There were 4 of us brothers being taken care of by 4 sisters when we was free. My uncle was in the army and served 2 years and had come home. He asked my aunt, "Where are those boys?" My aunt said, "They is still with the white folks." So my uncle come to get us. When he come, he rid up, and we was so glad to see him we run out and met him. He said, "Boys, I've come after you." We walked up to the house. Then the white folks was just as glad to see Uncle Julius as if he had been their brother. Then Uncle Julius said to my godmother, Mary, "Well, Miss Evely, I come after Pete." She said, "Julius, I'm awful glad you've come to get him. I hate to give him up, but take him and take good care of him." Julius was told the same thing by all the other godmothers of my brothers. All these sisters had the winter clothes for us cut out, but they wasn't made. The white women said, "All your aunt has to do is to make them." We had between 9 and 10 miles to go to get down to my aunt's home. My aunt's husband was freed at least 15 years before the war started. His master died, and he was freed by a will when the master went to the courthouse in St. Genevieve. Now, just listen good. This master willed 800 acres to his slaves who divided up the farm. Before he died, he put it down in a way that his daughters and sons-in-law could not break it, 'ceptin' they would raise several $1,000. The old slaves would sit down and tell us about it. The master turns in and pays the taxes up for 100 years. One of the trustees for the will was a Dr. Herdick and Henry Rosier, both of St. Genevieve. My uncle's part was 40 acres, and it was this farm where I went when I come out from under the shelter of the white folks. The colored would sell 2 or 3 acres at a time, and all this farm is now sold. I was 13 when I got free and went to this farm, and there was my home until I was right at a grown man. The only taxes we had to pay was on household goods and stock. Every year when the personal taxes come due, I would go into St. Genevieve to pay the taxes. As long as Dr. Herdick and Henry Rosier lived as overseers, we was well protected on the farm. But Ed Rosier, a lawyer, tried to get us to pay the other kind of taxes. I was going on 20 or 21 before I left the farm. The old lady and uncle died about the same time. They took the old lady to the River of Vaz Catholic Church to bury her, and I stayed with the old man, and he died before they got back from the funeral. We sold our 40 acres, and there was 6 heirs. Then I went to work on a farm of Mr. Aubuchon for $10 a month for 15 years. When I quit Aubuchon, I went then out in Washington County at Potosi and stayed with my 2 uncles out there. I served in an iron factory there for about 2 years. Sometimes I would get $5 a day. Then, when the price would fall off, I would get less. Then I come back to St. Genevieve County and worked by the day, and then went to St. Louis. I worked there from one iron factory to another, and so then I quit that. Then I run the river 3 straight years from St. Louis to Cairo and Memphis, Baton Rouge, and New Orleans. I then quit the down trade and rested up and made the northern trip from St. Louis to St. Paul. Everything had to be sent from the south out to California. That boat had nothing on it except eating things, so my aim was to get out to California to dig gold. I got defeated in this way. The river got so low that we would be tied up for 3 or 4 days before we could unload it, and we never made it to the port where we could unload it to send to California. From these ports you went by land with a covered wagon and oxen or mules. It would sometimes take 6 months to get to California from the time we left the river. My way would have been free because I could drive a team out to California. But I never got to go because the river got so low. I quit the river work and done some farming for first one, then another down in St. Genevieve County for a couple of years. They was just starting up at Crystal City. There was lots in the paper about it. Now and then William Keimer, who was living in Jefferson County, wrote me to work for him. I would work for him from May to December during the wheat cutting, thrashing, corn pulling, and wheat sowing. Then there was no more summer work, so Crystal City was just starting up, and there was no railroad, and they got everything by boat, and teams hauled the things up from the river up to the plant. Sometimes there was from 50 to 60 farm teams down at the river hauling the coal, brick, etc. for the company. Sometimes we would make $15 a day for the farmer man, and he would pay me $10 a month and board. Then I went to Crystal City and worked 13 straight years. The most that ever I got there was $5 or $6 a day. This would be about every 3 months when we tore down the furnace and built it back. At other times, I would get about $4.50 a day. I done everything. Made mortar, carried the hod and brick, and when quittin' time come, you was tired. After I quit Crystal City, I went down in St. Genevieve County and farmed and got married and had 2 children. My wife and 1 child, a little girl, is dead. I live here with my son and his wife. My son has been working for de St. Joe here for 12 or 13 years. I had to quit work when I lost my eyesight. I was grubbin' hazelnut bushes in them rich bottoms in St. Genevieve County, and one day I was runnin' and fell down on a stub and it went through my left eye. This happened about 40 years ago. The other eye was good till I was 45, and then I had the loss of both eyes and been blind ever since. I's been gettin' a blind pension for 22 years. It is $75 every 3 months. There is only one colored family here that owns their house. All the others rent from the company. I vote at every presidential election, but that's about all I ever do vote. I've been votin' for every president election since I was 21 years old. From the beginning to the end, it's always the same, the Republican ticket. They joke me a good deal around here about votin' one way. As I look back on it, people ought never to have been slaves. That was the low-downdest thing that ever was. The first startin' of slavery was when a white man would go over to Africa, and the people over there was ignorant, and the white man would hold up a pretty red handkerchief and trade it for one of the Negro women's children. The Negroes in Africa was too ignorant to know better, and this is the way slavery started. I always said like this, when the older ones that knowed the things, they ought to have learned the slaves their names as they was in Africa. Lots of us don't know what our grandparents was in Africa. Slavery didn't teach you nothing but how to work, and if you didn't work, your back would tell it. Slavery taught you how to lie, too, just like your master would tell you to go over and steal that hog. Then the other master from who I stole the hog would say, "Peter, why, I've lost a hog. Did you ever see him anywhere?" I would say, "No, sir." Of course, if I did not lie, I would get a whipping. The white people did not want to put us in a state to ourselves after the freedom, 'cause they couldn't do without us. The colored people done come up too high now to back 'em, and they got a better chance. The conditions now of the colored people is, of course, better now, 'cause they is somebody. But every day they is trying to starve us out and give the white man a job on the state road. They do that to keep us down. That's done more now than ever before. It's been worse since Roosevelt got in there. When Highway 61 was put in from St. Louis down to Festus, the colored man had a part to do. Since Roosevelt got in, they won't even let a colored man walk down the highway. End of section 18. Read by Tom Booker, Knoxville, Tennessee, June 23, 2025.
Section 19 of Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Isabel Daniel, also known as Mrs. Eli Daniel. Interview with Mrs. Eli Daniel, Marshall, Missouri. An aged negress answered the door when I knocked and asked if this was Isabel. She invited me into her parlor, a tiny room with a rather good-looking Brussels rug upon the floor, and panel lace curtains hung at the windows. The walls were hung with enlarged crayon pictures of Isabel's husband and their sons and daughters. No other pictures adorn the walls. The center is the old family Bible, occupying the place of honor. All the births, deaths, and marriages of the family have been carefully recorded in this book. An album holds next place and contains many old-fashioned pictures of her white folks and friends of her younger days. The outside of this little four-room house is quite attractive. It was formerly painted white, but not much paint clings to it now. Old-fashioned green shutters still hang at the windows. A tiny little portico shelters the front door. There is room at one end for a small porch swing to be hung. At the other end, an old weather-beaten chair affords a resting place for the caller. The yard is entirely enclosed by a fancy wire fence, and a concrete walk leads to the porch. This old woman lives entirely alone in this little cottage, which was provided for her many years ago by the will of her old master. She says she is 87 years old, but circumstances seem to indicate that she is at least 90. She said she was married and had a child about a year old when the war closed in 1865. Her work as a slave was almost all in the house. She was taught to sew and had to help make the clothes for the other slaves. She also was a nursemaid for her mistress's little children, and at one time was hired out to the Methodist preacher's family to take care of the children when his wife was ill. She remembered joining the white folks' Methodist church in Old Cambridge and going to church on Sundays and sitting in the gallery, which was the place reserved for colored people in that particular place. On Sunday morning, Aunt Cindy got happy at the services and began to throw herself about and shout. The white folks on the seats below hurried to get out from under the edge of the balcony for fear Aunt Cindy would lose her balance and fall over the railing to the floor below. Isabel is a firm believer in haunts. When she was a girl, the adjoining plantation was owned by her master's brother-in-law, and on this plantation was a big old tobacco factory, where the tobacco raised on several neighboring plantations was priced and hung. The Negroes on her master's place said the factory was haunted. None of them would go near this factory after nightfall, for when the nights were still and the moon was full, you could hear the ting, ting, ting of the lever all night long, and voices of the slaves crying out and complaining, and you knew there wasn't anybody there at all, just hats. Isabel was a midwife by profession after the war, and tells this as one of her experiences. She was caring for a lady that had just had her second child. They lived in a cottage with a full basement under it. The father was to take full care of the other child, a little boy, at night, and they were to sleep in the basement. The father and little son tried to sleep in the basement for 2 or 3 nights, but the father could not sleep. Something bothered him, as if restless spirits were abroad. One morning, Isabel said she was standing by the door when she heard a voice, low and vibrant, saying, "No sleep here. Can't sleep here." No one was there but her, and the mother and the 2 little children. So, of course, she knew it was Hants. This was proved to her satisfaction a few months later. The skeleton of a man was found under the basement floor. End of section 19. Read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, September 26, 2025.
Section 20 of Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States. From Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10. Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kenneth the Teller. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10. Missouri Narratives by United States Work Projects Administration, Section 20. Interview with Henry Dant, Hannibal, Missouri. Henry says he's 105. Henry Dant, now living with his daughter on Davis Street in Hannibal, was born in slavery on the farm of Judge Daniel Kendrick, south of Monroe City in Rawls County. He is about 105 years old, in possession of all his faculties, and is able to move around the house. He seemed to have only hazy recollections, and it was difficult to keep him from wandering from the subject. The following is the story that he told. I was married and had 3 children when we was freed. The only slaves Mr. Kendrick had was my mother, brother, sister, and myself. Mr. Kendrick had 3 boys. Joe carried mail to Paris, and the other 2, Bob and Jerome, was school teachers. We was treated fair when we behaved ourselves, but we had to be straightened out sometimes, but we were not mistreated. We worked hard on the farm. I cradled wheat and ploughed corn often till midnight. We often drove hogs to Palmyra and Hannibal. When there was no crops in the fields, we made brooms and baskets. My brother died, and then I had to do most of the work. I was the only coloured man on the place then. The stage stopped at Mr. Kendrick's place, and I had to look after the horses and mules. The mail come there too, and there was always a lot of people to be fed. Mr. Kendrick was judge of the court at New London, and he was away most of the time. He was a big man in the county in them days, and I had to go to town often. Once when I was driving to town with the ox team and wagon during the war, there was soldiers on the road like you never did see. I tell you, them was bad times. I come back a different road because I was afraid, and I run them oxen most of the way home. I got there all right, but the oxen laid down on me once. The next morning one of the oxen was dead, and in about a week the other one died. They just couldn't stand the running. 2 of the master's boys got locked up over in New London or some place during the war. They come back after the war was over. I played a fiddle for all the weddings and parties in the neighbourhood. They paid me 15 or 20 cents each time, and I had money in my pockets all the time. When we was set free, they gave us a side of meat and a bushel of meal. That's all we got. I went on a farm and farmed for myself. Later I owned a farm in Rawls County. We raised corn and pigs and drove the pigs to Hannibal and Palmyra. When I got too old to farm, I come here to live with my daughter. I get a pension now for about a year. It's not very much, but it helps. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louise Jaeschke. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 21, Interview with Lucy Davis, Cape Girardeau, Missouri. In them old days, we lived down near Hickman, Kentucky. We belonged to Massa Joe Mott and Mrs. Mary Mott. Then there was young Massa James Andrew and young Master Joe, and they was Missy Ophelia and Missy Mary Rebecca. They had a nice big house, white, with big porches and big locust trees around in the yard. They only had us one family of slaves, but they was a good many of us. My daddy was Henry Lightner and my mammy was Rosanna Lightner. My daddy belonged to Woodson Morris. He was a cousin of Massa Joe Mott and lived a few miles away. He was always allowed to visit us over Saturday night and Sunday. Mammy done the cooking at the big house, and Massa Joe always said there weren't nobody could cook like Rose. That's what he called her. We lived in a 3-room log house, and we always had plenty good eatin'. Hams, puddin' near all year round, chickens and sweet taters and possums too. Can't tell you about no good times in dem days, 'cause there weren't none. We didn't have no church, but old Mrs. Mary used to carry Mammy along to her church, riding behind on her horse. I guess they was mostly right good to us all. The children would never let anybody whoop me 'cause we all played together. But old Massa used to whoop Mammy when he'd get mad. When the war came, old Massa didn't go, but he was like a regular old Caesar. Young James Andrew went off to war, and old Missus used to grieve for him. We ain't never seed no fightin' round our place, but we could hear the big guns over at Columbus. When the soldiers was round the neighborhood, they'd always have me playin' round the front gate so I could tell them when they's comin' up the road. Then they goes and hides 'fore the soldiers get there. They all scared of the soldiers. I's scared too, but they say soldiers won't bother little black gal. The soldiers just come in and ransack the house. They find something to eat and they looks for money. They wants money, but they don't find none. Then they want to know where's my folks, but I tells them I don't know. They just left and didn't say where they was going. When the war was over, old Massa Joe came and he said, "Rose, you all ain't slaves no more. You is all free as I is." Then you should have heard my mammy shout. You never heard such shoutin' in all your born days. And old Missus, she joined in the shoutin' too. She were glad now, 'cause James Andrew would be comin' home. Old Mrs. Delia Reed, that was old Massa's sister, she was good about lookin' after us when we was ailin', but if'n we was sick, they'd get the doctor. They was just as dutiful to us as to their white folks. They used to talk about hoodoos and castin' spells and such like, but I guess there weren't much to it, or they'd cast the spells on some of the mean masters when they beat 'em up. Still, if'n they had, maybe they'd a beat 'em up worser and maybe killed 'em. End of section 21. Section 22 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louise Jaeschke. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 22, Interview with Mary Devine, St. Louis County, Missouri. Was nursemaid at 4. The subject of this sketch is Mary Devine, 85 years old. She lives at 8004 Eleanor Avenue, St. Louis County, Missouri, with her son and daughter-in-law. Her home is an old-fashioned 3-room slate dwelling with an abundance of old furniture for such a small place. The little old woman was interviewed while mending the pockets in her son's trousers. Her story follows. I was born May 24th, 1852 in Carroll County, Tennessee. My mother's name was Mary Whitehorn, 'cause she was owned by the Whitehorns in that county. My father's name was James Farrow, 'cause he was owned by the Farrows. The slaves had to carry their owners' names, married or whatnot. My mother had 3 children. My first owner's name was George Whitehorn, and his wife's was Jackie Whitehorn. When old Master George died, We was handed down to Joseph Whitehorn in Miss Jackie's will. She knowed long before freedom that we were going to be free, so she had it in her will that her darkies, she always called us darkies, had caused them to have all they owned, and it was no more than right when we get free to divide up the plantation so every one of us could make a good living on the living we'd done made for them, and they still own and have plenty. She was a good old soul. She didn't want a one of us to leave, even after freedom been declared. She said she would never live to see it, and she didn't neither. She died 'fore we was free, and them children never did carry out her will neither, 'cause they didn't give a one of us nothing, no, nothing at all. Put us out with just what we had on our backs, and that was almost nothing. At 4 years old, I had to nurse old man George's son, Joseph's baby, and the baby was most big as me, but I nursed it just the same, honey. They put me in that family nursing that baby 'fore I was 4, 'cause they put me in there in January, and I wasn't 4 years old till the incoming May that same year. I remembered that right well. I nursed that baby for 2 years, too, and it sure was crazy about me. I loved it, too. Yes, I did. Then after 2 years, they sent me to work for the old man's oldest son, Jacob. They made me do all the carding and spinning, make ropes and ply lines. 2 cuts a day was my task, and I stayed there in that family until after the Civil War was over. I heard my father got killed in the Civil War. I never knowed for sure, 'cause 3 months 'fore I was born his owners carried him away to some other part of the country, and we never seen nor heard from him no more. Mother never did know what happened to him. No, she didn't. Just 'fore the war was declared, I was still young and small, but just the same I had to help pack brick to the molders where they would be building brick chimneys and working the field, too. I had it mighty hard in them days. Yes, I did, but then it wasn't as hard as some others had it. I remembered during the war days, my old miss used to boast about her littlest darky done spun enough thread to clothe her whole family for the next 3 years to come. For 2 years after freedom was declared, I worked from farm to farm, and the promise we was going to get paid, but we never got nothing from that work but the old slave cabin to sleep in and food enough just so we could work. We had nobody down in that country to make folks keep their word and pay a nigger, so we just have to keep on traveling. After about 3 years later, I cooked in the same county for a Bill Green. Got my board and keep and $1 a week. He kept me about 5 months. They never did keep us long for pay. Then I went to John Carney's plantation with my mama. I card and spin there for about 1 year and some weeks. We got $1 a week, and he was supposed to give us homemade cloth to make us some clothes for our work, but he never did do it. After that, we went to work on Sub Allen's farm for $1 a week. I took sick there, and they had to call in a doctor. My mama and me worked for him for a long time, but we got ready to go and wanted our money. He said, while I was sick, it taken all he owed us to pay my doctor's bill, so we didn't get nothing there but a place to stay, and we sure did work like slaves in all them places, from sun up till sundown, just like in slave days. Only difference was we didn't get a beating when we didn't suit. I couldn't make no money for clothes or nothing, so I just up and married and had 11 children. Then my husband died. I had a child in this last World War. He was my 9th child and got took in the last draft. I never heard of him no more. This one I'm living with named Ulysses Devine. He's the only child I got living I know anything about. I've been here in St. Louis since Wilson's first administration and worked in the nut factory 5 years. I like to sew and do general housework. I read, write, and spell a little, but not enough to speak about. I know this young generation's got a mighty fine chance if they accept of it and appreciate it, Of course, some do and some don't. I prefer living in town than out here, but my son bought this spot. I can't make my own living no more, so I got to live on it. I get what the relief pretend to call help. 'Tain't enough for nothing, though. They claim I'll get a pension, but I never seen it yet. I'll be dead directly, and I won't need it. I can't answer them other questions about what us slaves spect and votin'. I don't know. End of section 22.
Section 23 of Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10. Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kenneth the Teller. Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10. Missouri Narratives. By United States Work Projects Administration. Section 23. Mary Dewitt, Farmington, Missouri. Interview with wife of Charles Dewitt, Farmington, Missouri. Note: while the interviewer was questioning Charles Dewitt, Farmington, Missouri, Negro, who was born in 1865, his wife standing in the door looked rather wild-eyed, and unable to stand it any longer, finally broke out with the following: "Say, what are they getting all this stuff for, anyway? I bet I know. They want to find out how they treated the old slaves, so they'll know how to treat the young uns when they makes them slaves. I bet they are going to try to have slaves again, and there are some people who want slavery back, but the people won't stand for it now. I don't know what the government wants to do, but the people would have a most terrible war if they tried to have slaves again." But my mother, who worked for John Kaufman in St. Genevieve County, was well treated. She were really owned by the missus, and the missus would not sell my mamma. When the war was over, the missus gave my mother some land and built her a beautiful home down there. My mother was treated so good that she stayed and worked for the missus till the missus died. I was born down in that there house that the missus built for my mother, and my son lives there now. I was down there last week, and I calls it home. Interview with John Estelle, related by Uncle John Estelle, Missouri, age 85. Slavery. The slaves had a hard time, some of them. All the work was done by hand. The slaves cradled the wheat. They raised hemp for clothes. The old master had one woman who made clothes the year round for the hands. We had to get a pass from the master to leave the place. If any of the slaves got in trouble, they were taken to the whipping post. If they had done a big crime, they got 60 or 70 lashes with a whip. For a small crime they got about 30 if the master would not pay their fine. The white folks went to singing school. Then they would sing 1 or 2 songs. That's all they knew. They would have big basket meetings. All the slaves had to sit in the gallery when we went to church. Most everybody went on horseback. Some of the farmers were good to their men and some bad. When some farm had more slaves than was needed, he would hire them out to somebody or sell them. New Year's Day was always sale day, or the day they would hire out for the year. When we wanted to get married, we had to ask the master and the girl's mother and father. All the married men got Thursday night off to go to see their wives. At Christmas time, we got a week off, and we got Saturday afternoon off. At Christmas, the old boss would fix a big bowl of eggnog for us niggers. The niggers were superstitious. They would not live in a house where a sinner had died. There was an old man and woman lived down the road from our house that fit all the time, and by that house after dark one night, one saw them walking around in the house. None of us niggers would go by there after dark. We always rode around the place. People are a lot smarter now than they was then. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Smoky Eulenberg. Smoky Eulenberg, Jackson, Missouri, written from F.C. in Sikeston District. I was born on October 13, 1854. My master was Henry Walker, and we lived about 3 miles from Jackson. The house was of logs, one of those big, double kind with an open hall in between. Solomon Eulenberg was my father, and he was a big, fine-looking man. My mother come from Tennessee when she was 10 years old. Master had nearly 100 slaves, and there was about 10 or 12 cabins in the quarters. There was a big feeding barn where we'd hitch up and go to work. The barn was built of big hewed logs, too. No'm, there wasn't none of us ever tried to run away. We had a good home, and we all stayed till they declare peace, and a lot of us kept on a-stayin' 'cause we didn't know nothin' else to do. But my father was industrious. He worked hard and saved his money, and in a couple of years he bought a team and we moved to a little place. But lots of the colored folks had it hard them days. They was just turned loose and didn't know what to do. Some of the white folks was mighty good to 'em. If they'd hear of a family being hungry, they'd send food to 'em or have 'em come to the kitchen. Of course, maybe it don't sound right, but in some ways I often wish we's back in them days. We had a fine place. Every year we'd kill 70 or 75 hogs and had plenty of everything. We ate our meals in our own cabin, but every morning at 7 the colored housewoman went to the smokehouse to cut meat for the day. Us youngsters all ganged up round her, hoping to get something. Lots of times Missus would ask us if we's hungry and bring us into the kitchen and give us what they had left. Sometimes she had the woman make up pancakes for us. Us children had the chores to do, and any work that we's able. We didn't have no school. A woman come and stay all year round just to teach little Miss Lucy, and she taught some of the colored children to read and write. Missus would have a preacher come once a month to preach. I recollect his name was Reverend Watts. All of us would come into the big house for meeting. Many a time we seen soldiers pass on the road, but they never molested us none, except to come in and eat everything that was cooked, and sometime have the women cook up some more. One Sunday morning a bunch of 'em come by. They had been over to Bufordville and burned the mill. Another Sunday a bunch of Rebs come by and camped about a mile from our place. That night the bluecoats ran onto 'em. They killed about 30. Next morning us boys went over there, and what we saw didn't suit me none. Some of the colored men helped to bury 'em. We had lots of good times in them days. Us boys played marbles and ball and other games like boys will. On Saturdays from 5 to 9 we all had off. Then we'd congregate and have singing and dancing. At Christmas and such days we'd have a big time. When they's a wedding, Missus always dressed 'em and fixed 'em up. I recollect one time Missus sold my mother and 4 children, but it wasn't no trade. The woman's name was Mrs. Shepherd, and she was a sassy old woman. She come into my mother's cabin and grabbed her and told her she was going to take her home. Mother just pushed her out the door and said she wouldn't go, and she told Missus she wouldn't go, so they had to call it off. It was no trade. Smoky Eulenberg lives about 3 blocks northwest of the courthouse in Jackson. The house was all nice and clean, his sheets and pillows all snowy white and freshly ironed. He has been bedfast for a long time. His wife is an interesting person, but she remembers nothing of slave days. End of section 24, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, June 17, 2025. Section 25 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Anne Ulrich Evans. Interview with Anne Ulrich Evans, St. Louis, Missouri. Wed for economic reasons. Although 94 years of living here dimmed her eyes a bit, and the burdens she packed through the years have been her wiry frame, Anne Ulrich Evans, a former slave, is still able to carry on. She lives in a rear apartment of the slum district at 1405 North 8th Street with her daughter, Eliza Grant. Anne declares she's had 11 children of her own, and that from them have sprung so many grandchildren and great-grandchildren that she's entirely lost count of them. The story of the incidents that have filled her life, but have still left her able to love mankind and smile, follows substantially in her own words. I was born March 10, 1843, on Dolphin Street, Mobile, Alabama. My mother's name was Charlotte Ulrich, and my father's was Peter Pedro Ulrich. I am the mother of 11 children, and we have over 100 grandchildren. There is so many great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren, we just quit countin' when we comes to them. I has 4 generations, and they give me a party 3 years ago, and so many of my offspring come, there wasn't any room for half of 'em, and even that was not the beginnings of the lot of 'em. I got a gang of 'em I never did see, and never will see, I don't reckon. They just write and tell us they got 'em. My father was owned by a rich old boss named Captain Bolmay. He owned a raft of boats, and my father was a cook on one of them boats. Mama only raised 2 of her children. The Ulriches sold me, when I was a girl, to Dr. Odom in the same county, and I worked in his fields, spun thread to make cloth, pulled fodder, put the spinning in, and, after a while, I don't know how long, he swapped me off for 2 boys. My new owner was Gilbert Faulkner. He was a railroad section man. I worked in the field for him until we was set free. I had some good times and some bad times both. The man I married worked on the railroad for him. His name was Moses Evans. That was in Helena, Arkansas. My husband's been dead more than 30 years now. I got 4 daughters and 3 sons living, and a host of grand and great-grand and great-great-grandchildren living. Since my husband died, I just live from one child to the other, and sometime the grandchildren takes care of me. I haven't done no kind of work since my children got big enough to work. They've been pretty good to me all my days. About a year ago, the government done started giving me a pension, $11 a month. It helps some, but don't very much. Everything's so high, honey. When freedom come, I asked my old owner to please let me stay on with them. I didn't have nowhere to go, nohow. So he just up and said, "Ann, you can stay here if you want to, but I ain't going to give you nothin' but your victuals and clothes enough to cover your hide. Not a penny in money do no nigger get from me." So I up and said, "Why, boss, they tells me that since freedom we get a little change," and he cursed me to all the low names he could think of and drove me out like a dog. I didn't know what to do or where to go, so I sauntered off to a nearby plantation where a colored slave kept house for her bachelor slave owner, and she let me stay with her, and her boss drove me off after 2 days because I kept company with a nigger who worked for a man he didn't like. I was barefooted, so I asked Moses Evans to please buy me some shoes, my feet were so sore, and I didn't have no money nor no home neither. So he said for me to wait till Saturday night, and he'd buy me some shoes. Sure enough, when Saturday night come, he buyed me some shoes and handkerchiefs and a pretty string of beads, and got an old man neighbor named Rachael to let me stay at his house. Then, in a few weeks, me and him got married, and I was mighty glad to marry him to get a place to stay. Yes, I was, 'cause I had said, hard times as I was havin', if I seed a man walkin' with 2 sticks, and he wanted me for wife, I'd marry him to get a place to stay. Yes, I did, and I meant just that. In all my born days I never knowed of a white man giving a black man nothin'. No, I ain't. Now, child, let me tell you right here, I was always a heap more scared of dem Ku Klux than I was of anything else, 'cause the war was to help my folks, but dem old Ku Klux never did mean us no good. Honey, I used to make pallets on the floor after the war for my children, myself, and husband to sleep on, 'cause dem Ku Klux just come all around our house at night time and shoot in the doors and windows. They never bothered nobody in the daytime. Then, sometime, they come on in the house, tear up everything on the place, claim they was looking for somebody, and tell us they hungry 'cause they ain't had nothing to eat since the Battle of Shiloh. Maybe 20 of 'em at a time make us cook up everything we got, and they had false pockets made in their shirts, and take up the skillet with the meat and hot grease piping hot, and pour it every bit down the front of them shirts inside the false pockets, and drop the hot bread right down there behind the meat and go on. One night they come to our house after my husband to kill him, and my husband had a dream they's coming to kill him. So he had a lot of colored men friends to be at our house with guns that night, and time they see dem Ku Klux coming over the hill, they started shooting just up in the air and about, and dem Ku Klux never did bother our house no more. I sure glad of dat. I is so tired of dem devils. If it hadn't been for dat, they would have killed every one of us that night. I don't know how come they was so mean to us colored folks. We never did do nothin' to dem. They go to some of dem niggers' house, and they run up the chimney corner to hide, and dem low-down hounds shoot 'em and kill 'em in the chimney hole. They was terrible. Then, the next bad thing happened to us poor niggers after the war was this. The white folks would pay niggers to lie to the rest of us niggers to get their farmin' done for nothin'. He'd tell us, "Come on, and go with me. A man wants a gang of niggers to do some work, and he pay you like money growing on trees." Well, we ain't had no money, and ain't used to none, so we glad to hear dat good news. We just up and bundle up and go with this lyin' nigger. They carried us by the droves to different parts of Alabama, Arkansas, and Missouri. After we got to these places, they put us to work all right on them great big farms. We all light in and work like old horses, thinking now we making money and going to get some of it, but we never did get a cent. We never did get out of debt. We always get through with fine big crops and owed the white man more than we did when we started to crop, and got to stay to pay the debt. It was awful. All over was like that. Them lyin' niggers cost all that. Yes, they did. I don't know what to think of this younger generation. 'Pears to me like they just ain't no good. They is too triflin'. I oftentimes tell 'em their chances today, sight of mine in my day. They just say they wouldn't take what I been through. But they is just a hopeless lot, just plain no good. All I can say is, as you say, some is some good, but so few 'gainst the masses, takes so long to find 'em, I just don't bother about trying to hunt 'em out. I voted once in my life, but that's been so long ago I don't 'member who it was for, or where I was living at the time. I never had no friends in politics to my knowin'. All I 'member, they told me to put a cross under the elephant, and I did that. I don't know nothin' more about it than that. Don't know what it meant or nothin'. After all I been through, honest, child, I love everybody in the world, those that mistreat me and those that didn't. I don't hold nothin' in my heart 'gainst nobody. No, I don't. God going to righten each wrong some day, so I's going to wait with love in my heart till that day come. Then I 'spect I will feel plenty sorry for what's going to happen to them that mistreated me and my people and all other helpless folks. 'Cause I seen white folks in my day have about as tough time in a way as black folks, and right now some of 'em farin' just about like me. I remember how the old slaves used to be working in the fields singing, "Am I born to die, and lay this body down?" And they sing, "Dark was the night and cold the ground on which my Lord was laid. Great drops of blood like sweat run down, in agony he prayed." Another song was, "Way over in the promised land my Lord calls me, and I must go, and on Jordan's stormy banks I stand and cast a wishful eye to Canaan's fair and happy land, where my possessions lie. All o'er those wide extended plains shines one eternal day. There God, the sun, forever reigns, and scatters night away. No chilling winds nor poisonous breath can reach that healthful shore. Sickness and sorrow, pain and death, are felt and feared no more. When shall I reach that happy place, and be forever blessed? When shall I see my Father's face, and in his bosom rest? I am bound for the promised land. I am a member of the Sanctified Church. I was a Baptist for years. End of section 25, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, June 21, 2025.
Section 26 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kenneth the Teller. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration, Section 26. Interview with James Goings, Cape Girardeau, Missouri. Teresa Cannon was my mammy. She belonged to old Dr. Cannon of Jackson when I was born. Tom Goings was my daddy. He lived on a nearby plantation. Mrs. Dunn bought my mammy and me. Then Massa Leach Hill got us from her. I growed up out there, near Whitewater. There was about 20 slaves on the place, and we was all living pretty good. Plenty to eat and clothes enough. There wasn't no school out there, and I didn't know nothing 'bout reading, 'bout writing. Mostly I just done chores, carrying in the wood and water and such like. I was 'bout 10 years old when the war was over, so I remembers well enough. There was a battle over at Whitewater. I didn't see it, but I heard the shooting and seed some o' the wounded men. The southern soldiers had been round the place for about a week. Massa had a grist mill, and he had lots of corn. They was taking our corn and grinding it for their own use. They was killing our hogs and helping themselves to what we had. Then word came that the Yankees was coming. Old George was sent to take the horses to the woods and hide 'em. Back in the woods he met two neighbour boys, Willis and Columbus Bain, and they showed him where to hide the horses, and the soldiers never did find 'em. Our young Massa Billy and the two Bain boys got away, but the Yanks drove the army clear to Bloomfield and further. The dead was laying all along the road, and they stayed there too. In them days it wasn't nothing to find a dead man in the woods. The Yankees took old Massa and all the other men into Cape Girardeau and made 'em help build the fort. We often seed soldiers on the roads, but they didn't bother us much. But the bushwhackers, they was bad. One day Bill Norman and his stepmother from Whitewater Station come up to our place. She had on a print dress and a sunbonnet, and that was all she had left in the world. They had burned up everything for 'em, the house, the grist mill, everything. But sometimes the soldiers got the bushwhackers. There was one fella named Boland, they got him and took him to the Cape. There they hung him on a high gate post just outside our town. My mammy, Teresa Cannon, lived here in this house with us for a long time. She died 9 years ago, at the age of 115. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Florence Short. Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 10. Missouri Narratives. By United States Work Projects Administration. Rachael Goings. Interview with Rachael Goings, Cape Girardeau, Missouri. My full name was Rachael Excelina Mabry, and my mama's name was Cynthia Minerva Jane Logan. You see, I carried the name Mabry because that was my master's name, Master Josiah Mabry. My mama carried the name Logan because that was the family she belonged to, for master brought her down in Buckskill, Arkansas. Master had 3 sons. Dosh, his wife was Roberta. Alf, his wife was Melissa. And Bird, his wife was Cully. In them days we called them all by their first name. We honored the old master, but the younger folks, we didn't call Master Dosh, or Master Bird, or Mrs. Cully. It was just Dosh, Bird, or Cully. I didn't know the old missus. They told me she went crazy and killed herself shortly after I was born, 'cause she thought I was white. We was the only slave family master had, and he was good to us. We all liked him, all of us, but Cynthia, that's my mammy, I always called her Cynthia till after the war was over. Cynthia always called him Old Damn. She hated him, 'cause he brought her from Arkansas and left her twins and a poppy down there. Cynthia's daddy was full Cherokee. She was always mad and had a mean look in her eye. When she got her Indian up, the white folks let her alone. She used to run off to the woods till she get over it. One time she took me and went to the woods, and it was nigh a month 'fore they found her, and I was nigh dead. They kept me at the white folks' house till I got strong again. Only one time master whipped me. We made lots of molasses on our place. Oh, lots of molasses, and there was always some barrels standing upright with bungs in close to the bottom, so the lasses run out. One day I seed one of the men fix him some sweetened tobacco. He had his tobacco in a box about so big, and he pushed the bung this way and that way, then down, then up, then he hold it just loose enough so the lasses trickle out over his tobacco. I watched him and thought I'd fix me some, too. I got my box fixed and I pushed at the bung. I pushed this way and that way, like I seed him do, when all at once that bung flew out, and that lasses flew all over the place. The barrel was full, and it come out so fast I couldn't get the bung back in. I tried till I was wading in lasses to my knees. Then I run call master, and I tell him a bung done buzzed out. He say, "How you do that?" I tell him I just knocked again, and it flew out. Then he seed my box, and he knowed how I done it. Then he laid me on the floor, and he put his foot on my head. He took a switch, and he gave me one good out. Then he kept beating on the floor. I guess that was to make the others think he was giving me a big beating. But I didn't want that big foot on my head no more. The big house stood facing the road. It was built like lots of houses was in them days. The kitchen and dining room on one side, master's room on the other, with a big open hallway between. Across the front was a big porch. We called it a gallery. Across the road back a piece ways was our cabin. Cynthia did all the cooking, and she was a good cook. We always had plenty good things to eat. The white folks would sit down and eat, and when they's through, we'd sit down at the same table. I remembers the first shoes I ever had. One of the men had got 'em for his little girl, and they was too small. So he give 'em to my stepdaddy for me. They was too big, but I wore 'em and was proud of 'em. They was so big for me, they went this way and that way, and then the heels went all crooked. I wore 'em till about the time the first snow came. Then I guess I thought I'd wore 'em long enough, and I throwed 'em away. My stepdaddy whipped me for dat and made me wear 'em all winter. I must have been about 8-year-old when de war start. Fust I knowed, one day Master said to me, "Child, go out to de gate and see if anyone comin'." I went to de gate like he told me, and there was men comin' down de road. Whew! I never seed so many men in all my life. I went back and told him. He didn't say nothing, but lit out the back way across the fields, and we didn't see him again for some time. After that we saw lots of soldiers. They'd stop at our place, but they never bothered nothing. Master told us always to have plenty cooking and bacon ready when the soldiers came. Cynthy'd have the kitchen cupboard full of light bread and cakes and pies. Sometimes they's rebel soldiers and sometimes they Republicans. We called the Northerns Republicans. We could always tell 'em. The rebels wore brown coats and the Northerners wore blue coats with pretty gold pieces on their shoulders. My, but they was pretty. Master come home once in a while, and then one day he come home. I can see him yet a-sittin' by the kitchen stove. The stove sat back in the big fireplace far enough so the pipe go up the flue, but not too far so you could look in the oven. There sat the master lookin' like he had something to tell Mammy, but was scared too. She had her mad up that day. I just found a hen's nest and was runnin' in to tell her. I hollered, "Cynthy, Cynthy!" Master put up his hand and say slow like, "Stop, child. You mustn't call her Cynthy no more. The war is over and you no more slaves. Now you must call her Mammy." But that all the difference it made. We kept on livin' there just the same, till Master died 2 years after the war. One day a mule kicked him on the leg what was hurt in the war. It got so bad the doctor couldn't do nothing for it. Master would holler with pain. It was in the fall of the year. One day I came in and said, "Master, you know that big yellow apple tree? It's bloomin' again, and it's got little green apples on it." He looked at me and says, "Child, you're lying." I says, "No, Master, I ain't." He say, "If you're lying to me, I'll get up and lick you again." So I runs and gets him a branch with flowers on and little green apples, and when he seed it, he cries. He knows he's goin' to die 'cause the tree is bloomin' out of season. But I didn't know it. I says, "Master, if them apples gets ripe, we'll have good eatin' 'cause the big yellow mealy ones, when they fall, they bust wide open." Master died, and if I'd knowed what I know now, I could have saved him. I'd have took young elderlies and boiled 'em to make a tea. Then I'd have poured that in the soil, and it'd have got well. Master must have had hundreds of acres, 'cause he give each of his boys a big farm, and there was his daughter Caroline, by his first wife. I forget about her. He give her a farm too. This was down in Stoddard County, near Advance. Shortly after that, Dosh died, and the rest sold out and went to Texas. We seed Master lots of times after he died. I says it was Master 'cause it looked like him. One day I was standing looking through the bars of the gate when I seen out in the road the largest dog I ever seed in all my life. He was standing there looking at me. I says to my brother, "Look, he's got thick sandy red hair like Master's, and he's got a nose like Master's, and he's got eyes like Master's, and he sure do look like Master." Then I run back under the gallery where the other folks is. That dog's down there looking at us, the big brush on his tail just a-waving. Then he reached through the gate with one paw and unlatched it and walked right in. The gate went shut again, but it didn't make no noise. Then he come up the walk and go right across the gallery in front of us. He jumped over the side fence and run across the field and go into the woods. We knowed it was Master just come to look around, and it gets so he'd come every day 'bout noon, just when Master always come in for dinner. We ain't never seed him come out of the graveyard, but he always come from that way. And one day I was playing in the doorway of our cabin, and I looked across to the big house, and there sat Master in his big chair on the gallery. I called Mammy, and she says, if you're lying, I'll whoop you. But she come and looked, and she seed him too. He had his white shirt sleeve rolled up to his elbow, and his red flannel undershirt sleeve down to his wrist, just like he used to wear it. There he sat, and while we was looking, he got up and walked off around the house. I remembers one evening 'bout dusk I was coming through the cotton patch, and I run plumb into a man crawling along. That was during the war, and there he was crawling on his hands and knees. He had the biggest hands I ever seed on a human, and his feet wasn't ever touching the ground. They was just flopping one over the other this way. And his face, I seed false faces, but this was the worst I ever seed. There was big red and white stripes all across his face. He reared up and looked at me like a dog reared on his haunches, and just that way he was taller than I was. I didn't stop to look again, but I lit out and run through the cotton patch. Lord have mercy, how I did run. I just knocked that cotton one way or another, and they didn't whip me for it when I told them about it another. Next morning we went down there to look, and we see the tracks where his knees had made through the cotton patch, crossed the road, and entered the woods. But nobody else never did see him. I often studied, was he natural or just a ghost? When my little brother was born, I remembers that day. Mammy and I was working out in this corn patch. She was covering corn, and she just had 'bout 3 or 4 more rows to cover. Then she ran to the house. There was just one room, and she tried to make the other children go outside, but they wouldn't go. So she ran outside in the chimney corner, and soon they heard a baby holler. They called me to come quick, 'cause Mammy found a baby. By the spring house stood an old tree, and I seed it had blown down, and in the branches was a big nest, and the nest was empty. I says, right there's where Mammy found her baby, right out of that nest. They say, no, sir, she done found it in the chimney corner, 'cause we heard it there. No, Mammy didn't need nobody to help tend to her. Aunt Hannah Irwin was a doctor woman. She could sure cure a woman if she had childbed fever. But my Mammy didn't need her. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carl Thomas. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Sarah Frances Shaw Graves, Aunt Sally. Interview with Sarah Graves, Skidmore, Missouri. Still carries scars from lashes. Sweet are the uses of adversity, which like a toad, ugly and venomous, wears yet a jewel in its head. Shakespeare. Childhood and girlhood memories are vivid to Sarah Frances Shaw Graves, an 87-year-old Negro woman whose indomitable courage and steadfast purpose overcame obstacles and made possible the ownership of the 120-acre farm near Skidmore on RFD 4,
where she lives with her bachelor son, Asa Alexander Graves. The frame house, which is their home, though small, is comfortable. It is surrounded by a neatly kept yard with flower beds and a cement walk which leads from the gate to the front door. The visit had been arranged by telephone, and, as the interviewer neared the home, Aunt Sally could be seen standing on the front porch, eagerly watching and waiting. A close-up showed that her immaculately washed, stiffly starched print dress and apron were unwrinkled. Evidently, she had stood up ever since she had put them on. Her white hair was combed back off her forehead and held in place by side combs. Although age has lined her hands and put deep furrows in her brown cheeks, her unquenchable will to overcome handicaps has held her body erect and shoulders undrooped. In spite of her years, most of which were spent in grueling labour, she is rugged and healthy, and meets the world with a smile and ready sympathetic laughter. She was eager to begin her story, and led the way into the house, where at once the unmistakable signs of good housekeeping, cleanliness, and tasteful arrangement are apparent. The home, though small, is moderately and comfortably furnished. They also enjoy the conveniences and accommodations of the rural telephone, a radio, and a daily newspaper. Her life story is one of contrasts of thought, contrasts of culture, beneficial inventions, and suffrage. Not far from her home, the glistening, streamlined Zephyr speeds on twin rails beside the Missouri River, near the route of the slow-moving, creaking wagons on the ox road of the 1850s. My name is Sarah Frances Shaw Graves, or Aunt Sally as everybody calls me. Yes'm, that's a lot of name, and I come by it like this. My husband was owned by a man named Graves, and I was owned by a man named Shaw, so when we was freed, we took the surnames of our masters. I was born March 23rd, 1850 in Kentucky, somewhere near Louisville. I am going on 88 years right now, 1937. I was brought to Missouri when I was 6 months old along with my mama, who was a slave owned by a man named Shaw, who had allotted her to a man named Jimmy Graves, who came to Missouri to live with his daughter, Emily Graves Crowds. I always lived with Emily Crowds. The matter of allotment was confusing to the interviewer, and Aunt Sally endeavoured to explain. Yes'm. Allotted? Yes'm. I'm going to explain that, she replied. You see, there were slave traders in those days, just like you get horse and mule and auto traders now. They bought and sold slaves and hired 'em out. Yes'm, rented 'em out. Allotted means something like hired out, but the slave never got no wages. That all went to the master. The man they was allotted to paid the master. I was never sold. My mamma was sold only once, but she was hired out many times. Yes'm, when a slave was allotted, somebody made a down payment and gave a mortgage for the rest. A chattel mortgage. A down payment? Times don't change, just the merchandise. Allotments made a lot of grief for the slaves, Aunt Sally asserted. We left my papa in Kentucky, 'cause he was allotted to another man. My papa never knew where my mamma went, and my mamma never knew where papa went. Aunt Sally paused a moment, then went on bitterly. They never wanted mamma to know, 'cause they knowed she would never marry so long as she knew where he was. Our master wanted her to marry again and raise more children to be slaves. They never wanted mamma to know where papa was, and she never did, sighed Aunt Sally. Only those who have lost their mate and never know the end of the tale can understand such heart anguish. Mamma said she would never marry again to have children, continued Aunt Sally, so she married my stepfather, Trattle Barber, 'cause he was sick and could never be a father. He was so sick he couldn't work, so me and Mamma had to work hard. We lived in a kitchen, a room in a log house joined on to the master's house. My Mamma worked in the field, even when I was a little baby. She would lay me down on a pallet near the fence while she ploughed the corn or worked in the field. Stepfather and Mamma often tended their own tobacco and grain in the moonlight. This they could sell and have the money. We could go to church, which was held in the schoolhouse. Sometimes they let us play with the other children after the noon dishes were washed and there wasn't anything else to do. There was most always something to do. Master never allowed nobody to be idle. Mamma worked in the house and the fields too. At night, After she come home from the field, she had to grate corn for the family next day. We didn't have many grist mills them days, and we would punch holes in a piece of tin and rub the ear of corn across it and make meal for our use. Nowadays, when you all want a nice wool dress, all you got to do is go to the store and get it, Aunt Sally commented when asked to tell about their clothing. When I was growing up and wanted a nice wool dress, we would shear the sheep, wash the wool, card it, spin it and weave it. If we wanted it striped, we used 2 threads. We would colour one by using herbs or barks. Sometimes we had it carded at a mill, and sometimes we carded it ourselves. But when we did it, the threads were short, which caused us to have to tie the thread often, making too many knots in the dress. I have gathered the wool off the fences where it had been caught off the sheep, and washed it and used it to make mittens. Yes'm, I worked in the fields, and I worked hard too. Planting and harvesting in those days was really work. They used oxen to break up the ground for corn, and for ploughing it too. They hoed the corn with a hoe, and cut the stalks with a hoe and shocked them. They cut the grain with the cradle and bound it with their hands and shocked it. They threshed the grain with a hickory stick, beating it out. I carried water for the field hands. I've carried 3 big buckets of water from one field to another, from one place to another, one in each hand and one balanced on my head. Yes'm, some masters was good and some was bad. My mamma's master whipped his slaves for pastime. My master was not so bad as some was to their slaves. I've had many a whipping, some I deserved, and some I got for being blamed for doing things the master's children did. My master whipped his slaves with a cat o' 9 tails. He'd say to me, "You ain't had a currying down for some time, come here." Then he whipped me with the cat. The cat was made of 9 strips of leather fastened onto the end of a whip. Lots of times when he hit me, the cat left 9 stripes of blood on my back. Yes, ma'am. Aunt Sally brooded over the whipping memories, then, under the influence of a brighter thought, continued. I belong to the African Methodist Episcopal Church, and I ain't never cussed but once in my life, and that was one time I nearly got 2 whippings for something I didn't do. Some of the master's kinfolks had a wedding, and we walked to the church and somebody kicked dust on the bride's clothes, and I got blamed, but I ain't never kicked it. The master's daughter, Puss, she kicked it. Old mistress, she whipped me. Yes'm, she whipped me. It was the worst whipping I ever got, the worst whipping in my whole life, and I still got the marks on my body. Yes'm, I got 'em yet. When the master come home, he was going to whip me again, and I got mad, and told him it was a lie, and if Puss said I kicked dust on the white folks, she was a damned lying devil. He took the switch and gave Puss a whipping for telling a lie. Yes'm, that's the only time I ever cussed in my life. Yes'm, and that's about all I knows about slavery and folks' ways hereabouts. I can tell you about after we was freed. When we was freed, all the money my mamma had was 50 cents. I never went to school till after I was freed. I went 2 winters and little more to school near Burlington Junction. I never went a full term because I had to work. I knowed my husband all my life. He was brought here by that man, Jimmy Graves. That man mamma was allotted to. My husband took that name. His full name was Joseph H. Graves. We had 1 child, a boy. His name is Azra Alexander Graves. He lives here with me. It's our farm. I have lived on this place ever since I was married. That was in the same year that Burlington Junction was started. We first bought 40 acres for $10. Then, 2 years later, we bought the back 80 acres for $15. Things has changed. We working for ourselves now, and what we get is our'n, and no more whippings. I worked in the fields and helped pay for this land. I belong to the African Methodist Episcopal Church in Maryville. The day her family was freed, they had 50 cents. Today, these children of a transplanted race, once enslaved, have through years of steadfast courage overcome the handicap of race and poverty. They threshed grain with a hickory stick and made their cornmeal by grating the ears across a strip of tin with holes punched in it. With all her handicaps, this Negro woman has lived to an honourable old age, is self-supporting, and has the respect of her neighbours. All this she has accomplished despite the fact she was once a chattel and was frequently curried down with a cat o' 9 tails. Interview with Sarah Frances Shaw Graves, RFD 4, Skidmore, Missouri. Sarah Frances Shaw Graves, Aunt Sally, whose address is RFD 4, Skidmore, Missouri, is 78 years of age. She lives with her bachelor son on their 120-acre farm. The home, though small, is moderately furnished, and she enjoys the comforts of the rural telephone and radio and daily newspapers in her home. The house is surrounded by a nice yard containing many flowers and is enclosed with an iron fence, a cement walk leading from the front gate to the house. Aunt Sally had been informed that the reporter was intending to call on her the following day, and she was eagerly awaiting the arrival of the visitor. The reporter was greatly impressed by the arrangement and cleanliness of Aunt Sally's modest home. Aunt Sally was immaculately dressed in a stiffly starched print dress and a fresh white apron. Her white hair was combed straight back off her forehead and held back with side combs. She was in a very excited, talkative mood, and talked freely and laughed heartily when the reporter explained the purpose of the interview and asked the privilege of taking her picture. Actual interview follows. My name is Sarah Frances Shaw Graves, or Aunt Sally as everyone calls me. I am 87 years old, and I was born March 23, 1850, in Kentucky, somewhere near Louisville. I was brought to Missouri when I was 6 months old with my mamma, who was a slave owned by a man named Shaw, who allotted her to a man named Jimmy Graves, who came to Missouri to live with his daughter. Emily Graves Crowds. I always lived with Emily Crowds. We left my papa in Kentucky as he belonged to another man. My papa never knew where my mamma and me went, and my mamma and me never knew where my papa went. They never wanted mamma to know where my papa was because they knew mamma would never marry as long as she knew where he was. Our master wanted mamma to marry again and raise more children for slaves, but mamma said she would never marry a man and have children, so she married my stepfather, Trattle Barber, because she knew he had a disease and could not be a father. He was sick and not able to work, so me and mamma had to work hard. We lived in a kitchen, a room in a log house joined to the master's house. All I knew about that part was what they told me. The Crowds family who we came here with settled near Possum Walk, which is near the place that is now called Burlington Junction, Missouri. We were freed in 1863, but we heard so much about slavery coming back that we stayed with the Crowds 2 years longer, or until 1865, when we were sure that we was freed. When we was freed, we took the same name as our masters. We then lived about 2 miles north of them and worked for some of the neighbours who was poor and had children, and we lived on Lowell Livingood's grandfather's place for about 2 years. Mamma had 50 cents coming to her, and that is all the money we had. My mamma did a washing for that money for a lady, and the mistress told her that when the lady called for her washing, that the 50 cents belonged to us. This was after we was freed. I went to school near Burlington Junction, Missouri, and my teacher's name was Rachael Libby. I went to school 2 winters a little while. I never went a full term any time. I had to work, and when the busiest time was over, I would go to school when I didn't work. I knew my husband all my life. He was owned by this man Jimmy Graves, who mamma was allotted to, but was brought here by the man he was allotted to, named Nicholas. My husband's full name was Joe H. Graves. We had 1 child, a boy, whose name is Asa Alexander Graves. I have lived on this place I am on now ever since I was married. That was the same year Burlington Junction, Missouri started. We first bought 40 acres and paid $20 for that. Then, about 2 years later, we bought the back 80 acres, and I think we paid $15 for that. I worked in the fields and helped pay for this land. I belong to the African Methodist Episcopal Church in Maryville, Missouri. When I was growing up and wanted a nice wool dress, we would shear the sheep, wash the wool, card it, spin it, and weave it. If we wanted it striped, we used 2 threads. We would colour one by using herbs and barks. We sometimes had it carded at the mill, and sometimes we carded it ourselves, but when we did it, the threads were short, which caused us to have to tie the thread, often making more knots in the dress. In planting corn in them days, they broke up the ground. One laid off the rows, one would go along and drop the corn or grain, and if they wanted to plant beans in with the corn, one would go along and drop the seed. They covered it over with a hoe, and they cut the stalks with the hoe and stacked up the stalks. The way they raised the corn after it came up, they took one horse and went on each side of a row and in the middle of every row to plough the corn. It took 3 rounds on every row to get it ploughed. They used oxen sometimes to plough, and nearly always used oxen to plough up the ground. They cut the grain with the cradle and bound it with their hands and shocked it up. They thrashed the grain with a hickory stick by beating it out. Many times I have carried 3 big buckets of water from one place to another, one in each hand and one balanced on my head. My master was not as bad as some masters was to their slaves. One time, when I had overworked, my master said, "You have not had a currying down for a long time, come over here," and he whipped me with a cat o' nine tails. This cat was made of 9 small pieces of leather fastened to the end of the whip. Lots of times when they hit with the cat, it left 9 stripes of blood. Mamma's master whipped his slaves for pastime. I have got many whippings for being blamed for doing things the master's children did, and I was blamed for it. One time, when a couple was married, me and other members of the family were walking down the road, and I was very careful not to kick up any dirt and to be very nice to the couple. But when we got home, one of the master's daughters told that I was mean and that I kicked up dirt so the dust would get on the lady's dress, and I got the worst whipping I ever got in my life by the mistress, and I still have the marks on my body. And when the master came, I was carrying the vitals from the kitchen to the dining room, which was the living and bedroom, and when I went in, I took the bread, and when I came back, he was standing in the door, and he told me what they told him about me. And I said I did not do it, and if Puss said I did, she is a damned lying devil. And he dropped the switch and went and talked to his daughter and gave her a whipping for telling the untruth. That was the only time I ever swore. In a few days the bride came over visiting and told them they had the sweetest little coloured girl. She was so lovely and kind. We were never allowed to be idle, always doing something, and my work often was choring around to say I was doing something. I have gathered the wool off the fences where it had been caught off the sheep, and washed it and used it to make mittens. I was never sold, and my mamma was sold only once, but she was hired out many times. We slept on what they called a bed, a tick filled with straw on the bed. My mamma's master had a child near my age, and my mamma always left me at the house with the mistress, and I nursed the mistress, Mrs. Crowds, as well as her own child, until one day the curtain, which was used as the partition around the bed on which I lay near, caught fire, and then my mamma always took me to the field with her, and would lay me on a pallet near the fence while she ploughed the corn or worked the field. Stepfather and mamma often tended to their own tobacco and grain in the moonlight, which they could sell and have the money. One thing, we could go to church which was held in the schoolhouse. Sometimes they would let me go out and play with the other children after the noon dishes were washed and there wasn't anything else to do. I often sewed strips of cloth together to make carpet racks. There was always something to do. Mamma worked in the field and in the house too. They nearly always kept a girl in the house. We did not have many mills, and sometimes we could not get to the mill, and we would punch holes in a piece of tin and rub the ear of corn across it to grate it for our use. Many times mamma would work in the field all day, and in the evening she would grate enough corn for the family use the next day. The masters had stores, and you had to go to that store and get your needs, and when the month was up you had nothing, as it took all you earned to pay your bill. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louise Jaeschke. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 29, Interview with Emily Camster Green, Cape Girardeau, Missouri. My mammy was Sally Camster and my daddy was Jack McGuire. We lived out in Bollinger County and belonged to Master George Camster. The white folks had a big house made of logs with chinkins in between and den dubbed over. Us colored folks had little cabins and we had good living there. Old Massa and Mrs. Patsy was mighty good to us. Eatin's? Lord, we had everything. Not the mess we has to make out with now. I fell to young Miss Janey, and when Missy Janey married Mr. Bradley, I went with him down to Charleston in Mississippi County. Missy Janey and her Mr. Bradley rode in a buggy and I sits behind. I 'membered the first time I seed the big river. There was a boat on it. I ain't never seen a boat before, and I says, "Oh, Miss Janey, dat house gonna sink." She laugh at me and say, "Dat a boat." Poor Miss Janey. That Mr. Bradley made her believe he had a big plantation and lots of money, and when we gets there, he weren't nothing but an overseer on the Joe Moore place. Poor Miss Janey. She was so purty, and she had lots of beaus. She could have married rich, but she just took the wrong one. We had good times 'fore we left the old place, 'fore old master died. We used to get together in the evenings. They'd say, "I's going to step over to the other cabin," and word'd get round, and 'fore you know it, there'd be a crowd. We always said, "Just step over," no matter how far it was. Then some of the women would put in a quilt, and some'd get to cooking and baking. Them 'lasses cake we used to have. And then, when the quilt was finished and the eatin' done, they'd clean out the room and dance. Dem sure was good times. But I 'members the last dance we had. Old Massa was sick. We's having to dance, and Aunt Mary was there. She was a spiritualist woman. You knows what a spiritualist is, don't you? Well, everybody was dancing and having a good time. Aunt Mary say, "Hush, I's going to ask is old master going to get well?" Then she say, "If old master going to die, rap 3 times. Then in a minute comes a loud bam, bam, bam right across the house. Then we all cry and go home, 'cause we knows old master's going to die. 'Bout that time my daddy died too, and my mammy married Levi Wilson. He belonged to Nelson Ellis, and when old Massa Ellis's daughter married Beverly Parrott, they went to Texas and took my stepdaddy along, 'cause he never 'spected to see my mammy again, and he married a young woman down there. After the war, they came back up there, and he seed my mammy, but she says, 'Go away. I lived with you for 7 years and never had no children with you. Now you got a young woman, and she got children. You stay with her. I won't bother you none.' My mammy always stayed with old Mrs. Patsy. Old Tom Johnson, the nigger trader, took her 2 brothers and sent 'em to New Orleans. He used to live in that big house that was where the post office is now, and he used to keep the slaves he buy there at his house till he can send 'em down the river on the boat. One time a slave at a neighbor farm was working in the field, and when he comes in the evening, his wife was gone and the cradle was empty. His massa done sold 'em. The old man fell down on his knees and began praying, and he pray and he holler, 'Oh, nobody knows but Jesus, nobody knows but Jesus.' And he kept that up a-praying and a-hollering like that. His old massa heard him, and it made him feel bad. The old darky kept on praying and hollering, 'Nobody knows but Jesus.' Old master keep on hearing it, till after a while he get right down on the floor with the darky and he fess religion. After old Massa George died, old Mrs. Patsy married Woodson Parrott and went to his place in Scott County. They had a nice big home there, and he were a good man. When he lay dying, he was sick a long time, and there was always some lodge men round him, and my mammy was scared of the men. The night he died, old Mrs. Patsy had been up with him so much she was sleeping, and he called out, "Oh, Patsy, oh, Patsy, oh, Patsy," 3 times just like that. Mammy was scared of them men, and she wouldn't go in and wake old Miss Patsy. Then old Massa Parrot say, "Oh, Patsy, I ain't never made a prayer in my life, and here I's dying." Old Miss Patsy never did forgive my mammy for not waking her till the day she died. Miss Janey always had to live on rented places. Mr. Bradley weren't smart, and he didn't have nothing, but she stayed with him and done the best she could. We seed lots of soldiers coming by during the war, but they never bothered us much. The Ku Kluxers come round sometimes, but mostly to see that the darkies stay where they belong. When the war was over, I wanted to stay with Miss Janey, but my mammy come and got me. We worked for a German family living on Jackson Hill. I could have been a spiritualist woman if I'd had a little education. I always had visions and would see things, but I never knowed what they mean. When I tell my mammy, she always say, "Hush, child, you always seein' things." My mammy's dead now a long time, but she often comes to see me. One night I seed her carryin' a bright light. She always comes to see me when I's in trouble, but I ain't seen her now for a long time. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kenneth the Teller. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 30. Interview with Mrs. Lou Griffin, St. Louis, Missouri. Mrs. Lou Griffin, a daughter of Minnie and William Gibson, is something over 90 years old. She does not know her exact age. She tells the writer she is one of a family of 13 children and that her grandmother had 21 children. She lives with a great-nephew at 2935 Easton Avenue, St. Louis. She tells her story as follows. People tells me not to tell nothing to folks like you what asks me, 'cause you ain't going to give me nothing for it nohow. But somebody somewhere pays you to gather up this stuff. So I's just going to tell you this much, sister. Sure enough, I was slave born. 'Fore I was big enough to do nothing, us children used to run about in the woods while the old folks was working on the plantation. We get stole away by white folks what wasn't our owners, and sold, I reckon. Nobody knowed where the children gone, nor who got 'em. We knowed this much, we didn't never see 'em any more. We just be out in the woods picking fruit and flowers. I know this though, sister. After a while the rebels got a heap of us. I heard 'em say they sometimes get $50 for some of the black folks they sold, and some big healthy ones brought $100. Course, I don't know how much money they brought, I just know about it. We used to go to the church house. If we suited the overseer, he let us go. If we didn't, we got lashed plenty. They lash you till you was forced to pray, then they whip you like anything for praying. But God done stopped all that now. This here old Abe Lincoln come through our town. I guess you done heard about him, is you, honey? If you ain't, I'll tell you. He just come round to see how the Rebs do the slaves. I get so full thinking how the good Lord fixed it for us. He come round when nobody's looking for him. By and by, he says, fight for your freedom in the Yankee army instead of standing round here being sold and treated like beasts. Old Jeff Davis was a rebel and he rode a fine horse. Abe Lincoln come there with a mule. The slaves made up a song about how old Abe Lincoln got hold of Jeff Davis in the army, and Abe Lincoln took and rode Jeff Davis' big fine horse, and Jeff Davis had to ride the mule. Abe Lincoln was United States President, and Jeff Davis was the fool. We often hear tell of them Yankees coming to our town a long time before they get there. We know when they reached us, 'cause they run them Rebs way from their own place and take 'em themselves. I've been all down in Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, North Carolina, and everywhere, being hiked around by them Valentines. That's the name of my mother's owners, and mine too, for that. I haved, so I didn't get licked, like some more did. Yes, indeed, I did. The bells would ring for days, sissy, and we had to get up and start right and work, and yes, ma'am. I used to love to see 'em drill them soldiers, sure did. Thank God it's all over now. I ain't going to tell you no more. Like to have you stay a while, but if you want, just come back. End of section 30. Section 31 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kenneth the Teller. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 31. Interview with Lewis Hamilton, Fredericktown, Missouri. Never sold his vote. I is 90 years old, and was born right there in Wittenberg, Cape Girardeau County, Missouri, across the creek. We was staying with Greenvilles then. My father was named Nathan and my mother was Mary. She died right after the war was over. My grandmother was born in West Virginia, and I had 3 brothers and 3 sisters. They is all dead but me. My father drove an old ox team round there, hauling coal. He fought in the war and come back and went right to work and then bought him a farm back of Wittenberg and lived there until he died. The first work I done was on the farm. Then I worked at Mine Lamotte and Buckeye, was a tie inspector, and also worked in the car shop at Madison, Illinois. On the farm I got $1 a day. In the mines I got $12 a week. In the car shop I made about 40 cents an hour. I bought this property here with my money and have been on it for 18 years. I give $450 for this property. I've paid $11 taxes for 8 or 9 years and now pay $5 a year. The master had a big farm of 200 or 300 acres and had 4 or 5 slaves. Sometimes my father would take me down there in the woods to a white picnic. After my father's first wife died, he did not let us run around much. We used to fight with the white kids, but had no trouble with the old folks. At Christmas time, man, they treated us with fun, eats of all kinds that you could pack home. When the war was over, we moved across the creek to ourselves, and my father bought 25 or 30 acres. I felt like a new man when the war was over. I stayed with my grandfather until I was 21, and got married in Perry County when I was 32. I had 4 children, and they is all dead. My wife has been dead about 14 years. I've lived 25 years in Fredericktown. The young negroes ain't no account as compared to when I was a boy. The parents nowadays don't make them work hard enough. They can sleep all day if they want to. Some of the young negroes around here work in the shoe factory. Some load ties. Once when I was a baby, my sister was sitting by the fireplace rocking me, and she fell asleep and let me fall in the fireplace, and I was burned on the hand. 4 of my fingers was burned and have never come out straight. When I was a boy, I did not know what a stove looked like. We had these old corded beds. There used to be a lot of wild hogs round there, and they would eat anything they got hold of. We would put up ice from the Mississippi River. It was over a foot thick. We wore homemade clothes and did not buy no clothes. We wore copper-toed shoes called brogans. The first time I voted was for Teddy Roosevelt. I've been voting ever since. Lots of them have told me how to vote, but I never sold my vote. End of section 31.
Section 32 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States, from interviews with former slaves. Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michael Earley. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 32, Interview with Fil Hancock, Rolla, Missouri. Uncle Fil Hancock. The following interview, bristling with facts and vivid recollections covering more than 3/4 of a century, was obtained recently by a worker employed by the Federal Writers Project in Missouri from Uncle Fil Hancock, 86-year-old Negro living at Rolla, Missouri. The old man's story, told as nearly as possible in his own dialect, runs thus. I was born 1851, the 28th day of February. My granny come here with her Mrs. Hancock, when they brung the Cherokee Indian tribe here from Midland, Tennessee, the time they moved the Missouri Indians back to Oklahoma, what they called Indian Territory, back about 135 or 140 years ago. Our old Mrs. maiden name was Riggs. My old master was Scotch-Irish, a big, red-faced man with sandy hair, mostly bald-headed. Us little niggers was scared of him and run and hid when we see him coming. He weren't allowed to whip us 'cause he didn't own us. Our old missus had 11 of us, and he had 21 niggers of his own, and our old missus wouldn't let him take us. We had to mind him, though, but she done the whipping. My own mammy whipped us good and proper. She used a razor strop and sure poured it on us. She was puny and sick most all the time. They said she had consumption. Nowadays they call it TB, but it was plain old consumption in them days. I remember she were so sick that she were not able to hold us and whip us, and she made one of us little niggers push the other one up to her bed while she whipped us. We took our turns in getting a whipping. Poor old mammy, she loved us and wanted us to do right. We never got a whipping exceptin' we needed it. Old Granny, my mammy's mother, and old missus whipped us a little, and only with buckbresh, just a little round the ankles. All us little niggers was just like stair steps, one after the other. I got whipped plenty, but I needed it. My old Mrs. Hancock named me herself, called me Fillmore Taylor Hancock, after 2 presidents who took their seats in 1850. Old Colonel Hancock was our master, and he was the richest man in Greene County, Missouri, and owned more slaves than any man in Missouri. His wife, old Missus, was born in 1804. My own granny on my mammy's side was born in 1805. My granny was given to Missus as her own the day she was born. Course, old Missus was only a year old then. There was 32 of us slaves on our old Missus' place, and 11 of us sprung from old Granny. We had 5 young misses. My young missus' names were Winnie, Elizabeth, Lucinda, Luella, and Tennessee. They was so rich and proud they wouldn't look at anybody to marry. Only 2 of 'em ever married. They was fine ladies, but they sure had me plumb spilt. Some of them whipped me 3 or 4 times, but I remember how they just brushed me a little round the legs, and turn away and laugh a little. I can see now I needed more'n I got. If I told a lie, I got whipped for it, and old missus poured it on if we lied. I and the other 2 gals, my sisters and a brother of mine, well, when our mammy died, old missus took us down to her house, away from our cabin, so she could look after us. Our old granny was the white folks' cook. She helped look after us. We got to eat what the white folk did. Up to the cabins where the other niggers was, had salt meat, cabbage, taters, and shortening bread 3 times a day. We all had plenty vegetables we raised ourselves. Every Sunday morning our missus sent us up a big tray about 3 feet long, made of sycamore, and it full of flour. Once a week we had hot biscuits, but me and Squire, my brother and my missus, Mary and Margot, had it a little better. We had what our old missus had. I was 10 years and 6 months old when the war came up. In '61 I see General Lyons when he passed right by our house. All the Union soldiers had to pass by our house time of the war. We lived on the main wagon road from Raleigh to Springfield. Well, child, lordy me, that's funny for me to tell you how General Lyon looked. It was a sight to see him with them purties. And we asked old missus what that was, them purties he had on his shoulders. She says to us chillun, "He is the general. All them other men got to mind him. He was killed in that battle of Wilson Creek. They kept him in an ice house in a spring, owned by a man named Phelps. He lived west of Springfield. They keep General Lyon 2 weeks before they brung him down this-a-way. They shipped him out of Raleigh to Connecticut. That's what I hear the old folks say. That man Phelps was our neighbor. Later he got to be governor of Missouri in 1876. Crittenden was the first Democratic governor in '73. Old missus called us little darkies all up and carried us down to the wagon General Lyon's body was in when they was bringing him back here, and we looked at him and asked what was the matter. Old missus said he was killed. He was packed in ice in the wagon, and the wagon had 4 mules hitched to it. I wanted to know if he was the man who had them purties on his shoulders. She said yes. I said, did Marse Bill and Marse George and Marse Jeff Hancock help kill him? She said yes. Marse Bill, Marse George, and Marse Jeff was my young bosses, my old master's sons. Old missus didn't seem glad or anything, just looked kind of sad. We asked her would he ever fight again. She said no. I won't ever forget how General Lyon looked. He rode a kind of gray-white horse when I first see him, and looked so tall and proud-like. The rebels held Springfield from 1861 till 1862, when General Fremont come in and took it. Marmaduke and Price had the biggest armies of the Southerners. Fremont come sneaking in, wrapped his wagon wheels with old blankets so they wouldn't hear him coming, and he had a bodyguard of 300. Marmaduke and Price was then in Springfield. Fremont come about daybreak and started shooting the town up. He got to town and held it. Marmaduke and Price drifted round to the southeast part of the state and went into Arkansas. Later they had a 3-hour scrummage at Pea Ridge, Arkansas. Either 62 or 63, I can't remember much. I was too little and scared to know, being only 10 or 11 years old. There was a man named Finis McCrae, a rebel in the Marmaduke and Price army in the infantry. He took sick someplace in Arkansas. They brung him to us, we being rebels, and keep him 2 weeks in our upstairs, not letting anyone know he was there. We kept him till he got better, and he went back into the army and fit some more. I seen Marmaduke in person when he was making his campaign for governor down in Cuba, Missouri. All the Union soldiers stopped at our house to get water. We had a running stream that never did go dry. They filled their canteens there. All us children fussed about them taking our milk and butter out in den springhouse. Old missus keep all her milk and butter and cheese in there to keep it cool. When the Union soldiers came by our house to Raleigh, they took so much of the water to fill their canteens it nearly took our spring dry. Took everything we had in the springhouse, milk, butter, everything. I don't remember how they was dressed, but they all had on something blue. Uniforms, I guess. Me and 4 more little darkies was 1/2 mile off in the big road when they passed, and got scared and run back to old missus' house and hid in the old barn loft all that night. Old missus asked us what we did for something to eat. We told her we bent the rye down in the field and rubbed the grain out with our hands and eat that. She took us to the house and gave us something to eat. The soldiers was still passing the house then. In time of the Civil War, we wouldn't come down to Raleigh. We went south to do our trading. We wasn't Union, and Rolla was Union headquarters. Old master was getting old then. He'd been a colonel in some army or other way before the Civil War. Lincoln issued greenbacks long about 61 or 62, after Stephen A. Douglas goes up to Washington and tells Lincoln, after he got the nomination, that if he didn't get Jeff Davis and some of the leaders and prosecute him, he was going to have war on his hands. Lincoln tells Douglas to go back and tell Jeff Davis to lay them guns down, that in 90 days he would load them so much ahead for their niggers, that if they would free them, they could be paid for so much ahead by taxation. But Lincoln told them they would all have to come back together again, same as before like they was. You see, these folks in the South had done got $8 million, all that ammunition and guns and things from England. Jeff Davis and them leaders wouldn't give it up. The first issue of Greenbacks was $175 million, and the next issue was $250 million. We had been told all this, and I asked old missus if she reckoned we could whip them blue-bellied Yankees. I says they ain't got no money. We called the Union soldiers Yankees, and our side was called the Gray, or the Rebels. At 75 years, the 10th day of August, 1937, the General Lyon was killed. My boss, Hancock, was the biggest slaveholder in Missouri when the war first come up. He settled 4 miles east of Springfield, Missouri. He owned close to 1,200 or 1,500 acres of ground. From Springfield to Stratford, east, we had 375 acres in cultivation. Corn, oats, wheat, rye, and clover was our main crops. My daddy belonged to a man named Lou Langston. There is a railroad station named for this same Langston, what was known as the Gulf Road. I took my mammy's white folks' name. They were as fine and as good as anybody. The first child old missus had was a boy, Bill Hancock. The first child my old granny had on my mammy's side was a boy named Joe. Old missus gave granny's boy Joe to her boy Bill as a slave. You see, my old missus and my old granny was born a year apart themselves. One time my old master Hancock got mad at my uncle, who was a growed-up nigger. Old Marse wanted to whip him. He tried to make my uncle put his head twixt his old Marse's knees. My uncle didn't offer to fight him, but twisted him round and round trying to get his head out. He gave one twist that throwed old Marse down to the ground. My uncle jumped and run and jumped over the fence. My uncle did not belong to old Marse, but to his son, Bill. But old Marse sure got mad when my uncle run. So he sold him to a man named Dokes, a nigger trader of that neighborhood. Dokes bought niggers and sold them on the block in St. Louis. When Dokes took my uncle away, one of our neighbors by the name of Fisher, up near Stratford, gets on his horse and goes to Springfield and tells my young boss Bill that old man Hancock had sold Joe and Jane. Jane belonged to Moss Hancock. Mr. Fisher had only one colored man, and he told my young boss Bill that if he would buy both them niggers back, that he would buy Jane for his, Fisher's, colored man. He didn't have no woman for him. Old Dokes was on his way then to St. Louis with him. Bill and Fisher started out, rode and caught up with them near what is now known as Knob View, Missouri. When they come in sight of Dokes, Bill stopped and dropped back. Fisher goes up to the wagon, stopped Dokes, and asked him what he would take for Joe and Jane. They was setting up in the wagon, handcuffed together. I think it was $1,000 or $1,500 he asked for both. Then Fisher beckoned to Bill Hancock to come on. Bill come up and paid Dokes what he asked. Dokes was to take him back hisself to their own neighborhood. When Mas Bill rode up, my uncle said, "Take these handcuffs off me." Mr. Dokes took them off. My uncle jumped up out of the wagon and run up to the big mule my young boss was setting on. He reached up and took Bill, his master, off that mule so quick and lay him down on the ground. He commenced to love and kiss him on the side of his head. He picked him up and sat Master Bill on his mule again and said, "I know Master Bill wasn't going to let me be sold." He takes him off his mule again and lay him down 2 times more and keep loving and kissing him. He was that happy. But old Massa Hancock just wouldn't let Joe live in his place again, no more. He was that mad. It made him so mad to think Joe'd turn him over when he had his legs twixt his knees. But young Marse Bill took Joe to Springfield and hired him out to a blacksmith by the name of Lear. He got $40 a month for him. Joe stayed there till the Civil War. Old Master let Joe come to the house to see his mother, my old granny, once in a while, but never to live. Old man Fisher bought the colored woman from Marse Bill for his colored man, and paid him as he could. Our white folks had plenty of money to get anything they wanted. I first come to Rolla in 1869, and stayed till 1870. Then there was only one brick house in Rolla, standing where the Edwin Long Hotel now stands. Then I left and went to Cuba, and stayed there and at Salem until 1882. I come back to Rolla when the Crandall House was built, where the Rolla Hospital now is located. I started a barber shop under the Crandall House basement. I've been here and at Salem ever since 1882, Rolla my headquarters. I can leave enough when I die. I want to be buried at the Union Graveyard in Greene County, Missouri, where my mammy is buried, since 3 years before the Civil War. My daddy was buried there in 1863. When I was young, we didn't know nothing about churches. Us kids never got to go no place lest the old niggers took us. And they wouldn't take us. The older ones had church out in the brush, under the shade trees. I can remember one of my cousins carrying me pickaback one time 3 miles to church. They only had church in the summertime, or meeting they called it. It was allers in the woods. We dasn't be catched with a book to read or try to be educated. Course every one wasn't treated that way. Sometimes the niggers would have dancing, if the bosses or masters gave 'em passes. The passes read something like this: "Let my nigger file pass and repass to such and such a place." I remember once my missus bought me a pair of high-top red boots. My, I was proud. In them days we went barefoot most all year round, but my missus tried to make us happy on Christmas. I put them boots on and I pranced round and round just to hear 'em squeak. I done thought that was the purtiest noise I ever heard. I asked old missus could I go to old Massey's house. He were our neighbor about half a mile, but it were dark. Old missus said, "Hain't you scared to go?" I say, "No." I went up the road, my boots squeaking and squeaking. Didn't have time to be scared, listening to them boots. Aunt Rachael, my own aunt, lived at Massey's house. You see, Massey's was their name, and they was white folks, but we say Massey's house. I wanted my old aunt to see my new boots. When I got there, I called my aunt to come see my boots. She come and say, "Hain't you scared to come here all alone?" I say, "No." I twisted and turned, round and round, so she could hear 'em squeak. But when it came time to go home, I got plumb scared. Aunt Rachael had to take me. She took me where I could see our house. My, how old missus laughed when she found I had to be brung home. She say, "I told you, you be scared to come alone." In them days, no nigger got boots till he was big and able to work for 'em. I was old Mrs. Pett, and she plumb spilt me. I allus got more than the other niggers got. Boys had cotton shirts, and the gals had cotton dresses. You know, it's a funny thing. The white folks took everything from us niggers, even tried to take our old songs and have them on the radio. We niggers say the white folks take everything, this, that, and t'other, but what we got is just natural born to us. I knocks the tambourine just like the Georgia niggers played the tambourine for the Civil War. Them Georgia minstrels was taken over to England to perform for the Queen Victoria, way for Civil War. Folks from way up east got 'em and took 'em. They ain't many plays like them no more. Uncle Phil, as he was familiarly known in Rolla, played for the folk festival in Rolla, and received so much applause he had to be helped off the stage. He is exceedingly active. He plays the old tambourine he owned so many years. under and over his legs, behind his head, bouncing it and catching it, never losing the rhythm an instant. He is tall and erect, and has a remarkable memory, especially for dates, names, and places. He loves children, and usually has a pocket full of pennies for the babies. His home is a one-room hut, plain shed building, back of the post office on 9th Street, Rolla, Missouri. He lives alone and has no living relatives. The people of Rolla aid him with gifts. Uncle Phil's favorite old spiritual is below. He says, "Dis song, I'm a-tellin' you, is the truth. Dis is my buryin' ground. Ask my Lord for mercy. Good Lord, give me religion. Good Lord, give me a heart to believe. Dis is the buryin' ground. Amen, hallelujah. Dis is the buryin' ground. Tell your mother, tell your father, dis is the buryin' ground. Tell all your neighbors chillin', dis is the buryin' ground." Uncle Phil says, "Niggers just make their own verses, just naturally comes to us, and we make our own rhyme as we go." One of the humorous songs, a favorite of his, goes, "You by word now all we go. In fact we spoke both high and low. In the house and out of doors, evening in the baby's nose. When I was young and in my prime, I's a-countin' courtin' them gals most all the time. Now I'm old and you will see I'm not as young as I used to be. Now when the elephant moves around, the music begins to play. Oh, the boys round that monkey's cage, I'd better keep away. Rock the cradle, John, rock the cradle, John. Many a man is rockin' another man's son when he thinks he's rocking his own." End of section 32.
Section 33 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Dave Harper. Dave is a Cardinal fan. Dave Harper, a former slave, had just tuned in on the baseball game when the interviewer arrived, for he is an ardent Cardinal fan. Although he was extremely courteous, he never missed a play in that game. He was not at all reticent about telling of his life, though plainly curious to know the purpose of the interview and just a bit skeptical as to its final use. Dave, who now lives in Montgomery City, Missouri, has been a gardener for years, always having the earliest and finest vegetables, as well as supplying others with plants for resetting. "I'll be glad to tell you anything I remember," Dave said in reply to the request for something of his life story. "Colonel Harper was my master. We lived northwest of town, Montgomery City. I was born in Montgomery County and lived there all my life. Colonel Harper had 25 or 30 slaves. There was lots of money wrapped up in them." Here Dave reflected for a moment and shook his head sadly at the amount of cash invested in humans, and then continued. "He bought me when I was 6 years old. I was born 87 years ago next January, down on Clear Fork, southwest of Danville, near Mineola, about half-mile from Captain Calloway's grave. No, it doesn't seem like they could have found enough dirt there to cover his body. It sure is rocky there. Did you ever read Nat Sharp's history? It says that one of Captain Calloway's men was buried down there across the field. I've seen slaves go through Danville in droves like cattle. They was changed together, and they walked into St. Louis to the nigger yard. One mother give out. The man in charge made her give her baby away. She couldn't carry it no further. Someone near Danville raised the baby. I was sold when I was 6 years old to Clark Whiteside's father to Nurse Clark. My mother was sold down on the Missouri River. I'll tell you about that. The Fords moved from Danville from Virginia. There was several brothers in together in the nigger business. They bought my mother to wait on Mrs. Ford and carry her coffee. She married and had 3 children. The nigger traders from Virginia run an attachment to get possession of my mother. Then on the way back, she took cholera and died. The case was in court when the war come up. Mr. Ben Sharp had the money. He died, and that ended it. I was sold by Thomas J. Powell, the sheriff. Mother was to be sold. Kit Talbot bid on her and the baby. She cried so hard 'cause she wanted to live with me that Dr. Sharp paid the bid and got her. I used to go see her real often. We was fed just moderate. There was 15 hands. When they come in at noon, they ate from the big old kettle where the old colored woman had cooked the food. The next morning, after he bought me, the boss carried me to the old woman and told her to take care of me. That morning the kettle was full of spare ribs, and the people fished them out with sticks. I didn't see no knives or forks. When they asked me why I didn't get something to eat, I asked about them and a table where I could eat. The overseer just cried. The old lady took care of the children while the mothers worked. The oldest one never went to the field. She just looked after the little ones. One overseer was colored. He was an uncle of Big Nig that worked at the hotel. We was fanning out wheat, and one of the children was raking out the wheat. He talked back to the overseer, who struck him. There was a single tree under the edge of the cloth. The master picked up the single tree, but didn't strike the overseer. He backed off. Colonel Harper raised oodles of tobacco. There were 16 to 1,700 pounds to the hogshead. He raised 15 to 20 hogsheads. My mother-in-law was from Memphis. One day they went to church, and the Ku Klux Klan came in and beat the people over their heads with pistols. The people went out the doors and windows. They could just blow a horn, and the Ku Klux Klan would come from all directions. I was sold for $715. When the freedom come, I said, "Give me $715 and I'll go back." Colonel Harper just gave me a quarter to buy my dinner. After the freedom, I worked in wheat harvest all season for 75 cents a day. I worked for a week, and my mammy told me to bring her some bacon. When the man paid me, I spent it all for a side of bacon. I felt mighty proud to take that to her. Bacon was 50 cents a pound. I stayed at Dr. Sharp's, where Mother worked, and done chores. Later I made rails. They paid me $14 a month for cutting rail timber. I was paid at the post office and took the money home and gave it to Mammy. Colonel Harper's wife was General Price's niece, and Colonel Harper was a recruiting officer for General Price. Young men came there to join the Southern Army. They could always get a horse. The women stayed there all the time to make the suits for the soldiers. The Union soldiers tried their best to kill Colonel Harper. One time I saved his life. They was going to kill him. About 75 or 100 men on horses. I warned the colonel 2 hours before they got there. This is how it happened. Colonel Harper gave me the first day of Christmas to go see my mother. Us children went out in the woods playing. When we come back, the yard was all cut up with horses' hoofs. Dr. Sharp put me on my horse and told me to tell Colonel Harper this message, that there was so many soldiers that you might get hurt. You can come again some other time, I told Colonel Harper, and he left. I didn't see him again until I was cutting wheat. My mistress lived there for some time without any men folks around except the slaves. There was a horse kept there on purpose so I could come to town every day for the mail. After a while, my mistress and her daughter went to Jared Harris's to stay. Then I went to Harris's every morning for the mistress' orders and to Montgomery each afternoon for the mail. I took the mail to the camp at night. That was Bill Anderson's camp over in Callaway County. They moved that camp pretty often, but I found it. One time the bushwhackers came to burn the depot, but Colonel Harper had it full of tobacco and wheat, so they didn't burn it. Young Billy Mathis was a lieutenant. He used to come to see Mistress almost every day and bring her messages. Once a gang of bluecoats was coming down the road. He got on one of the mistress's horses, and she told me to go along and bring the horse back. We went down to the woods with the bullets whistling through the air and cutting off the limbs of the trees. Dave had apparently studied about the voodoo doctors and their wiles, for a question asked the conjure doctors brought a quick response. We called them two-headed Negroes. You know that if he could do any tricks, he would keep them from whipping him or selling them, and they couldn't do that, or they would have done it long time ago. Tear open a pillow, and sometimes there is a mat of feathers. Sometimes they puts things under the doorstep, but I don't pay no attention to it. There is some that thinks there is something to it. Mother used to tell a tale about when she was a little girl. Her mother went to frolics, but her father went to bed. He was always tired after his day's work. One night my mother saw a woman come to her father's bed and rub her hand over his head. It didn't wake him up. The next day he took sick and soon died. I don't believe in hoodoo doctors, but it is like the bloodhounds can run and tree a man, but if you can't find the goods, it don't count. I worked in the hay harvest for 50 cents a day. Common domestic for shirts was 50 cents a yard. It took 6 yards to make one shirt. That was a week's work. We lived on chickens. My mother raised a whole camp meeting of chickens. There never was a better white man than Dr. Sharp. When I married, I had 4 head of horses and 3 mules. I owed for 1 team of horses. I took typhoid fever in August and was in bed until November. Dr. Sharp and Dr. Bodine knew something was the matter, but they didn't know what it was. When the note come due, I got on a horse and rode to Dr. Sharp's. He wanted to know what I was doing on that horse. I told him about the note, and he said, that's been bothering you. Don't you get off that horse. I help you, then you get back home and go to bed and stay there. He just wrote a check for $90. I had already paid $300. After I got well, I sold a span of mules to Joe McClary and put the check in the bank for Dr. Sharp. That was to pay him for the note and taking care of me that summer and fall. I was in the railroad home guards during the war. We had to keep the people from tearing up the railroads. I fought Bill Anderson's men many a time. Seemed sort of queer when I used to take them the mail, but we kept them from burning the railroad bridges. I served about 6 months near Macon. End of section 33.
Section 34 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kenneth the Teller. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration, Section 34. Clara McNeely Harrell, Cape Girardeau, Missouri. We lived way off in the backwoods, 6 mile t'other side of Jackson near Fruitland, and as feared, they ain't much I can tell ya. My old massa was John McNeely. I don't rightly remember my old Mrs. McNeely, but when she died, old massa married young Missy Harris from down towards the river. The white folks has a fine big white house, and we uns had a little log house. There was lots of nut trees round there, and in the fall of the year, we uns used to gather lots of nuts, hickory nuts, walnuts, and there was hazelnuts too. My mammy's name? Let's see now. They calls her Minnie. Yes, that's it, Minnie. You see, my mind ain't so clear, but when I talks about them, kinda comes back to me. My pappy's name was John Mitchell, and he belonged to a neighbour. I's little and didn't have much work to do, just chores like helping to carry in wood and such like, but mostly I's just playing and tomboying around. Old massa had 3 boys that went off to war. They was Ab and Bob and Jack. We never seed no fighting round our way, but sometime we heard the cannon from Cape. One time there was lots of soldiers come past our place, and they had lots of wagons and things. I ain't never seed so many men, and I's plumb scared to death, but they never bother none. We had big fields o' wheat, and can and such. But my mammy didn't work in the field. She spin and she weave. I could spin too. I's filled the quills, and I'd help her thread the loom. The loom stood out on the big porch, and I can just see her sitting there. She'd push the thread through to me, and then I'd catch it, and pull it through and hand it back to her. When the war was over, old Master called to me and he say, "Clara, you know the war is over?" And I say, "War, was it? I never knowed nothing about the war." I don't know nothing about ghosts and such like, but when I dies, I expects to go to heaven, and Lord, I's going to sit all day and shout and sing and clap my hands and stomp my feet. Oh Lord, that's going to be a happy time.
Clara McNeely Harrell, probably 80 or 82 years old, lives in Hollow. No street number, west from Washington School, Cape Girardeau, Missouri.
End of section 34.
Section 35 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States, from interviews with former slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States, from interviews with former slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 35, Joe Higgerson. An interview with Joe Higgerson, Sedalia, Missouri, written by George K. Bartlett, Kansas City, from F.C. of Kathleen Williams. How did Uncle Joe get home? Living at 410 West Pettis Street, Sedalia, is Joseph Higgerson, a pensioned Negro soldier of the Civil War who can look back through the long vista of years and visualize slave life in Missouri when the institution of slavery was at its most thriving period. He was born a slave on a farm near Boonville, Missouri, in 1845, if his claim of being 92 years old in the summer of 1937 is correct. He is somewhat bent and withered, and his appearance of great age is accentuated by white patriarchal whiskers below the chin, while his cheeks are clean-shaven, a style much in vogue during the lifetime of Horace Greeley. His home, a little four-room frame cottage with its tiny front porch set close against the picket fence enclosing the lot, mirrors somewhat the deterioration age has placed upon its occupant. Both house and fence are weather-beaten, gray from age and lack of paint. "Could you and would you tell us about slavery days?" he was asked. "Yes, ma'am," he courteously and smilingly replied, the smile revealing big, strong teeth. "Yes, indeed. Would you all step in the house and sit? I'm so happy to have company." He selected the dining room, which is also the comfortably furnished living room, as the place to sit and talk. In this room is an oak dining table, chairs, and a china closet, through the glass doors of which may be seen attractively decorated dishes, some of them of very old pattern. There is also an old-fashioned combination desk and bookcase, and a chest of drawers. The windows are adorned with curtains and drapes of good quality. The clean condition of the interior was a revelation of a 92-year-old Negro man's desire and ability to keep house and keep it clean. He lives alone, his wife having died many years ago. There is in the appearance of this ancient Negro, with shoulders now bowed, the dark brown skin extending across a bald head, the large nose, immense teeth, shaven cheeks below which a mat of white whiskers encircled a throat like the ruff of a condor's neck. There is in his appearance that which stamps him at once as the living bridge between the present day's civilization and a dim past, the knowledge of which exists today in the memories of but few persons. As he talked, strange sights, scenes, and cultures were told, sometimes with words that have changed much in meaning. As his mind pictured the scenes of those old days, this primitive blending of both Indian and Negro races at times unconsciously reverted to the primitive sing-song recitative chant of his ancestors, particularly when narrating his outstanding pleasant memories. This is his story. Old man Higginson was my massa. We lived on a farm, and there was a big family of us. I was the only one left. The farm laid just below the Lamine and the Missouri rivers, and I can't tell exactly where it was. Everybody called us free niggers 'cause Higginson's slaves were treated so good. Yes, ma'am. My mammy lived to be 80 years old and didn't have a gray hair in her head. She was part Black Hawk Indian, and I show it in me, too. Then, as his thoughts raced back to slavery days, the pictures of youth crowded thick and fast, and he burst forth into a half-chanted description of the panorama of his memories. I seen hundreds of Indians pass through the country on foot. Boss man let 'em have a shack overnight. Next morning, they set out on foot and take up the road, one behind the other. Yes, sir, just wrapped in a blanket, one behind the other, winter and summer, and barefoot, too. And then he told of game and game ways. Yes, sir, I done seen wild deer hop over fences and hundreds of wild turkeys. We used to build turkey pens and dig a trench and put feed in there and cover it over with brush, and the turkeys would come to feed and we would trap 'em. Yes, ma'am, and I done seen 100 to 150 wild turkeys in a flock. I has that. Lots of wild pigeons, too. I has seen 1,000 geese flying over in the early morning. And then I've trapped quail, too, in rail pens, built 10 feet square. Yes, sir. But listen, slaves couldn't shoot. Was a law agin it in slave times. No slave could own or shoot a gun. We couldn't shoot game. And that come this way. President Jackson say, keep books and guns out of slaves' hands if you want to keep 'em slaves. Joe Higginson chuckled a little bit with a glint of humor in his eyes and changed the subject. Everybody made whiskey in them days. Had little distilleries all over the country. Made apple and peach brandy. Good, too. One day I was sent to a neighbor's for brandy. I took a little taste and walked on. And then I took another little taste and walked on. And then I took another little taste and sat down the jug. And then I took another little taste and so on and so on. Pretty soon I looked up and I never did know how I got to where I was going to. Nobody ever say anything about it or tell me nothing. I guess somebody carried me where I was going to. He was asked if he ever remembered seeing slaves sold at Boonville. Oh, yes, ma'am, he exclaimed. Why, down at Boonville, woman and baby was put up to be sold, and the buyer, he want the woman, but he don't want the baby, so they separated 'em and was getting ready to put 'em on the boat for New Orleans and ship 'em down the river. And the woman, she ran back to kiss the baby goodbye, and the trader picked up a whip and cracked it and shouts, "A bellerin' cow will soon forget its calf." And she was sold down the river and never saw the baby again. Now that was sad. He paused, and then he resumed. One trader named Henry Moore, he used to handcuff all the niggers together till time to put 'em on the boat for New Orleans. They always carried whips, and they'd crack 'em to see how far the darkies could jump. Yes, sir, deed they did. This reminiscence tickled him mightily, and he laughed heartily at thoughts of the capers the negroes cut when the whip cracked. And I remembers one boatload got as far as Cairo, Illinois, and lots of the darkies jumped overboard and was drowned. Were the overseers on the plantations Negroes or whites? Overseers are white, Higginson replied. Overseers white. Doc was the nigger driver. Darkies didn't ever get to go to the big house where the planter lived. The nigger driver reported to the overseer, and the overseer reported to the boss. Now this is the way with me, Higginson continued. My father, who was also my boss, he kept a store. And I went to the store to take care of the children, 'cause the boss done send for me. Well, one time when the war was on, some Federal soldiers come and done scared me so bad I forgot all about the child and run home, and the soldiers burned the bridge you had to cross before you got to the store. So after that, the old man run a boat across. hoping to get some idea of how Christmas was celebrated among the Negroes on the farms and plantations. The aged man was asked what he remembered of Christmas in slavery times. "Oh, one Christmas I never gonna forget," he replied. "Just before Christmas, lots of people come to the store to buy, and the ground was all covered with snow. And the man what run the store was getting ready to close up 'cause it was getting dark, and close at dark a man come and wanted in, and the storekeeper wouldn't let him in. And it got later and later, and by Joseph, that's me, was sent to the store to find why the storekeeper ain't come home yet. And Joseph went to the store, looked in, and saw the old man on his back, his throat cut with the blood running all over the floor, and $1,400 they knowed he had gone. There was whiskey and blood running all over the floor. Whiskey was cheap them days. Good whiskey, too. When they set the niggers free, the boss man come out and read the papers to 'em saying they was free, and I went to Boonville and joined the Union Army November the 23rd, 1863. I served in the 25th Corps, 2nd Division, under General Witzel. I was in that last battle of the war at Palmetto Ranch, Texas, on the Rio Grande, just 36 miles from the Gulf. When I was discharged from the Army to go home, I thought, well, I have no home. Where shall I go? And then I decided to go back to Boonville. All my family was scattered, but I was lucky. Someone had started to build a shack and hadn't finished it. I got permission to finish it and picked up building material here and there and made it into a home. I never been without a home since. My wife and I lived together 61 years. She's gone now. End of section 35.
Section 36 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louise Jaeschke. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 36, Delia Hill, St. Louis County, Missouri. Smoke 'em upside down. The subject of this sketch is Delia Hill, over 90 years old. She lives at 1338 Argus Street, St. Louis County, Missouri. Delia Hill is a good-natured, well-preserved old lady. She is quite tall, medium in size, dark complexion, and her hair is almost entirely white. She is very neat in her quaint frame three-room cottage. She shares her home with a widowed companion who appears to be well in her 50s, but is able to work. Delia Hill's story follows. I was born in Coldwater, Mississippi, more than 90 years ago, but I don't know just how old I is. My first owner's name was Master John Hawkins, and he had a big mill. He had me and my mother with 14 other children, Aunt Ellen and her 8 children, and Aunt Tilda with all her children. I don't know how many Aunt Tilda had. Anyhow, Master John owned every one of us. Later on, he sold me to Master Dave Stafford, a circuit rider. I got a scar on my eye today where the old overseer throwed a fork at me across the table 'cause I went to sleep. I was so tired while fanning flies off him while he was eating. I had to fan flies every mealtime with a fly brush. They worked me so hard, I'd just go on to sleep standing up. That old overseer was a mean old devil anyhow. Well, when old Master come home from the circuit riding, I told him about it, and he fired that overseer right then and told him if my eye went out, he would look him up and kill him. I never seed him any more. They sold us niggers so bad down there where I come from that when I was little I got sold from my mother, and she never found me till after the war in 1871. Was we glad to see each other? I say we was. I was raised up hard, honey. I can count the winters I ever even had shoes on my poor feet. When Master Dave bought my mother, he only bought her and 6 us children. He was fairly nice to niggers, but he didn't have as big a drove of 'em as the other plantation owners. But, child, we could hear niggers hollerin' every night on different plantations all around us, from lashings they'd getten from their old overseers and masters, too, for that matter. My owner raised mostly cotton and corn. My mother wove all the clothes we wore. She even done all the spinning. During the Civil War, my old miss used to hide us niggers in the woods to keep the Yankees from seeing us. They passed through our place and got most all our stock just the same, and all they wanted to eat besides. But they never found a one of us. After they pass by, we all go on back home. They sent us to church regular, and the preacher says to us, "Any you all seein' anybody stealin' old Miss chickens or eggs, go straight to old Miss and tell her who it is and all about it. Anyone steal old master's hogs, or anything belong to old master, go straight to him and tell him all about it." Then he asks us, "What your daddy bring home to you when he come, and what he feed you children at night?" We scared to death to tell anything, 'cause, honey, if we did, the nigger get a killin', and our mammy tie up our feet and hang us upside down by our feet, build a fire under us and smoke us. Scared us plumb to death. We swear mammy gonna burn us up. Lord, child, that was an awful scare. Yes, ma'am, it was. The old preacher told us go on work hard, tell old miss and old master the truth, and when we die, God gonna let us in heaven's kitchen and sit down and rest from all the work we were doing down here. We believed that then. We didn't know no better. Honest, we didn't, honey. Our old miss used to tell us, "I want all my niggers to always tell the truth. If they kill you, die telling the truth." But bless your soul, our mammy done smoked enough of us upside down to not tell them white folk nothing, a lie nor the truth. No siree. Who want to get smoked up likely to burn up hanging there as not? Now ain't that so? No, sir. Tell them white folks they find out anything, they just find out themselves. I never did read or write. I've been married 3 times. My last husband I married October 31st, 1901, and moved right out here in this house November 6, 1901. Been here ever since. My husband been dead now 18 years. My children all died when they was babies. I had 6 children. I wear glasses sometimes, but I praise God I can see good without glasses. The government gives me a pension, and I get along fairly middlin'. Since peace been declared, I made my livin' doing laundry work and cooking. I nursed right smart in Memphis. My mother died in 1893 here in St. Louis. Her name was Eliza Mullen, but I never did know how old she was. She didn't neither. I am a Baptist and go to church regular as I can. But I suffer so hard with indigestion. I can't go no place much. Guess that's about all I can remember worth 'membering. I hope it helps the book out. End of section 36.
Section 37 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 37, Louise Hill. Interview with Louise Hill, aged 78, from Farmington, Missouri. I was born on October 13, 1858, on the southeast side of Farmington, Missouri. My mother, Rose Hill, was born in Virginia. She come to Missouri as a girl, and from that time on she was a slave for John Hill, our boss. She worked there till our freedom. Our family had 3 boys, Peter, William, and me, and 2 girls, Sally and Melinda. We bunked up in a cabin with 1 room. All us kids ate on the floor from the same plate, and the biggest dog got the most. We generally wore a straight slip like a nightgown, and it fastened around our neck. In the Old South, boys were dressed in this fashion until about 10 years old, and were called shirt-tail boys. Take this off, and we was naked. The old lady, the wife of the boss, was the devil's sister. Her name was Whip. She beat the old folks more than the kids. She used that cowhide, and we got a licking whether we did anything or not. We had to get up early, and after giving supper, we were put to bed and did not pilfer around. We had to go on Sunday to the boss's church, the Carmelite or the Christian church. My mother was no hand to tell big yarns, so I don't know no ghost stories. We was raised very sensible. The white folks did not help us to read and write. I learned that after we were free. I never did go to school. Our games was Wolf on the Bridge and King Kong Co. We always had to be doing something, even if it was picking up kindling. I remember when Price's army come through here in 64 or 65 on their way to Pilot Knob. I was about 6 or 7 years old, and I and my sister had been down to the white children's school to take them dinner. We had to bring that basket back, and we sat down in that corner of the graveyard to eat what was left of the basket. The graveyard was next to the Frederickstown Road and just across from our house. All at once I heard the most terrible noise and saw soldiers come up the road. We were sure scared. We jumped up, ran across the road, jumped over the fence, and began to take out for the house. The soldiers laughed and said something. One soldier on a horse come up to the fence, tore off the top rail, and with his horse jumped over the fence and took out after us, but he never could catch us. We was sure running. I was carrying the basket, and if I had throwed it down, we would have showed that soldier some running. The soldier turned his horse around, but we went straight to the house to the missus. She say that they was only having a good time and wouldn't hurt us. We stood at the house and looked, and it took about all afternoon for the soldiers to pass. The war horses, the wagons, the cannons. The soldiers during the war took all the boss's horses away, and he had only a yoke of oxen left. After the freedom, we all had to get out and work. We had a big family. I worked at the lead smelter at Mine Lamont in 1872 and worked there for 6 years. I made $2.50 a day, and that was good wages then. I batched thaw. I learned to read at Mine Lamont when a white man taught me in the evenings at the mine between the shifts. Afterwards, I worked at Bon Terre and the smelter, got lead colic, and quit there. I think slavery was a curse on human nature. I believe in nobody being in bondage of no kind. The Almighty was not going to let slavery last much longer. You know what he did about the people in Egypt. Louise Hill lives in a very nice home. He's a quiet Negro, and except for a short time, has spent his entire life in Farmington. He receives an old age pension. I did not inquire about his marriage, for from knowledge I have gained he lives with a colored woman to whom he is not married. He swapped liquor for lessons. How he traded liquor for lessons in reading and writing and arithmetic is one of the interesting facts of his younger life, recalled in an interview recently obtained from Louis Hill, an ex-slave now living in Farmington, Missouri. Louis believes that the government should have made some provision for the aid of the Negroes during the early struggle following their emancipation. Regarding the part of which he takes in politics, Louis declares that his invariable rule is to look over the field and vote for what he thinks is the best timber. The story of his experiences as given to the interviewer is told as closely as possible in his own words, which follow. I was too young to know what to expect from freedom. My mother picked up and left the white folks in the night and took us kids with her, and that was after we was free, but they wouldn't let her get away in the daytime very handy. They did not pay my mother anything after she was free. In them days, kids didn't question the old folks like they do now, so I didn't find out much. There was 2 sisters, 2 brothers, and myself what left that night with my mother. We all had some bundles, and when we left the old mistress in the dark, we went to some neighbors several blocks away. We didn't have to go far away, 'cause they couldn't force you to go back after we was free. But my mother did go back and work for the mistress a good while, but she got paid then. We stayed here for quite a while, and then went up to Valley Mines. I piddled around and hired out for the first one and then another and did what a kid could do. And when you earned any money them days, you had to give it to your mother and didn't know what she'd done with it. About the first work I'd done was for Mr. Boyer, a Frenchman up in Val Mines in the diggings. I dug mineral, zinc, etc. I got 50 cents a day. He did all the digging, and I coached it from the head of the drift to the shaft. I had a little car on wheels that run on a wooden track. I reckon I worked for him for about 2 years. My mother would go out to the big dirt pile called scrapping and would pick out the zinc and the lead chunks in little pieces. And pretty near every Saturday we would take the ore down to the furnace town and get it weighed and get a check for it. And then we'd come back to Farmington after several years and live with my sister's husband and worked around at a little bit of everything. I was getting to be a pretty good-sized boy and went to the mine Lamont and worked on the furnace. My first work at that place was at $2 a day. And later on I became a charger, and I got $2.50 a day. I stayed with them for 6 or 7 years, and after I left there I went to Bonne Terre and got married and got mine sickness or lead colic from working in the furnace, and I had to quit. I come back to Farmington, and it's been ever since. And then I went at sawing wood and chopping wood and at a soda factory and a beer depot, and I peddled ice, delivered soda and beer to Knob Lick and Sinite and Graniteville and Bonne Terre. I worked here for a long time. I've had 4 children, and 2 is living. The boy is in Los Angeles, California, and the girl is in Seattle, Washington. My boy is a chauffeur for an old rich fellow by the name of Clark, and he has been in the same job for 16 years or so. He gets $100 a month, room and board. He's been wanting to quit, but the old man won't let him. My son's daughter does the cooking for the rich guy. My son is 56 years old now. My daughter is 54 and is married. What she does is more than I can tell you. Her husband was a soldier in the regular army in the 10th Cavalry and was in the Philippines and Cuba. And so my daughter has been around some. She's been away from here for about 23 or 24 years. I think the young Negroes need settling down and have more education and not so much good time. I didn't have much of a chance. We was turned loose barefooted and had no schools then, and when they had schools, I had to work. But in mine Lamont, a Mr. McFarland would come over to our cabin and teach me reading and writing and arithmetic. He was an awful drinker, but he was smart. I'd give him a little something to drink for teaching me. I took lessons for about a year. I sure do like to read the newspapers now and can write letters. The young generation thinks too much about going and having a good time. A little taskmaster wouldn't hurt the young people. I wasn't into slavery long enough for it to hurt me none. I was free when I was 5 years old. My mother, however, was worked like an old horse, and the best part of her life was spent in bondage. I believe the government should have made some provision for the slaves when they turned them loose. The government could have compelled slaveholders to give slaves a little tract of land, a cow, and a horse, and give them a start. The slave had made what the white men had. I actually believe the Negroes would be better off today if they'd have done this. My old mistress just had oodles of land. Of course, the white folks was not used to work, and there was plenty for the Negroes to do if they wanted to work. I voted as soon as I got a chance. The first time I voted was in 1880. I had them try to pay me to vote, but I told them my vote was not for sale. You know you ain't dictated to unless you is wishy-washy. Once, a fellow asked me how I voted, and I said, just to suit myself. I generally look over the field and vote for what I think is the best timber. They's going to have a hot time in 1940 for them that lives to see it. It's a free country, and a man should not have to own property in order to vote. They ought not to oppress anyone. End of section number 37.
Section 38 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Florence Short. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration, Rhody Holsell. Interview with Aunt Rhody Holsell, Fredericktown, Missouri. Slaves happy to be free. Aunt Rhody Holsell, 89 years old, of Fredericktown, is one of the interesting ex-slaves in Missouri. According to her story, she was 17 years old when the Civil War ended. Her mother and father were slaves, and both of them had died before the beginning of the conflict. She believes that she is part Indian, as her great-grandmother is believed to have been an Indian squaw. The following is her own version of events which played a part in her life during her slave days and since that time. When they turned me loose, I was naked, barefoot, and didn't have nothing to start out on. They turned us loose without a thing, and we had to kind of pick ourselves up. We would go out of a Sunday and dig ginseng and let it dry for a week and sell it to the store. We would make about $1 every Sunday that way, and then we'd get our goods at the store. The master and all the boys was killed in the war, and the mistress married some hostle-jostle who helped to kill the boss. I was just not going to stand that, so this was when I left home. Abraham Lincoln done put a piece in the paper saying that all the slaves was free, and if they whipped any of the slaves after they was set free, they would prosecute them. Me and another little old woman done some shouting and hollering when we heard about the freedom. We tore up some corn down in the field. The old missus was right there on the fence, but wouldn't dare touch us then. Once the mistress struck me after we was freed, and I grabbed her leg and would have broke her neck. She wanted to apologize with me the way she had treated me, but I would not let her. They thought it was awful that they could not whip the slaves any longer. I then worked from one farm to another. I would stay a year or two each place. They wanted me to stay. They said I was the best plowboy they had. I would cut the old roots and they would pop, but they paid me nothing, and they didn't give you no clothes. We got so much in the share of the cropping, but they would not share with me, so I would leave. So I come to Fredericktown to try to find my mother's people, but when I got here, they done told me they was going to Illinois. I then come right out of the field and went right into the dining room. I was never turned off from any of my work. I would just work till I got tired and quit. Talk about being happy. We was sure enough some happy people when they done took that yoke offen our necks. Before I was free, We had to shuck 3 wagon loads of corn a day. The wagon would hold 40 bushels. I'd come home and my fingers would be twisted from so much work. The oxen would slobber all over the corn before we picked it. It was cold out there in the field, and I would wrap my feet up in my dress and wait till the wagon would drive up. I had no shoes on. Man, I don't know how I'm here today. It just was the mercy of God that took care of me. When my mother was dying, she done asked God to look over us, and it must have been her prayer that helped me to still be here. When my mother was sick once, the doctor come and brought his wife. The wife always come with the doctor. The doctor would not allow the family to give the medicine, 'cause he said the family would give in to the sick person. The wife of the doctor would give the medicine when the doctor was asleep. I never seen the family give medicine till I come up here. The doctors always come and stay till the sick person was out of danger, and the wife always come with him. Lord, people nowadays don't know nothing about nothing. Child, I spun backwards and forwards to the wheel till I wore my feet out till the balls of my feet was worn to the blood. Lots of slaves went to Illinois after freedom, but I never been out of the state. I don't go to frolics of any kind. I just come here and settle down and never rambled round. I lived in this house 55 years and have buried purty near all my family right out of this house. I ain't never had a fuss with any of my neighbors, and I done took the bitter with the sweet. I ride in an automobile only to funerals. I ain't been on a train but once or twice, and that was about 40 years ago. I'm interested in church now, can sit and listen to preaching and singing all day. But I sets right here while they has all this other excitement. It's been 70 years since I done been to Farmington to a picnic. I don't want a pension so much to roam around, but to be protected in my old age and have a few more days of peace. I don't care nothing about clothes. I've been voting at that thing ever since it started. They would take me a free ride when voting time comes. You can't turn around for they wants to take you to vote. But after the voting, they won't pay no attention to me. I never did vote only a straight ticket, and I always went my own way. They would sometimes tell me how to vote, but I didn't pay them no mind. My husband did not believe in women voting, and he said it would tear up the country. He said he wanted to be in heaven when the women voted. Garfield was the first president I ever voted for. I believe it would have been better to have moved all the colored people way out west to themselves. Abraham Lincoln wanted to do this. It would have been better on both races, and they would not have mixed up. But the white people did not want the shade taken out of the country. Many of the bosses after the freedom couldn't stand it and went in the house and got a gun and blew out his brains. If Lincoln had lived, he would have separated us like they did the Indians. We would not have been slaughtering, burning, hanging, and killing if we had been put to ourselves and had our own laws. Many a person is now in torment because of this mix-up. God give us a better principle, and we could have had thousands of whites slaughtered, but we didn't after the freedom. The present generation is a lost condition. If they don't girdle their lines and pull them up closer and ask God to help them and quit going to them hog holes and drinking, it is going to be death and destruction. This not only is true of the Negroes, but white folks too. Mother and father think it is all right. These undertakers is going out all the time, night and day, on the highways and picking up the carcass of people. It's sin that is wrong with the world. The future of the Negro is of the past. We have some good friends among the white folks, but the devil is just got so strong that the good can't hardly stand. We have some good citizens in this town. I can't read or write, But I used to have the white lady read the funny side of the paper when I sat down to eat. Once during the war, the soldiers were around me very thick. I was coming back from carrying the dinner out in the woods to Sam Hildebrand. I took him a tablecloth, napkins, and everything first class. I went down to the house and hid the basket in a hollow log and crossed the creek, and they hollered, "Halt!" The soldiers were cussing me like a bay steer. They said, "I'll kill you right here and blow your brains out if you don't tell." I told 'em I had been up there to water the calves, so they give me my pass and let me go on to the house. I would not tell them nothing about Sam Hildebrand, nor where he was hiding. While Sam ate his meal, I would stand round and watch in the woods. I was the oldest one on the place, and I was the only one that had to carry his meals to him. I would get up many mornings and hear the bugler blowing. That's when they was calling the pickets in. You would see the pickets come in just a-flying, and out sent in the fresh pickets on duty. I was not scared of them. Sometimes the soldiers stayed round our place for 2 weeks and camped. There was about 500, and the men laid out on the ground under a government wagon and in some houses round about. These soldiers would go out with sabres and whack the heads off of the sheep, hogs, and calves, and in about 5 minutes would have that yearling skinned and dashed it into the boiling kettle. Then they would take a long knife and cut off a big piece of meat with the blood running out. They did not cook the meat done, and did not put much salt on it. It sure was funny, seeing them soldiers eating a big hunk of meat with the blood running out. They always had bread, but don't know where they got it. They was so tired and wore out, and their feet was sore, and the infantry was almost barefooted. They was always dressed in blue. Sometimes we would have 30 or 40 yards of goods on the loom, and they would tear it off and send it home to the family. We was glad enough to get them to take this and get out. There would not be a man on the place when these 500 soldiers come. We always managed to bury that gentleman money. I can remember the boss took out of his chest his money, enough to fill the table, and put it in a buckskin bag, and he went off with another man. I don't know what became of the money, and they was killed, and there was no one left to tell the tale. I sure had it rough and tumble since the war. Of course I don't have a boss now. I've worked on the farm as a dining room girl, washing, ironing, and hiring out. I would get about $9 to $10 a week. I was working for the railroad people then when the road was running strong here. My husband, he died 40 years ago, and he done left me with about 15 cents, and the mortgage on this house was about $130. I had a wagon worth about $40, and old Dr. Newberry took that for his bill. Then I would do 2 or 3 washings before I come home, and would come by the undertaker's and leave him some money on the funeral. My daughter is a grass widow, and she lives here. Her ex-husband shines shoes downtown, but he don't help us now. My daughter has got 3 children. I don't go to church lately. It's embarrassing to go in this hot weather. I know where I want them to bury me. All the old folks buried out in the old colored cemetery. I goes down here to the store, and if I can't get the money, they waits till I can. I can get it on credit. They think Aunt Rhody is one of the leading persons of the town. Of course, I don't run all over town, but go to one store. They have got used to me, and they know it sometimes takes an hour for me to make up my mind what I want to buy. When I go to the store, they kid me and say, "Why, Aunt Rhody, ain't you dead yet? You was going to outlive us all." Slavery learnt me how to work, and I wasn't feared of no kind of work. Most of the people around here don't know nothing about work. A little slavery would do this young age some good, and they is going to get it. This young generation is slaughtering our people up down in the South. Our people don't know what freedom is down there. Better not go down there and talk about freedom. My brother went down there in the South and got back so far from the river that he never got out. I guess the exposure and the beating killed him. Lots of places they votes down there, but the votes is thrown in the wastebasket and they don't count. These people can't beat up us people and jump up on a bed and close their eyes and die and expect to go to heaven. I ain't never heard the Bible read till I was free in Fredericktown. When we was slaves, we did not have much time to get out and sin much. This generation is going to destruction. It's all on account of not minding their parents. They is just hard-headed. It's caused by the way the old folks acted and is being put on this present generation. I tell 'em, you don't think that you can walk these streets and fall dead and never said nothing to God to move this gulf of sin and then expect to go to heaven. I'm trying to serve God and fighting all the time against the devil to keep him from knocking me over. I'm not a person to go on with a lot of nonsense. I talk to the young people all the time round the stores and tell 'em they is got to get up from there to make it across the river. They all talk about me preaching a sermon round the stores, but the devil's already got the bill of sales on them. I'm talking to the Lord all the time, 'cause my stay is going to be mighty short now. Aunt Rhody Holsell, Fredericktown, Missouri. I've lived in Fredericktown ever since the war, and only 2 or 3 times I've been out of hollering distance of town. I was 17 years old when the war was over. My boss was Thomas McGee in Wayne County. My mother and father were slaves. My great-grandmother was an Indian squaw. My mother was dead 4 years before the war, and my father was dead 3 years. I sure can remember about the war. The funniest thing was some soldiers camped at our house. Man, I would pull weeds in the cotton patch. And when I got a little older, I was a-carting and spinning, and that wheel was a-singing. I spun all the chain all through the Civil War, and I spun all the warp. The boss treated us very good. The boss would know every row of corn we would hoe. Sometimes we would break the corn off, and then we got a whipping with a weed. The boss lost all 3 of his boys with their shoes on in the war, but they did not join the army. The boss was also killed. The boss had a race horse, and the soldiers found this out, and the boss tried to get the horse out of the state to New Orleans until after the war. My brother got the race horse down there all right. My brother got on night and rode clear to Cape, and his clothes were torn off. He gets to Cape just as the boat was pulling out. They killed the boss when he got on another horse, and he was shot 'cause the soldiers thought he was on the race horse. They killed the boss in August on Monday. The boss was going that day to Greenville to make his will. After the war, I worked my way to Fredericktown. I started out bareheaded and barefooted. I worked from one farm to another. I worked at one farm for 2 years and another for 1 year. These people paid me a little. It took about 5 years before I got to Fredericktown. I did anything. I cradled 5 acres of oats, and my husband bound it. I didn't fear no kind of boss. I have 10 great-grandchildren and 1 great-great-grandchild. I took Sam Hildebrand's dinner to him many times, and when Sam was killed in southern Illinois, they tried to get me to go up to Farmington to identify him, but I would not do it. I told him that he had a mark behind his shoulder that they could see. I remember once when Sam Hildebrand was shot and came to our place to have his sore washed out. I held the washpan for old Tom McGee to wash his wound. The old folks had all kinds of tea to heal people. The old mistress took their ridicule, ridicule, with her and would be gone for a week, gone from one sick person to another. My boss caused my mother's death. She was on a wagon of oats and was being pulled by a yoke of oxen. The wagon turned and she fell off on a sapling and it went through her skin and they had to saw the sapling off and she had to lay with that snag in her side till the doctor 20 miles away come. It was in August and she died with poison. Her coffin was made right out on the workbench. They didn't have anything in the coffin but a winding sheet scalloped nicely and a shroud for the body. It was a miracle to me when I come up here to see how they dressed up the dead people. When I died, just wrap me in a clean sheet. That was what my foreparents had. It's better to think where that soul is. 2-wheel carts was mostly used at funerals in those days, with oxen. The driver would be walking along besides driving. The boss said one man was treated mean, and they could not do anything with him. The old fellow would play his gourd, and the snakes would come round. Finally, they sent him down to New Orleans and sold him on the block. If you move on Saturday, you won't stay long. If the boss decides about you on Tuesday or Friday, these are hanging days. I can't read or write, but I have a little mother sense. We have 3 spirits, evil spirit in the grave, another spirit which is wandering, and a spirit in heaven. I think slavery is good for them that understands it. We are all slaves now. We have a rough and tumble business. Slavery was cruel, but it's about as bad now. Them days they didn't hang anybody for doing bad things. I may be wrong. I've been voting ever since the mess got up. My husband said he wanted to be in heaven when the women would be messing round among the men and voting. I wish we had a whole lot of Abraham Lincolns now. He did a great deed when he took the yoke off us colored people. We will get a little rest anyway. End of section 38.
Section 39 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 39, Henry Johnson. Interview with Henry Johnson, St. Louis, Missouri, written by Grace E. White. The subject of this sketch is Henry Johnson, over 90 years of age, living at 1526 Hanley Road, Lincoln Terrace, St. Louis, Missouri. Henry is of dark complexion and has a wealth of long white hair and feminine features. His eyesight is good. He is in excellent health for his age. The old man admits that his main weakness is chewing tobacco. He was seated in the living room of his 4-room old-fashioned frame cottage, which is poorly furnished but clean, where he lives with his wife, at least 25 years younger than himself. His story follows.
My name is Henry Johnson. I was born in Patrick County, Virginia, and was raised all over the state. I was only sold twice. My father's name was Bill Alexander, and my mother's name was Fanny, but I didn't know nothing about my parents till I was past 18 years old, or about that. I never knowed my real age. My owner's name was Billy Johnson in Patrick County, so I always carried his name. when I was a little bit of a fella. I used to pack water to 25 and 30 men in one field and then go back down to the house and bring enough water for breakfast the next morning. When I got a little bigger, I had to take a little hoe and dig weeds out of the crop. If our white boss see a little grass we overlooked, he would handcuff our feet to the whipping post, then chain the slave around the stomach to the post and strap the chin over the top of the post and place your hands in front of you. In the start, the slave has been stripped naked and lashed often to death. They would be left strapped after from 25 to 50 lashes every 2 or 3 hours to stand there all night. The next day, the overseer would be back with a heavy paddle full of holes that had been dipped in boiling water and beat until the whole body was full of blisters. And then he'd take a cat of nine tails dipped in hot salt water to draw out the bruised blood and would open every one of them blisters with that. If the slave did not die from that torture, he would be unfastened from the whipping post and made go to the field just as he was. Oftentimes, he would die shortly after. They did the women the same.
Here he showed the writer scars on his head and shoulders, which he said were from those beatings.
I never knowed what a shirt was until I was past 20. When my young master went 3 miles to school, he rode on a horse. I had to walk along beside the horse to carry his books and then go home and fetch him a hot dinner for noon and go back after him at night to carry those books. My boss had 11 children. He had 125 slaves on one of the plantations, 200 on another. On all his plantations, he owned better than 1,500 slaves. He was one of the richest landowners in the state of Virginia. He often told me I was born just 1 hour before his youngest son. I stayed with that family until way after the war was fought. They would take a great string of slaves in the road on Sunday and make us walk to church. Buggies with the white folks in would be in front of us, in the midst of us, and all betwixt and behind us. And when we got that 4 or 5 miles, we had to sit on a log in the boiling sun while a white man preached to us. All they ever would say would be, "Niggers, obey your masters and mistress and don't steal from them." And lo and behold, honey, the masters would make us slaves steal from each of the slave owners. Our master would make us surround a herd of his neighbor's cattle, round them up at night, make us slaves stay up all night long and kill and skin every one of them critters, salt the skins down in layers in the master's cellar, and put the cattle piled ceiling high in the smokehouse so nobody could identify skinned cattle. And then, when the sheriff would come around looking for all them stolen critters, our boss would say, "Sheriff, just go right on down to them niggers' cabins and search them good. I know my niggers don't steal." Of course, the sheriff come to our cabins and search. Sure, we didn't have nothing that didn't belong to us, but the boss had plenty. After the sheriff's search, we had to salt and smoke all that stolen meat and hang it in old Marsh's smokehouse for him. And then they tell us, don't steal. They raised turkeys in the 500 lots and never did give us one. So we wanted one so bad once I put corn underneath the cabin, and a turkey, a great big one, would come under our cabin and eat that corn. One day when I got a chance, I caught that old gobbler by the neck, and him and me went round and round under that old cabin house. He was the biggest, strongest bird I ever see. I was only a boy, but finally I beat. I twisted his neck till he died. Then I took out up to the big house, fast as anything, to tell my old miss One of our finest turkeys is dead. She said, "Stop crying, Henry, and throw him under the hill." I was satisfied. I run back, picked that old bird, taken all his feathers to the river and throwed him in. That night we cooked him, and then we eat something good. I had to tell her about that missing bird, 'cause when they check up, it all had to tally. So, that fixed that. My old master told me when the war was being fought and the Yankees was on the way coming through Franklin County, Virginia, "My little nigger, do you know how old you is?" And I said, "No, sir, boss." And he said, "You are 17 years old." I never even saw my mother and father till I was in my 20s. A white man taking me to Danville, Virginia, to drive his carriage for him. And after I was there a spell, a colored man kept watching me so much I got plumb scared. This was after the war was over. And then one day, lo and behold, he jumped at me and he grabbed me and he asked me where I was staying, and I did not know whether to tell him or not. I was so scared. And then he said, "I am your father, and I'm going to take you to your mother and sisters and brother down in Greenville, Virginia." And when he got me there, I found 2 sisters and 4 brothers. They was all so glad to see me. They shouted and cried and carried on, so I was so scared I tried to run away, 'cause I didn't know nothing about none of them. And I thought that white man what brought me down here ought to have saved me from all of this. I just thought a white man was my God. I didn't know no better. Well, when my folks finally stopped rejoicing, my mother only had 2 chickens. She killed and cooked them for me. My father and the brothers would go to work every day and leave me at home with my mother for over a year. They would not trust me to work, feared I would run off 'cause I didn't know nothing about 'em. Hadn't even heard of a mother and a father. My brother and father would work all day and only get 1 peck of corn or 1 pound of meat or 1 quart of molasses for a whole day's work from sun up till sundown. We had to grind that corn for our flour and got biscuits once a year at Christmas, and then only 1 biscuit apiece. After a little better than a year after I come, the white man told my father to bring his family and move from Green Hill, Virginia to Patrick County, Virginia, to his big farm, and farm there for him, and he would give him 1/2 of all he raised for his share. We went. And did we raise a big crop. He kept his word all right, and we stayed there till the white man died 5 years later, and then we went to another farm. We had cleared enough in the 5 years to buy us a fine pair of oxen and had money besides, so we went to another farm and went to work giving the owner of the farm 1/3 of the crop and kept 2/3 for ourselves. We stayed there for 2 years. And then father sold the oxen and went to Sweetville, Virginia, and bought $200 worth of land and stayed about 5 years. We made our crop with a hoe and made good. And then I left home, and I run about all over, learned how to play a violin, and made my living with it for a long time. I quit that and railroaded about 8 years working on sections and new grading. And then went to Decatur, Alabama, and worked with a land company putting down pipings about 3 months. I quit that and married Anna Johnson and come to Giles County, Tennessee. We had 1 son. I came to St. Louis from Tennessee more than 40 years ago. I got work right away at Cycle and Harris Steel Plant on 18th Street and worked there about 6 months. When I got scalded almost to death on the job. I got a new nose and a new ear from that accident, and all the flesh of my right arm was off to the bone. I was in the hospital 8 months from it, and I got $500 out of the damage suit. I bought me a horse and a wagon out of it and done light hauling and moved out here in Lincoln Terrace and been out here ever since. I landscaped out here for 16 years till I was disabled to work hard anymore. I got a garden, but I can't make any money from it 'cause all the other folks out here got gardens too. I'm a deacon at Mount Zion Baptist Church right here in the corner. Reverend Thomas is my pastor. I only went to school 3 days in my whole life, but a colored friend taught me how to spell out of a blue-back spelling book. His name was Charlie Snowball. I was learning fine until I got burned, and then my eyesight was poor for a long time, but I see now very good. I only need glasses for to read what little I can read. I can't write at all. My grandfather was 135 years old when he died, and my father lived to be 135. The white people in Missouri sure have been mighty good to me since I've been here. I have as nice a clothes as any man in St. Louis, good clothes, what I mean. All been given to me by white people able to give something. I have not had to buy a hat, shoes, or suit of clothes for over 25 years, and I got far more good clothes than I can ever wear out till my dying day. I think these 20th century white folks that have principle are trying to make amends to the Negroes to make up for the meanness their foreparents done to us, so I try to forgive them all in my heart for the sake of a few good ones now. I've buried 2 wives from this very house. I'm now living with my 3rd wife, and she is a mighty fine woman. We've been together about 16 years.
End of section 39.
Section 40 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Hannah Jones. Interview with Hannah Jones, St. Louis, Missouri. Written by Grace E. White, St. Louis, Missouri. Bred slaves like stock. Hannah Jones was born in Cape Girardeau, Missouri, August 3, about 1850, the daughter of Lottie Oil and Noah Thompson. Her story follows. The niggers had 3 or 4 wives before the war, as many as they could bear children by. But after the war, they had to take one woman and marry her. My mother had 3 children by him, and the other wife had 3 and 4 children too. Old man Ben Oil raised my mother. He was an old bachelor, but his brothers were all married. Ben Oil had 100 niggers. He just raised niggers on his plantation. His brother-in-law, John Cross, raised niggers too. He had 125 niggers. He had a nigger farm. His other brother-in-law, we call Old Man English, had 100 niggers. They all just had nothing else but niggers. Before the war broke out, Tom Oil and John Oil come up and taken all us niggers but 8 and 8 acres of land he left for Ben Oil's housekeeper. Old Marse Ben died, and after that, Tom carried us all back down there to New Orleans with him and opened up a nigger pen. That's a place like a stockyard where they auction us off. The old ones was the ones they was anxious to get shed of. We only know our ages by knowing we was born in corn planting and cotton picking time. We never even knowed the days of the week. I had 3 aunts to die in all that huddle of niggers. The doctors make us go walking every day, 'cause that was the only exercise we get. One of them aunts dropped dead on the street while walking. The other 2 died in the slave pen. My grandmother was a fine seamstress. She sold all the sewing for the white folks. 3 days after her first baby was born, they made her get up and make 12 stiff front tucked white shirts for her old mistress's boy, who'd be going off to college, and she was so sick and weak some of the stitches was crooked. Old Miss ordered the overseer to take her out and beat her about it. Before he did, the doctor looked at her and said 'tain't no use beatin' her, she won't do you no more good. She's stone blind, but she can have chillun right on.' So dey kept her for dat, and she bore 12 more head of chillun after dat. My mother was black as a crow, and her hair was so long she could sit on it. They brought a huddle of niggers over amongst the Indians from all over the South and Maryland, and intermarried 'em with their own sisters, brothers, cousins, nieces, and the like. The niggers didn't know for years dey was any kin. When dey want to raise certain kind of breed of chillun or certain color, they just mixed us up to suit dat taste, and tell the nigger dis your wife or dis is your husband, and dey take each other and not know no better and raise big families to the white folks' likin'. I never can forget one Sunday morning the rebels come into Cape Girardeau. The old miss what raised me had just killed 2 hogs and put 'em in the smokehouse. I got up bright and early that Sunday morning. I looked out toward the smokehouse and seed 2 white men out there dressed in blue clothes, and they just went in old Miss's smokehouse and helped themselves. I run right fast and told old Miss what was going on out there in her smokehouse, but there wasn't no men folks around, so we couldn't help ourselves. They told us they was 300 strong, and just then some others come over the hill and told 'em come on, hurry up, so they climbed up the hill in a hurry leaving there. They had 3 gunboats, and they turned one of them things loose up there as they was going, and law, child, that thing destroyed property for miles around. Some of them rebels had ball bats, some had sticks, some riding and some walking. They killed 3 of us niggers in our camp that morning. All the nigger men been taken away, just leaving us nigger women and children. They burned down frame and log huts just the same. My mother lived to be 115 years old, 2 uncles lived to be 100, 1 sister over 60. I use glasses when I read, but am blind in one eye. My husband has been dead 37 years. He was an old soldier, so Uncle Sam gives me a pension. I had 15 head of chillun. I have now 7 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren. I has been in St. Louis 17 years and lives with my daughter Nancy McDonald, 2804 Dayton Street. End of section 40. Read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, August 19, 2025.
Section 41 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louise Jaeschke. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 41, Emma Knight, Hannibal, Missouri. Emma was really rough. Emma Knight, living at 924 North Street, Hannibal, Missouri, was born in slavery on the farm of Will and Emily Ely, near Florida, Monroe County. The following is her story as she told it. We lived on a creek near Florida. We belonged to Will Ely. He had only 5 slaves, my father and mother, and 3 of us girls. I was only 8 or 9 years old. The Elys had 8 children. There was Paula, Ann, Sarah, Becky, Emily, Lizzie, Will, Ike, and Frank. Lizzie was the oldest girl, and I was to belong to her when she was married. The master of the house was better to us than the mistress. We didn't have to work none too hard, 'cause we was so young, I guess. We cut weeds along the fences, pulled weeds in the garden, and helped the mistress with the hoeing. We had to feed the stock, sheeps, hogs, and calves, because the young masters wouldn't do the work. In the evenings we was made to knit a finger width, and if we missed a stitch, would have to pull all the yarn out and do it over. The master's girls learned us to read and write. We didn't have hardly no clothes, and most of the time they was just rags. We went barefoot till it got real cold. Our feet would crack open from the cold and bleed. We would sit down and bawl and cry because it hurt so. Mother made moccasins for our feet from old pants. Late in the fall, Master would go to Hannibal or Palmyra and bring us shoes and clothes. We got them things only once a year. I had to wear the young master's overalls for underwear and Lindsay's for a dress. My father was took away. My mother said he was put on a block and sold 'cause the master wanted money to buy something for the house. My mother told me she come from Virginia or down south someplace. They brought her in a boxcar with lots of other colored people. There was several cars full, with men in one car, and women in another, and the younger ones in another, and the babies in another with some of the women to care for them. They brought them to Palmyra and sold them. Master Eli bought my mother. I don't know where my father come from. Mistress always told us that if we run away, somebody would catch us and kill us. We was always scared when somebody strange come. The first we knew there was a war was when some soldiers come through. We was sure scared then. Once a man come and we thought he was a patroller, but he asked for something to eat. Mother took him to the mistress. She gave him something to eat wrapped in a paper and told him to get off the place. Some Union soldiers come and told us that we was free like they was and told us not to be afraid, they wouldn't hurt us. They told us the war was over. The master told Mother not to go away, that if she stayed a while, he would give her $200. We stayed a while, but she never got no money. We come to Hannibal in an ox wagon. We put up at the barracks, and then Mother went to live with Hiram Titchener. He lived right where the post office is now. I hired out to Mrs. James across the street for my clothes and schooling. Mrs. James had 2 girls. One of them learned me not to be such a tomboy and not to be so rough. I tell you, I was a bad girl when I was young. I could climb every tree on the master's farm, and my clothes was always in rags from being so rough. My mother used to whip me most every day with a broomstick and even hit me with chairs. I guess I was bad. If I had $1 for every broom handle that was laid across my back, I would have lots of money. I tell you, we was raised pretty tough them days. The young folk can't stand such raising these days. They just couldn't go through what we was through. The young folks now just couldn't do it at all. We never was allowed on the street after 9 o'clock. We sure run for home when the church bell done rung on the hill at 9 o'clock. Nowadays the young folks stay out half the night, and they steal and even kill each other over trifling things. I know it 'cause I see them do these things. I suppose their parents are a lot to blame. I was married when I was young, less than 20, I reckon. I had 1 girl, but she's dead now. Her boy lives with me. I gets a pension, $7 a month, for about a year now. This little old shack belongs to me. I go to the Baptist church over on Center Street whenever I can. We used to go to church on the corner across from the post office. There's a big store there now. End of section 41.
Section 42 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kenneth the Teller. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration, Section 42, Harriet Lee, Cape Girardeau, Missouri. My mammy told me I was just 4 year old when the war ended, so I don't remember much about before the war. Old massa was Buckner Cowell, and old missus we always call Miss Coon. That's the only name I knows her by. Just Miss Coon. He were a fine old man, but she were a hard one. I was named after young Missy Harriet. The white folks had a fine house, a very large house, standing high up on a bluff, about 1.75 miles from Cumberland River. That was in Smith County, Tennessee. I don't really remember about how many slaves they had, but there were several cabins what us coloured folks lived in. My mammy and daddy was Sarah and Bob Tadwell. Mammy was raised in Virginia, and when she was 16 year old, she was put on the block and sold in Nashville. My mammy was a seamstress. She never worked in the field, and she don't know nothing about cooking, but she do fine sewing. When they put her on the block, they had some of her work there to show what fine sewing she can do. You know, all the sewing were done by hand, and my mammy'd sew sometime till her fingers nearly drop off. She sewed the fines, tucks, and she make all them fine tuck bosom shirts for the men. One time a man come and wanna buy mammy and me. Miss Coon was going to sell us, unbeknownst to old massa. Old massa wouldn't sell none of his people, but Miss Coon always tried to put things over on him, and he couldn't do nothing about it but go get drunk. Old Miss Coon put the price on us away up high, 'cause mammy's such a fine seamstress, and I was always a buxom child, never sick or nothing. But he say that too much, and he go on home. After a while, when they so much talk about freeing the niggers, Miss Coon sent him word that she come way down on the price, but he sent back word that he got as much sense as she got. We left there when we was free. My mammy always got work a sewing. I stayed with one white woman 15 year. Yes'm, the Ku Kluxes come around right smart. The woman I stayed with wouldn't allow no foolishness round her place, and they never bother her none. But they beat up some of the neighbours. One old man they beat till he die. End of section 42.
Section 43 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louise Jaeschke. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 43, Mrs. Mattie Lee, age 78, Fredericktown, Missouri. My mother was a slave in Franklin Parish, Louisiana, about 200 miles from New Orleans. I was born in 1862. My mother's name was Caroline Head by marriage. She was born in slavery. Her home was in Mississippi first, and she emigrated to Louisiana 'cause the land was worn out. I had 7 brothers and sisters, and all are gone but me. My mother was separated from my father 2 times. My mother was married 3 times due to being moved around. My brother's father was sent into a free state under some consideration. Bush Baker was my mother's boss. The boss had 2 plantations. The morning I was going to be born, the overseer began to fight my mother and a colored man took a hoe and said if the man hit her again, he would knock his brains out. The overseer had been at this place for 4 years and had not been paid. Mother was confined in the field, and they got her to the house. If Baker had been there, he would have killed the overseer. 3 men came up to kill the overseer with guns for beating my mother, and the overseer had to leave. My mother never did get over her troubles that morning. Mrs. Baker said that it would be better for my mother to work in the field, 'cause mother could then take better care of her children. Mrs. Baker was kind and tended the children when they was sick. Mrs. Baker took us to Texas during the war 'cause she was afraid the Union soldiers would take her slaves away from her. After peace was declared, the soldiers came and told the white people that the slaves was free. But we never did leave Mrs. Baker's place. After the war was over, Mrs. Baker took us back to Louisiana. We traveled with a team of oxen and 3 teams of mules with wagons. Some of Mrs. Baker's slaves stayed in Texas and never did come back from Texas. This was in 1865. I can remember the home place. The county road went close to the front gate. Mrs. Eliza Baker had a beautiful yard, and after the war she would have us come and stay in the yard to be protected from the jayhawkers. The high water would come past the fence, and we would play in the water. One time a jayhawker come and get one of the children in a skiff, and then we yelled, and the master come out with his pistol and hit the jaywalker over the head. So the jaywalker turned the child over again. So we did not play down in the water no more. The mistress had a long table out in the front yard under the smokehouse shed, and here all us children had our food. It was good food. Mrs. Baker had a fig nursery in the front yard, and we would go and pick washtubs of figs. Some were dried and others were put up. Mrs. Baker had a plantation of 1,800 acres. On weekends we would dance, and they would always be getting married. We had a colored man on the place who could read, and he did the marrying. The only school I ever went to was a night school here for a short time. They would tell me a story about the bear and the grandma and about Little Riding Hood. They used to tell us some awful yarns. They would kill over 100 head of hogs every year and cure it, and I can't get used to buyed meat today. Mrs. Baker would take anyone in the wagon to church that wanted to go. My aunt went to church, but would not be baptized. I remember when the Ku Klux Klan started out, when they would dress up in white, and they had a noise like, "Woo, woo." But we were not afraid of them, 'cause we knew they would be killed if they come on the place. I think a lot of Abe Lincoln. I have often thought how hard it was to give up his life for the United States. But Christ died to save the world, and Lincoln died to save the United States. And Lincoln died more Christ-like than any other man that ever lived. There was an old colored man on the place, and he would drive Jeff Davis round and would keep Davis in his house and feed him. This was when Jeff Davis was a boy and an orphan. Jeff Davis gave this colored man, Montgomery, a lot of land. It's a good thing that slavery is over. Anything wants a privilege outside and not in a coop. Slaves could not be natural when they was this way. Everybody wants to do something with themselves. I stayed in Louisiana till 1875 and got mad and left and went to Madison Parish, Louisiana. It was not the white people that made me leave here, but it was my father. Then I went to Vicksburg for 7 months, then to St. Louis on a mail boat. It cost me $8.50 to come from Vicksburg to St. Louis. I found work in St. Louis in a little while. Never did have to worry about where I was going to sleep. I left Madison Parish 'cause we had a flood when the levee broke. I came to St. Louis in 1883 and did all kinds of housework. I got $1 a day. Then I came to Fredericktown 'cause I wanted to own a home. You were never sure that you could have a sure claim to land in St. Louis. It was a quick claim. We lived 1 mile above Fredericktown and had 7 or 8 acres. I married in Fredericktown and have no children. My husband has been dead since 1908. I made my way fine by washing and ironing and made $18 a week since my husband died. I paid $985 for this house. End of section 43.
Section 44 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Wes Lee. Interview with Wes Lee, Cape Girardeau, Missouri. My master's name was Peter Burns, and we lived out in Cape County, close to the Hoop place. My daddy's name was Charles Lee. Mammy's name was Lisbeth, and old master bought her from the Catholic priest. Old master had a big white frame house, and it had lots of trees round it. There was a sawmill just across the road. I was just a little feller during the war, but I can remember that when the rebel soldiers come by our place, old master had the table set for 'em and treat 'em fine, 'cause he's a rebel. Then, when the Yankee comes along, he gives them the best he had, and treat 'em fine 'cause he's a Yankee. Old Jedge Rainey lived on the next place, and he and old master was good friends, but he was such a hot Southerner he couldn't stand old master to act like that. In a way, I guess old master was right, for none of the soldiers never bothered nothing on the place. One time, the bluecoats was comin' by to Judge's place. The Judge had lots of turkeys, and they was roostin' up in the trees. I don't think the soldiers was botherin' nothing, but something must have skeered them turkeys, for they commenced making a awful racket. Then the Judge, he come out, asked what they doin' to his turkeys, and he raised a big fuss. So then the soldiers drove into the barn. They was a great big barn with a drive-through the middle. They just drove in the wagons, loaded 'em with corn and hay, and they caught some chickens, and they take all the Judge's best hosses. The Judge just stand there and watch 'em. He can't do nothin', 'cause the mo' he say, the mo' they takes. But they never bother old master's place none, 'cause he makes friends with both sides. One time the rebel soldiers was there. Old master had the stable all set with everything fine to eat, and the rebels was just getting ready to eat when he heard the big guns from the forts at the Cape, and word come that the Yanks was comin'. I can just see them rebel soldiers yet, how they rolled out of there. Most of 'em was a-wearing coonskin caps with the tail a-hanging down. And how they did go! That was the time Marmaduke was a-trying to take the Cape. I hear the Yanks overtook him about Allenville and had a skirmish there. No'm, I don't much believe in ghosts and the like, and yet, one time, out there by Benton Hill, you know they always say Benton Hill's haunted. Well, I was comin' along there one evening 'bout dark, and from across the road come 2 men. They was dressed in kind of white suits and had big floppy hats on. They didn't say nothin', and crossed the road, right in front of me, with their heads hanging down. When I gets a little past 'em, I thinks, wonder where they's goin'. So I looks back and sees 'em start up that hill, and then just plumb disappear. I studies 'bout that, and next mornin', when I goes back, I goes to look and see where the tracks go. The clay on that hillside were so soft, if you'd put your hand down, it would leave a track, but they wasn't a sign of a track where I seed them men walk up there and disappear. After that, I always carry me a lantern when I goes by there, at night, and when folks tells me 'bout spirits, They seen I don't never tell 'em I don't believe 'em. End of section 44. Read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, September 1, 2025. Section 45 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Perry McGee. Interview with Perry McGee, Festus, Missouri. Perry is right at 87. I was born near Fayette, Missouri, not far from New Florence, on September 2, 1850. That makes me right at 87 years old. My father's name was Stephen Estall, and mother's was Agnes Swiney. My grandfather's name was Albert McGee, and he was born in Virginia. He was a carpenter. My grandmother's name was Emily, and she was a slave in Glasgow, Howard County, Missouri. I was born just 3 miles northwest of Glasgow. My boss then is now a banker in Kansas City. His name is James Alwald Swiney. Once he was a preacher in St. Louis, and I saw him preaching there once. He seen me going along the street one day. I never would have knowed him, only he said, "Hey, boy, where you from? Where did you hail from?" I said, "I hails from Howard County." He said, "Come in." I went in and stayed there mighty near all day and ate dinner with them. He come out on the porch and told me not to call him master, but to call him Mr. Swiney. We talked all evening, and he told me to be a good boy and to be truthful. You know, Abraham Lincoln offered $300 a head before the war for all the slaves, but the people would not sell any more than you would cut your shade tree down in your yard. So they elected Jefferson Davis president. A man by the name of Grigsby was a slave buyer. It was like you would want a hog or cow, and they would put slaves on the block and cry them off. You've got to make profit on the deal. A good strong man would sell for $300, and some for $100. A house slave was worth more than a field slave. They wouldn't sell my mother. The old mistress would not allow my mother to be sold. I had only one sister and 2 brothers. One brother died when I was a baby. The rebel soldiers taken me. I was a waiter. When Price's raid come, they took me off to farm. After they left Pilot Knob, they come up through Missouri and fired on Glasgow, and only 900 militia and regular soldiers could not fight 90,000 rebels. So these 900 ran and blew up the powder magazines, and it sounded just like thunder and looked like a black cloud. The rebels went on across the river and said they was going to make the niggers smell hell. The soldiers say, "Hey, little nigger, we want you to go with us and wait on the captain." I was light as a feather almost, and they boosted me up on a horse behind one of the soldiers and took me to Glasgow to a eatin' place. They had hardtack made without any salt or any shortening about 'em. There was plenty springs up there. I had to clean off the horse, and played marbles and turned handsprings, and they had me for a monkey. I could walk on my hands. Lots of times they would chip in and pay me a little. When I left and was free, I had $18 in nickels and dimes, and had only one piece as big as a quarter. I was as afraid of a Union soldier as a rattlesnake. Horace Swiney come to town and begged the soldiers to let me come back, so he brought me back on his horse. I was in Glasgow about 3 days. One day young Swiney come out and told us we was free, and for us to call him Mr. Swiney and not master. There was only one colored family who left the farm here of 800 acres. All the rest of us stayed right there. He had about 70 slaves. The old man made a talk and said there was plenty of land there, and we could all stay and work as we had been. After the freedom, they paid me 10 cents a day, or $3 a month and board. Man, I done everything. I carried water on my head. See, my head is flat, and I ain't got no sense. I had to carry water in piggins, something like a well bucket with one handle, so you could catch it with one hand and set it up on your head. These buckets was made out of wood on the place there by a good carpenter. The piggins could hold 2 gallons of water. I've had 12 children, and I was married 55 years when my wife died. I only got 6 children living now, 4 boys and 2 girls. One of my girls, Alice, is a teacher in a college in St. Louis. She went to 4 colleges at Champaign, Illinois, Lincoln University, Jefferson City, University of Chicago, and at Honolulu University, where she is this summer. She has been teaching about 5 or 6 years. She teaches geography and mathematics. I went naked, barefooted, and hungry, and sent my daughter to school. She went to grade school right here in Festus. Alice is 42 now, and she wants to marry and have 4 children. Bessie is my other daughter, and she has taught school for 18 years. She is a graduate of Lincoln University and taught at Cape Girardeau 4 years, at Lost Creek in Washington County 2 years, in Festus for 6 years, and in Appleton, Missouri 2. Bessie is married now, and she don't have any children. I stays right here with her. My son, Granville McGee, lives in St. Paul, Minnesota, and works on the Northern Pacific Railroad and is a waiter between Chicago and Seattle. He's been with them 17 years. His is a 6-day run, and he has 6 children. Another son, W.C. McGee, lives in Lansing, Michigan. He is a Democrat. When the Democrats is in power, I is a Democrat, and when the Republicans is in power, I's a Republican. That's the way it generally goes. My son up in Lansing is editor of the Lansing Eye-Opener and has been editor for several years. He is another one who had a pretty good education and is a graduate of Lincoln University, too. He was a porter for a railroad before he was a editor. You got to have a pretty fair education to be a porter now. My oldest son, 61, lives in Rockford, Illinois. He was born in Crystal City, and when he was here he was an inspector in the sand mines. He is a furnace man over at Rockford in a glass factory. He has been working for the glass company ever since he was big enough to walk. He is married and has 1 child. My son, Oscar, is a railroader and lives in St. Louis and is a porter on a train what runs between St. Louis and down in Mexico. He is married and has no children and never will have none. His wife had an accident. After I was free, I come to St. Louis and done a little of everything, and worked for my stepfather, and worked harder for him than for my master. I sawed wood and drove a cart. We had a coal and wood yard. I did not get paid, but could eat. I worked for him until one day I met my father's sister on the street, and she asked me some questions on Morgan Street in St. Louis. Then I went with Uncle Jim McGee to live, and he took me down to Greenville, Mississippi, and picked cotton and worked as a porter at the hotel there. I got $12 a month and board. I didn't stay down there very long, and come back to St. Louis and worked at Billings Bank, that was a saloon, and was paid $18 a month and made extra about $25 on tips. I worked for him for about 2 years plumb till I come down in Jefferson County. I worked 30 years over in the plate glass factory in Crystal City and had to quit there on account of my eyes. I was fired in the furnace. I sometimes made $4 a day in board at the factory. Then I worked for 27 years for the Festus Mercantile Company and done a little bit of everything. I gets $11 a month now as an old age pension. I was 21 or 2 when I first voted. My first vote was for U.S. Grant, for president at Hematite, Missouri. My last vote was for F.D. Roosevelt. Lots of them wanted to pay me to vote a certain way, but I never paid any attention to them. I'm a Democrat now. I don't think a man ought to be allowed to vote unless they know what they're doing. I went to school only 3 days in my life. The missus learned me my ABCs, and all the rest I learned myself. I paid $1.50 a month to go to night school in St. Louis for 3 months, and learn to read and spell, but I just can't write. If I had the chance that young folks have now, I would go as high as you could go. I can talk some German, 'cause I worked for a Dutchman once. The young generation of colored people ain't going to amount to nothing. They don't want to work, but 1 out of 1,000 might do something. They all think they know too much and don't want to learn no more. My other boys will never know what my son knows. The young ones don't appreciate their advantages. Booker T. Washington had a hard time. We will never have no more like him. Some of the slaveholders treated the slaves better than they is today. The young generation is about at their best now. They think too much about their pleasure. They don't have enough work to do. I used to work 16 hours a day. Now they has got it down to 6 hours a day. I think it was good for some of the colored people to be slaves. I think it would be better if some of the ones now were slaves, and it would teach them to work. My young mistress treated me good, and I went with her right behind a horse called Andrew. She thought a heap of me, and I thought a heap of her. There ain't but 2 classes of people, good and bad, and they've been trying to separate the black people from the white people, but the line has already been cut. Colored women is having white children. I think that is wrong. They ought not to mix them up, but I ain't going to try to separate them. That is the reason I voted for the Lincoln Bill. If people do wrong, let them be punished according to law, no matter what color. Slavery hurt the men who owned the slaves. The Negro was only the shade tree. The master would sit back in the shade and tell the Negro what to do. I hear so many say, "I'm free," but there is only one person who is free, and he or she is the one that God has set free. God set forth in the heart of Abraham Lincoln that every man should earn his bread by the sweat of his brow. Man is his own free agent. The masters measured out bad measure, and they got worser in the end than the slaves. What is ruining this country is the love for money. God is going to rule this world. End of section 45, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, September 6, 2025. Section 46 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. John McGuire. Interview with John McGuire, Herculaneum, Missouri. Bondage was great burden. I was born in Valley Mines in the northern part of St. Francois County. My mother's name was Sophie McGuire. She was a slave of Henry Bish, and my father was named Philip McGuire and was owned by John McGuire. I lives here in Herculaneum and am 74 years old. My father worked in the mines, and my mother worked in and around the house and cooked. She was more of a house girl. I had 3 brothers and 7 sisters. All my sisters is dead 'cept 2. One of them lives in DeSoto, and the other in St. Louis. One of my brothers lives in Crystal City, and one has worked for over 20 years for the St. Joe Company here at Herculaneum. I've heard my mother and father talk about what a hard time they had when they was set free and went to housekeeping. First they moved in a house that was already built, and then they built a log cabin. My father dug the zinc and lead ore to make a living at Valley Mines. He would get so much a ton and would sometimes make $2 a day, and then sometimes he would not make anything. I lived at Valley Mines till I come of age, and then moved to St. Louis, where I worked for 30 years. I worked in a boiler room, in the steel works, and drove a team. I hauled sand, cinders, lumber, dirt, etc. I got about $1.50 a day when I worked in St. Louis. I was married for about 35 years, and my wife is dead and didn't have any children. When I left St. Louis, I worked in the mines at Fletcher, and then came over here, and have been scalawagging around since I've been here. I remembered how my mother used to tell about an old colored man who ground her scissors, and he ground them on both sides, and they would not cut anything. That sure made her mad. I used to have to turn to old Grindstone for my father to get his axe sharp. He liked to worm me out. I feel like I growed up with more freedom now, since we has no slavery. I believe if the colored people had never been brought to this country, they would be further developed than they is this way. Our people has been under bondage in this country for over 200 years. Being into bondage has been a great hardship on our race. This condition might have some effect today with some people. They might say, well, this fellow will amount to nothing, 'cause his parents was slaves. I can read and write and went to school in value mines at night and paid for it. It cost $1 a month, and I went a part of 2 terms. I learned to read and write from my father. My father's master would not allow him to have any books, but the master's son would steal a book, and when they was in the mines working, I had some free time. My father and the master's son would go off in one side of the mine, and there learn to read and write. In some ways I think the young generation is much better off than I am, or was. But, on the other hand, it seems to me like they is more rude, but as the young ones grows up, maybe they will be better. The younger generation has a greater opportunity, but they is behind in doing things against the law. You all know such like as stealing, killing, robbing, and swindling is going on now more than when I was a boy. We have some mighty rude colored children. There are several reasons for this rudeness. It's caused by letting children go as they wants to go. The parents get so they feels that their child is too good to correct. Another reason is a whole lot the breeding of the children. I think that since slavery the Negro would have been better off if he had been put on a reservation to himself. It would have come more natural to civilize the Negro that way than the way it is now. There is a lot of white men got Negro women, and a lot of white women got Negro men. That would never have happened if the races had been separated. I've been down in southeast Missouri, and the colored race is treated pretty bad down there. End of section 46, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, September 8, 2025.
Section 47 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kenneth the Teller. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 47. Interview with Eliza Madison, age 75, Fredericktown, Missouri. Interviewed by J. Tom Miles. I was born in Stoddart County, Missouri. My mother belonged to John Sitzes and my father belonged to Lark Abernathy. I can just remember how afraid us children was of the soldiers. The boss had a big plantation and raised everything they ate and wore. We had a cabin that joined on to the house. My mother was just like a man and worked in the field and made rails. My aunt wove. I picked up chips. My mother was a type that they had to treat good. The master had 8 children. There was a white school of 3 months. I did not go to school. After the war was over, we all worked for 25 cents a day, but didn't get paid in money, but in food. Mother was sold twice, and my father was sold away from my mother. I don't remember anything about my father. I was about 4 years old when the war ended. About all we did on Sunday was to dig ginseng and fish. One of the slaves would go out to a dance and get in the morning, and he would get a whipping. After the war, some Ku Klux come through our place, and the white folks said they could tell who they were by the walk. After the war was over, the soldiers were going to take some of the coloured women south, so we hid under the stairway. The soldiers fought to get the slaves to go, and my mother had a scar on her shoulder that they made. The soldiers took some of the slaves south and sold them somewhere, and we never heard from them again. Blackroot was a purgative medicine as well as goose grease. For whooping cough, they would use honey and alum. At Christmas, we'd get candy or a new dress. On one Christmas, old Christine or Santa Claus would wrap up in a blanket, and this is how we got our presents. Down there, the hickory nuts grew big, and it was a funny thing when we found out that old Christine was giving us our own hickory nuts. I can't remember about any hoodoo business, but once a Negro man borrowed a pair of boots from another man, and when he returned them, there was a snake's tooth sticking up through the sole of one of the boots. End of section 47.
Section 48 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louise Jaeschke. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 48, Drusilla and Richard Martin. An interview with Drusilla Martin, age 102, and Richard Martin, age 92, Poplar Bluff, Missouri. I's half Indian and I look it too, and if I wore gold rings in my ears and nose, I would look just like my mammy did, 'cause she was a full-blooded Indian. I don't know what kind, but she was big and tall and had black hair. She could sit on it, and it was as coarse as a mule's tail. She carried a tomahawk, and everyone stepped to one side when they met her on the turnpike. She was from Giles County, Tennessee. Giles County, hear me! And her name was Ira Llewellyn. My father's name was Spencer Johnson. Don't guess I seed much of him, 'cause my mammy and him wasn't married. We stayed on for Master Pinter from the time I 'member till the war closed, and we was free. And you better never let Master hear you call us slaves. He did not stand for it. Hear me? We didn't farm exactly. Master Pinter owned the ironworks, and most of his people worked in there. Best I 'member, we did raise our eats, and that was all 'cause the nearest trading post was Nashville, Tennessee, and that was a long way them days. I had 9 brothers and sisters, and they was Monroe Henderson, he was the house servant, Jefferson, Ida, Phelia, Laura, Izora, and I don't 'member the other 2. Guess they died when they was babies. But all we was named the same names as Master Pinter's kids, and we played with them. Hear me, we played with them. Then, when I was big 'nough, I was put to carding wool and cotton. We wasn't paid no money for our work, and we didn't need none. We had everything we needed, and plenty of good stuff to eat, and warm clothes to wear. Them nigger boys was so proud to belong to Master Pinter that they would break up white rocks and scatter them on the turnpike and make nice, white, shiny walks for missus. When the carriage was ordered out for a drive, first Mammy would walk out with a white cloth, rub it over the carriage. Better not find a speck of dirt on the carriage. Mammy always taught all her white and dark children, when entering the presence of elders, to make your obedience, bow, and then sit quiet. Men, them days, wore long hair too, but sometimes they cut it off if it got too long and hot. They would turn a milk crock down over their head and even it off some. We didn't know nothing much about the war. We didn't want to leave Master, and that was all the difference it made us. I do remember old Jeff Davis coming to Master and saying, "Give me them niggers and I will carry them down to Fort Pillow and hide them in a cave until this is over." Then Master run them off and said, "Better not put any of my people in a cave. They worked for me and made all my money. I going to do right by these people." Where we lived, we never heard tell of a reform school. Never needed nothing like that. Didn't know what one was. One thing I does remember well, and would like to know if anybody else was there and members it. I went with my Missy Pinter to see them hang John Brown. He was a Whig. They brought him from the Culpeper County Courthouse in Virginia and hung him to a beechwood tree at Harper's Ferry on the bank of the James River. Now they sing, "Hung him to a sour apple tree," but that ain't right. I saw it and I know. I said a while ago we wasn't paid no money, but I did know what it was, 'cause Master never put a lock or key on the cellar door, and he kept food and his money in small barrels down there, and we could play with it, and never once did anyone try to take any of it. I learned to iron too, and there was 2 women stood there ironing every day. They sure could make them purty lace embroidery underskirts stand alone. My mammy was in full charge of the house and all the master's children, and when they pass her, she say, "Lift your dress." Then if she see a little spot dirt or wrinkle, she make them take off all the clothes and change. Then she say, "Take off your shoe." Smell their feet. She called, "Liza, bring that foot tub." Then she would wash and dry their feet and put on clean stockings. Mammy was clean as a new pin. When I got any size to notice, I was dumb confounded to hear my mammy talk up to the white boys coming to court Missy Pinter's girls. Mammy met them at the door and say, "What you want?" They say, "I come to call on Miss." She say, "What you got makes you think you got right to call on my fine daughter? What you own? Can you hire her work done? Do you think my daughter is going to marry any poor white trash and have to work hard all her life?" Then, if he couldn't give a good account for himself, Mammy would swing her tomahawk and yell, "Be gone, don't come back." Another thing, a young man had better not come courting in his shirt sleeve. Better have on his coat, or Mammy would back in his head. Then, after the war was over and we was free, it wasn't hard to find work. I was always honest and religious, belonged to the Southern Baptist Church. I got work among the rich white people and traveled with them. Then I worked as a laundress in the U.S. Marine Hospital in St. Louis for 7 years when George Washington was president. I worked on the Charles P. Choteau steamboat as a chambermaid and made lots of trips to Florida. I was maid for Mrs. Bush in St. Louis, and they was powerful rich. They made that beer up there. Richard says he was born May 8th, 1845, on the corner of Beale and Main Streets, Memphis, Tennessee. And I was born May 8th, 1835, in Giles County, Tennessee. We neither one had much bad treatment, but we is glad slavery is over. Interview with Richard and Drusilla Martin, Poplar Bluff, Missouri. Called on and talked to Richard and Drusilla Martin, old-time Negroes who were slaves. They talked fluently, really enjoying talking about the good days, as they put it, and say their master was good to them. Richard is rather short and wears a beard, which is snow white. He claims to be something better than 90 years old. He says about 94 or 5, and Drusilla is 10 years older than Richard. About 4 or 5 years ago, their home, which they owned, was destroyed by fire, and, having no insurance, they have since been living in a poor substitute for a house made of pieces of tin, wood, and old boxes, built under the branches of a tree. Richard was in a hurry to go to town and see if their old age pension checks had come yet, and invited us to come back some other time. Drusilla said she was the slave of John Pointer. Her mother, who was part Indian, wore a ring in her nose and carried a tomahawk, had 10 children, and mothered the 10 children of her master's wife. Drusilla does not remember much about her father, as he was the slave of another family. Although Drusilla does not have any education, she can quote verse after verse from the Bible. She told some gruesome stories of how some masters treated their slaves. She said there never was a book printed that really told how some, or in fact the majority of slaves were beaten and abused. To most masters they were not any more than stock. She said some of the young girls were beaten until they would die. Some of the little colored babies that were born out in the field or on the road were left to starve or be eaten up by the hogs. Drusilla said sometimes their master would rent them out to other white men to work them if he didn't have anything for them to do. Some masters would put their feed out in troughs for them, just as they were feeding cattle. Some would give them cottonseed to eat. She said they would go home and cry and tell their master how they were treated, and their master would tell them they wouldn't have to go to work for anyone that did them like that. In 1865, when the slaves were freed, Drusilla said she felt all out in the world, as if she did not have a place to go, and their master was afraid to let them stay with him, even though they begged to stay, as it was against the law. She was sent to St. Louis to do servant work for a white family that was very wealthy, and she stayed with them for 20 years. Drusilla had been married twice and is the mother of 10 children, but knows of only one daughter, or rather, she was the last one she has heard from out of the 3 that she thinks are still living, and that was 50 years ago. The aged couple are going to receive $8 apiece per month old age pension and a check for $80 back pay. When Worker asked Drusilla what she was going to do with her pension money, she said she was going to build a little house, as Mammy is tired of living in that shack. When we got up to leave, the old Negro Mammy ran out and fell down and kissed our feet. There were 2 workers stumbling along, trying to get down the rocky path that leaves the little shack, with their eyes full of tears and the muscles of their throats tightened, until they could only wave back, as the feeble voice was heard to ring out over the hill, "Honey child, come back to see Mammy some more, and she'll give you all something out of her garden." End of section 48.